Well, good evening or good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to R1, and what a journey it has been. A new era of sorts as we now step in on the road to the Esports World Cup. You're joining me, George Morgan, as we now get set on the spring season trail. We've already crowned champions of the past, but with a new era could become a new champion as well. There's been a lot of changes. A lot of teams have moved in, a lot have moved out. With drivers changing across the board, it's going to be a very, very exciting season. Let's see what's to come. Tonight we head to Spa-Francorchamps, a circuit that sits in the heart of the woods, the forest of Stavelot in the Ardennes, of course. And we can't wait to see who's going to come out on top in this one. Plenty of manufacturers looking to take a piece of the pie, but let's wait and see who will rise to the very top. Joining me on commentary will, of course, be Lewis McGlade as well. Lewis, welcome back to R1. The duo have returned.
I know, back again. I'm sure the sim racing career community is just all like, oh, these two again, really? Yeah, you've had 2 years of us. It's not stopping now. It's not stopping now. So good to be back here with R1. I mean, look, we've had a lot of fun in this series, of course, in the past, but moving forward, we've got a lot to look forward to. And of course, the first race tonight, George, is the 250th race, which is crazy.
What a milestone, Lewis. What a milestone. And I know you love your facts and figures as well, my friend. 250th race here tonight as we look ahead to a race at Spa. Here is the calendar. We kick things off tonight at Spa-Francorchamps. That is, of course, March 28th. We then move ahead to the Temple of Speed at Monza on April 4th. April 11th as well at Hockenheimring. Now, it's important to note the first 3 rounds are all part of the initial knockout phase. And that, of course, will decide the seeding ahead of the dynamic group stages that we have coming up after that. Then heading into round 4, we have 2 nights on the bounce of Fuji on April 18th and April 25th. Same again at Jeddah for round 5, night 1 on May 2nd, and then night 2 on May 9th. And then we're off to Daytona stateside for round 6, night 1 on May 16th, May 23rd then for night 2, and then the Autodromo Monza on round 7 territory, night 1 on May 30th, and then the day after on for night 2 on May 31st as well. To be announced will, of course, be round 8's track, and that is on June 6th. And after that, we will be deciding who will be heading to the Esports World Cup. Now, it's a bit of a different format, isn't it, Lewis, from what we've seen prior? Obviously, a lot of viewers will probably recognise the initial, stage of the knockout phase. Obviously, the first 3 rounds, that's what that encompasses. But it gets a little bit, it changes somewhat heading into the dynamic group phase.
Yeah, exactly. Like that is obviously something that we'll be talking about in detail when we get potentially a little bit close to it. We might talk about it in round 3, because obviously we're building up into it with the seeding. But of course, we'll deal with that another time. We'll focus on where we're racing at today, though, George, because of course it's Spa.
It certainly is. We're heading to Spa-Francorchamps, and we can actually have a little look at this track layout. Of course, this is Spa-Francorchamps for Stavelot in Belgium, 7.009 kilometres and 19 corners to boot. So a very, very special track. We will, of course, be taking a look also at a track guide from the one, the only Joshua Rogers.
Hi, I'm Josh Rogers, driver for Porsche Coanda Esports Racing Team. Come join me for a little onboard lap of Spa in our fresh, nice new looking Porsche 992 GT3R. Setting up to start our lap, using up all the track. Exit of turn 1, super important, massive long run down to Lecom, and especially in the races as well, lots of passing opportunities. Missing that apex just a little bit, but it's okay. We set up the exits, like I said before. Going up through the gears, approaching Eau Rouge, huge uphill. You see a lot of draft up here as well, as the car in front loses a little bit more momentum due to the elevation change. 6th gear, heading way down towards Lecom. We'll go down to 3rd. Braking nice and straight. Making sure to use all of the curbs through here. Super important for the balance of the car. Keeping it all on track on exit. Rivage, very tricky corner, downhill, camber change. It's easy to dive in a little bit too hard. But then No Name equally, one that's super easy to get the off-track on-corner exit, as we felt significantly through the week. 2 on. one of the most challenging corners on the circuit. Super high-speed entry, very, very committed. Trying to pull the car nice and tight on the exit again. Piff-paff. Down to third gear once more. Trying to avoid this first curve, actually, as it kind of upsets the balance of the car a little bit, but the second one's okay. Stavilo 1 trying to really just maximize the exit as much as we can. Again, from a huge run down towards the bus stop, which arguably, along with Lecom, are the two main passing opportunities on the track. Areas that will see a lot of intense racing in the upcoming round. We've seen it in the past as well. Some big moves and race deciding factors as well. Braking for the bus stop, super heavy braking zone. Biggest one on the lap. One of the most frustrating sections, to be honest, because it's so easy to throw away the lap. Smooth on traction out of the last corner as you cross the line. That's a lap of Spa. A rather scrappy one, but a lap nonetheless. Yeah, looking forward to the race on Friday. Should be lots of fun. Hope you enjoyed the little lap guide. And yeah, wish us luck.
Well, we did enjoy that, Joshua Rogers, and thank you for presenting us with that lovely lap around Spa. So picturesque, a circuit such as that, and truly belongs in the legendary, should we say, accounts of racing across the globe. Some new looks to a lot of the teams as well, Lewis, as we look ahead to our first round. Obviously, as you can see, this is the lineup of the teams that we do have for this season. Of course, Williams, one of the OGs of R1 as itself, and of course Guild Esports, who also made their grandiose debut not too long ago either. Virtus Pro, last season we saw them venture in, but they've got a very new look team as part of their roster with two very high profile signings. Mouse also returning as well. Brand new team in ERA Esports as well. Team Vitality looking to come back hard with former champion Marcel Chinchik in their roster. Of course, the original spring season champion. MSI Gaming coming in as part of the Mercedes franchise as well. Basically a new look Apex Racing team with Team Falcons stepping back in. Porsche Coanda, who have such a grand heritage in this championship, have such a stunning record in this series too. PS Plus competition, we welcome back them. Florian Haspar's horsemen, who are going to be looking to take to the track this time. Thibaut Courtois announcing his team as well to the grid with TC Esports too, and plenty for them to gain, that's for sure, with a very high profile roster. But yeah, an incredibly well-rounded roster of teams ahead of this season's championship here now, Lewis. And like we said, many high-profile changes. We've got to talk about, of course, the major moves of Kevin Ellis Jr., Darren McCormack to Virtus Pro. That was such a huge move.
Yeah, it was absolutely massive. Such a, almost, I would say, a big shock. But we were wondering about where things would go, particularly with with McCormack from Williams, as to whether he was particularly happy in that team, as to whether he was going to be moving. Really excited to see what he gets up to at Virtus Pro, alongside someone who he has got along very well with in Kevin Ellis Jr. They did get along well as part of their two different teams, but now they get to see them teamed up. First qualifying session, though, underway this evening, and of course we are here in quarter-final one. You can see the list of drivers there on the left-hand side. The first driver we're keeping an eye on is the Maus BMW of Moritz Lerner, who had a couple of struggles last year, if I'm honest, in the championship.
Yeah, didn't have it all his own way, did he? It was a really, really hard year for Moritz Lerner. Certainly not necessarily the results we would have expected of someone of his talents at this moment, but making his way down through towards the bus stop. We'll see if he's blown away the cobwebs and he can come back with renewed vigour. First sector, 39.491, met with a 59.248, currently purple in that middle sector. We'll await to see if anyone can beat it. Comes up towards the line, and it will be a 36 in the final sector, a 2.14.768 to kick things off for Maus.
In the online season last year, did progress through. Actually, to be fair, looking at it, did progress through from quarterfinals on 5 occasions out of 6. But even the season before, it was only 3 from 8. So he's had a couple of problems. Here is Jack Keithley, someone who we've normally seen in a Williams, now takes what is a fascinating livery on that Thibaut Courtois machine out through the final corner, across the line. He is not happy, and trust me, that's a man that you'll see get quite angry. He's got Action Man curtains for a reason.
He certainly does. Man of action, that's for sure. We've got Solomon coming around the Blanchimont section as well. 39.489 for the brand new E-Racing Association team. Now sprinting down through towards the bus stop chicane. 39.4 is very, very fast in that first sector. Of course, we're expecting to see times around 39.4s in sector 1. 59.4 though in the middle sector, as now we watch him make his way up towards sector 3 and crossing the line. 36.1 drops in a 2:15.052. Not enough to trouble the very top though.
Virtus Pro up next. Aston Martin. Fantastic to see an Aston Martin taken to the circuit here for the first time in R1. Of course, we've had Audis, BMWs, Mercedes, of course, in years prior. And now we also have an Aston Martin taking to the grid. Stutsenko taking part for Virtus Pro. One of their 4 drivers, of course. This is the lineup that has Darren McCormack in it, that has Kevin Lewis Jr., also has Wojciech Fiala in a few Williams drivers that have taken to the fore. Looking at those sector times coming across, I'm not super sure about that first sector. It looks like it might not have been super fast from him as we see him go through Blanchimont now up towards the final complex of corners. 2:14.7 to beat. It might be a little bit slower than that as we take it up and through the final corner. And out towards the line. At the moment, tracking all right. I think it might be one of the slower times we've seen. It could be completely wrong, though, as he crosses it with a purple final sector, goes second. That's a really good final sector.
That's a very good final sector. We tend to see the sectors levelling out to the 39.4 to a 59.2 in the first and second sectors, but that is a stunning middle sector from Thomas Tatler for Team Falcons. 59.161 after the 39.4 that he initially set, so a big final sector could yet shift him higher than Moritz Lerner as now he comes out of the bus stop chicane, as now the middle sector turns green. Let's see what the final sector delivers here. 2:14.534 and fastest so far for the Finn, Thomas Tatler.
From one Porsche to another, and this is purple. Excellent first sector, excellent middle sector from Dane Warren, who has run well, of course, in R1. We did see him start out so strong when it comes to his speed. When we first went racing a couple of years ago, we were out in Poland, but it was the race consistency that was the big struggle for him. I don't think anyone's going to question where this is going to go in the session, as Dane Warren will pump in the fastest time of the session with a 14.4. Mediocre final sector, to be perfectly honest. Still being troubled a bit by Tatler, but looking strong.
Yeah, that was a very, very good lap there from Dane Warren to really set the tone for Porsche Coanda, who have such incredible form in this series. 39.4 though for Bellatiotis, and then in the middle sector 59.223. Let's see what the final sector can deliver. That middle sector looking around the ballpark of what we've seen prior. Same can be said about the first sector as well, so we expected this to be right in the middle of the dance floor really here on this classification for Williams Sim Racing, and it certainly is. In fact, just above, third fastest there for Bellatiotis.
Yeah, I mean, how good does that Williams look, by the way? That looks absolutely fantastic. We've got Jamie Fluke here for the Mercedes-AMG Esports team MSI. Of course, this is Apex. Of course, you can see Jamie Fluke there racing from the Apex facility. There's some track maps in the background that I can see in that webcam. Some of your finest commentators in sim racing put those up. Yes, I did. That's fine. Jamie Fluke up towards the line to set a 2:14.695. Goes third position. It's okay, but those two Porsches look very strong, George.
They certainly do. The Porsche is definitely in control as it stands. Let's see what the BMW M4 has to say with Kaiki Oliveira at the helm. And this is a driver who made certainly moves from Furia into the BS Plus competition team, and I must say he's making a statement here now with that middle sector of a 59.0. That is 0.2 faster than most competitors so far on this grid order, but it's only enough for second fastest. Can't topple the Porsche belonging to Dane Warren. A little bit of a headbang as he makes his way across the line. Not a bad time though for Oliveira.
Got Remy Gilbert behind the wheel here of the Guild Racing, Guild Esports car. We have seen a few changes with the Guild lineup this season. James Baldwin no longer part of their lineup in this event. Matt Emery, Marco Page Bonnehaus, and Henry Moore. We are part of that, of course, part of that team in totality with Remy Gilbert as well across the line for Guild's first lap time of the season. It is unfortunately 10th, which, considering the heavy hitters behind, that might be 12th.
Yeah, we also welcome back Team Redline, who are a force to be reckoned with in the R1 Championship. Former team champions twice over in the entirety of the series, depending on which season you look at. And certainly Enzo Benito entering back into the red line fold once again, and also embracing the BMW M4, much like Kaiki Oliveira for BS Plus competition as he crosses the line. It's a purple final sector and goes fourth fastest to 2:14.626 to pop himself into fourth place.
But already a talking point from that qualifying session, Marcel Cinčić, no time on the board, so he'll be rolling off 12th place, the spring season champion of 2023. Porsche's looking really strong. Kaiki Oliveira, fantastic lap time in there. This should be a fun race. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be dramatic, I'm sure. But what's the most important thing of these races? It's the 250th race. Keep your nose clean.
Yes, and you've got to be wary around Spa as well. We've obviously aware of the changes they have made around turn one. Obviously coming through La Source, you've got that big gravel trap on the outside as well. If you get thrusted out wide on the escape, it can really upset the balance of your race. And Cinčić is going to need a very clean run from the back. But already on the back foot, the former spring season champion. Bit of a shock that, Lewis.
Yeah, but these things happen. For what I think the biggest disappointment there is that we didn't see the Vitality livery, which, by the way, I think looks. I've said a lot of drivers have asked me about their opinions or my opinions on some of their liveries because I am pretty, honest with them. What's happening with that red line? Let's be real. I've said I'm holding fire until I see them on the circuit. We didn't get to see the Vitality there, so maybe we'll see it in the race. Does look quite good. Is an Aston Martin as well, so I'm sure that'll be a lot of fun. But really, what is happening with it's the BMW M Team Red Line Racing Bulls, which is where the white comes from, but.
Not sold. It ain't it. But well, one thing we've got to talk about as well is the fact that Aston Martin seem to have really got quite the stranglehold in terms of the amount of cars they have on the grid this time. 3 teams embracing the Vantage this season, Lewis.
Which makes sense. Newest car, of course, for us here on Rennsport. So it makes sense that quite a lot of teams will jump into it. Yes, there's potential, maybe it's good on performance, I don't know, but it's just cool, isn't it? Looks good.
It certainly is. Let's go through the grid from back to the front. Let's start with Marcel Cinčić. Did not set a lap during qualifying. He starts at the back with Enzo Benito in 11th place. Remy Gilbert lines up for Guild in 10th. We then have Gabriel Solomon down in 9th as well. Jack Keithley in 8th place. Mikhail Statsenko in 7th as well. Moritz Lerner in 6th with Vasilos Belotsiotis down in 5th as well. Jamie Fluke in 4th for MSI Gaming on their debut start. Thomas Tatler for Team Falcons also on the second row. And then at the front we have Kaiki Oliveira stamping his hooves on the front row alongside Dane Warren. Porsche Coanda with 1 car on pole position, the first car on pole here this season. A grand opportunity for the man, the wonder from Down Under, and I'm sure his family will be watching, and what a moustache he is embracing there too.
Yeah, it certainly is. Did take 4 victories, including taking 4 victories. Took 2 victories rather in the quarterfinals last season. Has a handful of victories, 7 victories in total in quarterfinals, the first stage of this competition, quarterfinals heats, however you want to talk about it, and progresses 68.2% of the time from the quarterfinals. There you go. I told you I was going to get some stats out this season.
You love your numbers there, Lewis McGlade. There you can see the pace car now making its way down through towards the final 2 corners to bring an end to the short formation lap that the cars will run before then taking it towards the start-finish line to get this race underway. The big question is who's going to lead out of turn 1. Dane Warren will have the better line coming into the first corner, but if Kaiki Oliveira can get the jump and at least meet him into turn 1, maybe side by side, he can carry the speed around the outside of the BMW M4. But as they crawl up towards the line for the first time here in R1 in 2025, we put pedal to the metal and it's go, 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 go. And it's a great start for Dane Warren, but I would argue that Oliveira is still very much there with every chance of taking that race lead. They're going to remain wheel to wheel now on the run up through towards Eau Rouge and Radion, but the overspeed working for Warren as they now look to make their way up through Eau Rouge and Radion. There you can see Thomas Tatler just sat in behind with Enzo Benito for company as they now crawl over the hill and through towards the Kemmel Straight. It's Warren, Oliveira, Tatler, as well as Benito now, who's got plenty of momentum now as they climb the hill. 2 BMWs M4s now meet on this long straight up towards Lacombe, I should say. Warren now still holds the lead. Benito looking to pass 2 for second place, but Tatler holds him back.
Yeah, not good for Kaiki Oliveira there, dropping back to 4th position. Superb stuff from Enzo Benito to try and find his way through. Kaiki Oliveira Oliveira already all over the rear end of the BMW M Team Redline Racing Bulls car there, working down into Rivage. You can see Jack Keithley going out wide in that distinctive black, white, blue and gold as he was trying to work his way past Moritz Lerner's into the barrier in the background before we even get down to No Name.
Yeah, massive moment there, coming out of what looked to be Rivage and then heading around that corner. Just simply lost it. Whether he got onto the curb, I'm not sure. Maybe there might have been some intervention from another car, but regardless, he is now routed towards the rear of the field, and that is a disaster for the Mouse team. And I'm telling you what, more disasters too for Marcel Chinchik, who's right at the rear. Not quite sure what's happened to him, but certainly not at the front end of things, that's for sure. As you can now just see them just testing the limits with the gravel on the far side as they now come through Campus and Stavilo, and then very shortly will make their way around Blanchimont to bring an end to lap 1 of 7. Still plenty of opportunities lie in wait, but Thomas Tattler getting a lovely start, and so does Enzo Benito. Kaiki Oliveira relegated from that P2 spot. Not necessarily an urgent matter at this case, Lewis, but you don't want to be forfeiting too much in this early stage of the race.
Indeed. I will say, as far as my numbers are concerned, Thomas Tattler has 2 victories in R1. Both of those were in LAN. One of them, of course, was in the Esports World Cup, and the other one, I believe, was in the full major at the end of 2023. So whilst having those 2 victories in LAN is great, not having one online is kind of an interesting thing. Shows that Thomas Tattler is pretty consistent when it comes to being online or transferring his skills into LAN. But half a second down on Dane Warren, a driver who's got plenty of victories, 11 in total in R1 competition. Of course, 7 of those coming in the quarterfinals. Trying to pull clear, but the slipstream, once they get onto the Kemmel Straight, should surely pull this pack together. But 1 second between Dane Warren and Enzo Benito. Benito looks like he's dropping backwards into the clutches of Kaiki Oliveira rather than closing that gap down to Thomas Tattler.
You're absolutely spot on, and the thing with Dane Warren as well, once he's in front, he is so tricky to catch. His 1 lap pace is truly phenomenal. You put him in qualifying, you've got a great chance of at least landing yourself a pole position. Let's just see the moment again. This is what happened to Moritz Lerner coming out of Rivage section. So they were almost 3 wide coming down. You can just see in the background Jack Keithley as well. No contact, it would seem. Looks like he just dropped it on escape there, Lewis, by the looks of it.
I think he might have just lightly clipped the curb. The curb on the inside is raised quite a bit on the right-hand side as they go through Rivage, and I wonder if he might have just tapped that ever so slightly and it unbalanced the car. And once the traction control takes over, if they've got traction control running on their cars, of course they can turn it off, and most of them probably will be running it off. But if you have got it on, that can actually make it harder to save, because once the traction control kicks in whilst you're sliding, that can just mean that you've got no control of the car and you actually end up binning it. Whereas if you have that lower, you've got a bit more control of the throttle, and that can help you save the car a little bit from a slide. Epic middle sector there from Dane Warren. He's gone from 1/10 clear of Thomas Tattler to half a second clear of Tattler as he puts his clutches really on victory here in the first race of the year.
Yeah, not phased with the fact that he's leading and heading up that really powerful first sector, especially the Kemmel Straight. If you can get in the toe, if you can get in the slipstream, you can get a really nice run up through towards Lake Com. I've stood on that hill. It's such a dramatic rise coming in towards the coming into the chicane, but we'll witness it again now very shortly as we now get set to begin lap 3 of 7. Dane Warren at the head of the order. Of course, only one minor change, I would say, to the Porsche Coanda team for this season. Jordan Caruso stepping in, of course, this time around this campaign as well. He's still got Joshua Rogers and, of course, Charlie Collins, who came in to replace the Big Mac Backham, who was originally part of Coanda as well in their early years in the R1 Championship. As we now watch them look to fly through Rouge and Radion again, we're riding on board once more with Thomas Tattler on the tail of Dane Warren, who's now going to have another opportunity to potentially pass, but I get the feeling he's going to want to try and perhaps leave this till the very last minute. Will he try and overtake? He will indeed. He's actually going to go for the lead of the race here on lap 3. Moves alongside Dane Warren. Is Warren going to let this one slide? He certainly will. It's a Porsche 1-2 still, but this time it's Tattler on top.
Enzo Benito, critically though, has dropped back to 5th position, and all that's Kaiki Oliveira up to 3rd. Really importantly there though, Dane Warren being very wise, seeing what was going on, seeing that there was obviously 1.2 seconds back, knowing that Thomas Tattler had a really good drive up the hill, and thinking, no, do you know what? Now's not the time to try and send one back down the inside into Lake Com. Let's settle for 2nd position for now and maintain this 1.2 second gap. Those Porsches, the pair of those look incredibly strong this afternoon. Mercedes also going quite strong. The BMW there of Enzo Benito looking like it's struggling a little bit. Of course, the BMW of Kiki Oliveira looks absolutely fine at the moment, running up there in third position, but Enzo Benito potentially starting to see some struggles. 0.8 of a second up to the rear end of Jamie Fluke now.
Yeah, he's had a really, really tough start to his races. Enzo Benito has, certainly hemorrhaged a lot of delta through the course of the opening 3 laps that we have witnessed. But the big thing here, Lewis, I suppose, if you're Thomas Sattler and Dane Warren, if you can work together like that, you can essentially go from it being a, okay, call it a 12-car race, or in this case, I suppose it's mainly the top 7. You take 5 cars out of that battle and just make it a 1v1 into the closing stages of this 7-lap race.
Yeah, I will say one thing very quickly to touch on. We said that Marcel Cicic didn't take part in qualifying. I believe the disconnection is extended to the race, so we will not have Vitality out in this race. I know you might have already noticed it on the timesheets, but it's worth pointing out now. Marcel Cicic not in this race, which for him is obviously not great. For the team is really not great. And so a big shame for Marcel Cicic, and exactly the worst way to start a brand new season for Vitality, who have been so strong in seasons past. Remember how dominant they were in the full season.
Huge. Became champions.
They were champions and comfortable. Never in doubt in the full season of 2023.
Not at all. Once again, we see a swap. Dane Warren moving back past Thomas Tattler on the run-up through towards Lake Com. Further back, Kiki Oliveira still remains in third. He's got Jamie Fluke tucked right into his rear, but it's Dane Warren now who leads the way. There you can see the MSI Gaming Mercedes AMG GT3 belonging to Fluke, who now rounds Malmedy in full pursuit of that BMW M4 that's holding on to third right now. You just see how aggressively they're taking the curbs in these big sports car beasts that they're currently embracing right now here around this Spa-Francorchamps circuit. There you can see in the background as well, Vasilos Belatsotsis down in 5th place on his R1 debut here for Williams. Of course, a newish lineup to the Williams squad as well. Of course, we've got Tobias Peffer, who's part of the team, as well as Daniel Pajtor, who returns once more, as does Dominic Blyer. So 2 drivers they've kept, sort of retained in terms of an R1 roster, but 2 new names, Lewis, over there. So we'll have to see how they cope.
Yeah, the 2 of them, and to be fair, that entire lineup is more from their, of course, the Competizione, the SRO Esports campaign. Vasilios Belatsotsis, really good driver, but I will say of those 2, the 2 new drivers for them, between Vasilios Belatsotsis and Tobias Pfeffer, Tobias Pfeffer is the one I'm very excited to see. He is unbelievably quick. Like always, when I was commentating over on the ACC side of things, you were looking over a few drivers to be the strongest, and you were looking at people like Darren McCormack and stuff, James Baldwin and whatnot. Tobias Pfeffer was one of those drivers that you would be looking at as the strongest drivers. How he's going to adapt to Rennsport, though, will be very, very interesting, but that is something for us to deal with another time. 1.5 seconds clear of the chasing pack. I do believe this victory for the 250th race in R1 is definitely between these 2, and I think we're going to see another switch for the race lead.
Which will be a delight for the Porsche manufacturer. Of course, they'll be hoping for their team to bring home the goods, or their teams, I should say, because Team Falcons and Porsche Commander are going to go at it over this 250th race here in this R1 series. We now watch as they come over the hill very, very aggressively. Very pointed is Thomas Tattler, as now he looks to push his way up through Kemmel. They'll meet side by side again, and the Porsche Commander driver Dane Warren will wait in the wings in behind fellow Porsche driver Thomas Tattler, as now he takes the lead. We've got Mikhail Statsenko as well, are going to go side by side as they come through in the Virtus Pro car and pass Jack Keithley for 7th place now as they round Malmedy, and now downhill towards Rivage. It's Statsenko now in 7th and Keithley down in 8th.
Yeah, and of course, if you're joining us for the first time here in R1, it's basically the same as it's been in rounds before. We are changing the format a little bit later on in the season as to how we're approaching it. But in this, it is the important stuff. Get in the top 6 and you move through to the semi-finals. So that is your goal. So a big move potentially there for Statsenko to get past Jack Keithley and set his sights on Vasilios Belatsotsis. And of course, Enzo Benito up ahead to move through into the top 6 and move through into those transfer spots. If you don't get in that top 6, if you're in the bottom 6, have a good evening. See you in a bit.
Yeah, of course, embracing the The brand new Aston Martin Vantage GT3 just getting onto that gravel though was Dane Warren. That's forfeited him. I think just a slightly bit of time. It's allowed Tatler just to grow a little bit of a gap. Obviously not necessarily enough that's going to constitute to losing out that much. But just look at the gap between Oliveira and Warren now. It's very much stood at beyond a second as it stands, so it's really starting to curtail outwards, allowing the Porsches to career away as back comes Warren on the outset of Blanchimont as they head down now in towards the next right and left at the bus stop. These two are in firm control as we're now about to venture onto the penultimate lap of the race. Further back, you're absolutely right, Lewis. Of course, Statsenko, a very integral move on Keithley, and it will do wonders for his confidence, and confidence is what you need, especially when you want to push yourself into the top 6, secure your qualification heading through to the next round of tonight's knockout. The question is, though, can he get past Vasilos Beleziotis?
Yeah, and of course for the drivers up ahead of that, the likes of Enzo Benito, I've brought up some of the top 6 percentages, so from the quarterfinals, those transfer spot percentages. For Enzo Benito, it's 50-50. He's taken part in 22, all 22 of the quarterfinals coming into this round, and he has gone through on 11 of them. Switch for the race lead. No, you heard a little bit of a breath of throttle there from Dane Warren. He is happy to stay behind Thomas Tatler and do the switch on the final lap. Does mean that Tatler might have the final opportunity to make a look going down to the bus stop on the final lap. Other drivers to talk about with really high percentages in this race of transfers. Let's talk about the big man himself. Third position, Kaiki Oliveira, 72% rather, when it comes to transfers. That's a pretty high percentage to transfer into the semi-finals. That is his percentage over all 22 of the races that have happened.
Phenomenal. Of course, Oliveira, he definitely stuck out as one of the great talents at Furia when he was driving there, and then set his sights on a move to BS Plus competition, where, of course, he is still very much a high-profile talent in this series. Has given probably one of the biggest underdog stories as well that we have seen in this series too, and naturally has risen to the occasion, and now with BS Plus competition will be, if he stays like this, making his way to the next round of the knockout phase. But now, as we watch them fly through Campus and Stavilo, Mikhail Statsenko looking to work hard to try and topple this time Enzo Benito, because Beleziotis has jumped Benito for that 5th place, and Benito has been somewhat languishing, struggling in that BMW M4, and you do have to question, what's it going to take to stay in here if you're Benito? You've got Statsenko and Keithley, two very hungry professionals who would have no qualms in taking him out of this knockout phase.
Yeah, this top level, if you're struggling at this point of the race, it's not a fun scenario. It does seem as though Kaiki Oliveira is having a couple of struggles on speed as well. It's obviously not as great. He's not got the entire pack behind him, hounding him like Enzo Benito does. But the reason why I'd point that out is it does seem as though the BMWs, they seem like they had pretty good qualifying pace. Their race pace, particularly late on, looks like they're overheating their tyres potentially and dropping back into the clutches of those behind. Enzo Benito has got a very long 7 kilometers to deal with, so I think he might get past here.
And we know things are going to get very fraught here on the final lap. Just look at the queuing behind Benito. Statsenko and Keithley are there, ready to take it away from him. Beleziotis now rises over the hill. He's being closely pursued by Benito. Benito would love to put one on him, but up at the front, we've got Warren meeting Tatler as they go side by side again, the two Porsches. And it looks like this time Tatler is showing no signs of giving in. He would love the win. Benito past Beleziotis. That could be integral for the end of this race. He goes through past. Now Beleziotis in the Williams, and Statsenko in behind is going to look to try and close up to the back of him, heading down towards Rivage, and they know it's now or never should they want to secure a placement into the semi-finals.
Yeah, indeed. That was a really important move for Enzo Benito, just to mean that he's a little bit safer. He can now lose that position to Beleziotis going down into the bus stop and still be in the top 6, still progressing through into the semi-finals. No doubt that these two are going through, unless some big drama happens down to the bus stop. But of course, for Thomas Tatler, he's looking for his first online victory, his 3rd victory in totality in this championship. Dane Warren looking for his 12th victory and looking to win the 250th race of R1.
And what a message to send as well for Porsche Coanda, who are now looking to build on top of success they have had in the past. Of course, we talk about names like Joshua Rogers. You can never forget a man like Dane Warren as well for his 1-lap pace. What he's showing, it can be done over a full race distance of 7 laps as well here in the R1 Championship, as we now watch as Vasilos Beleziotis now has put a comfortable gap in between himself and Statsenko. It's going to be very tough for the Virtus Pro driver in 7th place to close up to the Williams as they now come around Blanchimont for the final time of our asking in this race, but back comes Tatler as he looks to try and challenge Dane Warren coming in towards the bus stop. The question is, which Porsche is going to ascend this time? Tiger Line, the better line, will be on offer for Tatler as they go nose to nose, coming up towards the line. You can't spell Warren without a W, and that's what Dane has done. Victorious here in quarterfinal 1, and he will move onwards to the semi-finals. What a performance there, Lewis.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Another victory there for Dane Warren, making it a 12th victory in R1 competition. Has taken part in 79 races now, so it's not too bad of a percentage for him. But, I mean, you got to say, Thomas Tatler gave it everything up towards the line. It's another podium for Thomas Tatler, though. I think the big talking point of that race, how strong do those two Porsche teams look?
They look exceptionally strong. Of course, we go through, an entire phase where obviously the cars are measured, the teams obviously are addressed as to where the championship is going. The BOP is very carefully managed as well, but the Porsches on the day look so comfortable around the Spa circuit. Managed to carry over from qualifying into race trim, and I must say they definitely cope with it a lot better than the BMW certainly did. We saw Benito falling off throughout the course of that race. Kike Oliveira, I think, though, did a good job of coping with the pressure, I would say, Lewis.
Yeah, as I said, like the BMWs, they were struggling a little bit late on in the race. That could have just been for a lot of things, though. It might not actually be the BMW struggling. It's just kind of how it looked a little bit. But like I say, Kike Oliveira dealt with it strongly, as you would expect. He's a quality performer in this competition, especially through the quarterfinals and those the semi-finals will be coming up a little bit later on this evening. Of course, we've got to deal with all 4 quarterfinals, and then we'll be dealing with the semi-finals. But Enzo Benito, I mean, he shows the quality of driver that he is, where you get dropped back into that pack. You're the one under pressure, and rather than dropping back, which is kind of where you've been going for quite a long this race, still finds that extra position, still moves forward, relieves that pressure. That's why Enzo Benito is as good as he is.
Yeah, no, he is. Well, he is class. And of course, we see him move from team to team. He was with FaZe Clan not too long ago as well, if you remember, moving away from Team Redline briefly on loan, came back to Redline now though, for the new season of the R1 Championship. Has definitely not lost a step, Lewis.
No, which for someone who's been in sim racing for as long as Enzo Benito, that actually doesn't surprise me, because you'll have those dips in performance and then you'll find it back. And to be fair, we kind of talked about this last season, where last year he moved, like I said, on loan over to FaZe. I think that kind of helped him, because you've gone from a team where you're kind of battling the likes of Sebastian Jobe and Kevin Siggy to be the top driver of the team, to FaZe where it's not quite as strong, but you still managed to work your way forward.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the race as well. And this was definitely a defining one, and not a great one for Moritz Lerner, making a huge impact with the barrier with the front nose on that BMW M4 GT3, and had to rejoin the circuit as well. There is Enzo Benito, who's trying to close up to the back of Vasilos Beletziotis, eventually making that key move to sustain his position and move through to the semi-finals as well. That was so important to get that move done, because it looked like he was on the rope slightly from the cars behind. They included Jack Heathley, and of course the Virtus Pros in behind. Statsenko part of that battle as well. This was the front end of the order, where we saw the Porsches meet together. Thomas Sattler doing his damnedest to keep back Dane Warren, but I have to say Warren gave a grand performance once more, just going to show that not a lot has changed at Porsche Coanda. They're continuing their rise to try and dominate once more in the R1 Championship. A team that went on to win the full season championship with Joshua Rogers back in 2023, but also had success as a team at Gamers 8 back in 2023 as well, as we then watched of course the BS Plus competition car of Kike Oliveira right in the thick of it too, wheel to wheel, what looked to be the MSI gaming car. It then went wheel to wheel down into the bus stop chicane. Once more Tatler challenging, just at least trying to give Dane Warren a few headaches just to remember ahead of the semi-finals, but Warren with the overspeed on exit was able to carry it home to victory in what would be a tremendous victory for Dane Warren and Coanda. If they carry on that like this, Lewis, this is the perfect time to send a message, set a marker down. Currently, it doesn't get much better than that if you're Team Falcons or indeed Porsche Coanda. I mean, Falcons were the big surprise package, were they not, in last season's championship?
Yeah, they really were, mostly being led by Thomas Tatler, so it's no shock that he's leading that team once again, going out in the first race as well. And that's actually one thing to touch on ever so slightly here. If you're new to R1, you might think, hang on, I've I've been trying to follow a couple of drivers in this. Where are they? They weren't in that race. We do have 4 quarterfinals. The teams have 4 drivers. You can do the maths yourselves. Their teams, the drivers are spread across those 4 quarterfinals. And I do have the entry list for the next one, by the way. And you said it was, the Porsche have kind of not changed too much. Well, and you mentioned one of those changes in the race. Jordan Caruso will be the Porsche Commander driver going into this race for that team. Kind of makes you wonder, right? Seeing the 1-2 for the Porsches, thinking now, if I'm in a Porsche, I've got a target on my back already, and I haven't even turned a lap yet, and yet still everyone's now expecting me to be on the front row.
Yeah, this brings, like you so rightly say, attention, I think, to that car. Let's see how it performs with different drivers at the wheel, and also in our second race. Obviously, we'll wait and see when that comes around. Obviously, qualifying was quite defining as well. Obviously, a few teams coping with it better than others, seeing those 39 4s, 59 2s, but the odd driver pulling out the odd better 10th. It'll be interesting as well to see whether we see a familiar trend with the BMW M4s as well, Lewis. We'll have to wait and see whether that is a continuous factor as we make our way through the championship of the knockout phase. Let's have a look at the race results then. Dane Warren, your victor in knockout 1 with a 15.45293 finish. Thomas Tatler just in behind, second place, just over a 10th out. They went wheel to wheel, didn't they, across the line. Jamie Fluke in third, Kaiki Oliveira in fourth, Enzo Benito for Redline in fifth. After that really important overtake on Vasilios Belletsiotis for Williams in sixth place. That's your top 6 going through to the semi-finals, and we're going to lose Mikhail Statsenko, Jack Keithley, Gabriel Solomon, as well as Remy Gilbert, Maurice Lerner and Marcel Chinchik, who wasn't able to be part of the race session. But Dane Warren, your victor, and did it in style.
Yeah, certainly so. I'm going to give you the 12 drivers from this race, by the way, because why not? Let's talk about it, because it's going to be a
Let's talk about them, yeah.
Johan Harth will be in this race, so that'll obviously be in the MSI car. You've got Gregor Schill, we've got Ibrahim Khan, you've got Danny Moreno, Matt Emery, Dennis Schuniger, you've got Jordan Caruso, did mention that one before, Erhan Yovsky, Matty Siepeler, Luke Bennett will be taking to the Team Redline Racing Bulls. That'll be really good. He's such a strong performer. Daniel Pajtor and the Virtus Pro, Darren McCormack. This will be a fun one. Really excited to see how Darren McCormack adjusts to the new team. But then obviously there's a couple of switches in there. Ibrahim Khan, of course, in for a new team as well. So it's going to be interesting.
It is going to be interesting. Obviously, an opportunity for Virtus Pro to bounce back after losing a driver in that opening knockout round. And obviously, with not a car going to the semi-final so far, McCormack has got to be one of their certs, many would think, obviously based on what we've seen in the past. Another driver I want to look at, though, Dennis Schodinger here at this point. Very interesting move, going to Mouse here at this point, Lewis. I mean, what can we expect from someone like Dennis, who, prior to this, had a lengthy period at Williams, much like Jack Keithley, who we saw in our previous round. How do you think he'll cope in a new team like Mouse?
I'm sure fine. Like you said, we saw him take part early on, then we saw him not take part, and then we saw him come back a little bit towards throughout last year in obviously R1, and as the competition got brought back in by Williams. To see him move over to Mouse is interesting. I thought that was an interesting choice when I saw it, mostly for the fact of, again, more of an ACC driver, hadn't really taken part in all of the Rennsport competition here in R1. So for them to have picked him up, it has been that 4th seat that's been the one that's been a little bit questionable in Mouse. We know the Benneker, the Lerner, and the Yuri Kasdorp. Those ones have always been settled, but obviously it was Christopher Dambitz, there was Patrick Holtzman. They have switched that 4th seat quite a lot. Hopefully Dennis Schoniger's the missing piece for that seat. He is a good driver. We have seen that time and time again. But a lot of pressure now on his shoulders jumping into such a seat. And I don't think Rene, team boss, will be... Well, I'm sure he put one arm over the shoulder, but if he doesn't perform, yeah, his seat will be at risk.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely the case that if you don't perform, you do get, of course, challenged in this series, and it's going to have to be down to Dennis to really pull out his very best. Of course, plenty of other drivers, though, that are going to be looking to improve. In fact, as we now move onwards, we take a look at Dennis Schodinger embracing the BMW M44 Mouse ahead of this new season. Bit strange not to see him in blue anymore, I have to say, Lewis.
Yeah, there's a few drivers. Again, I remember it back to when Lewis Hamilton moved from McLaren into Mercedes. And of course, when Lewis Hamilton moved from Mercedes into Ferrari. But more so, it was more to that first move, because I'd only associated Hamilton with Mercedes, with McLaren rather. And so when I seen him in a new outfit, I was like, this is weird. It's the same here with Dennis. I'm looking at it being like, nah, don't look right, mate. do not look right.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't at all. We've actually got a Williams driver now on screen as well. Daniel Pajtor, of course, marking a return. I must say he was impressive on debut as well. I believe it was him at Daytona, if I'm not correct. If it might be correct there, Lewis, or am I talking Dominic Blyer?
I think I'm talking about Dominic Blyer. But
Dominic Blyer, yeah.
Pretty solid race results as well.
Yeah. Well, his debut, I thought, was quite strong too.
Yeah, look, Daniel Pajtor is a good driver. Did pick up a couple of podiums in the Esports World Cup, of which, if you use your eyes to look slightly closely at the background, you can see a couple of those lanyards, a couple of those badges. One of those, the shiny one, basically right in the middle of the screen. That one is the shiny badge from the Esports World Cup. I have mine downstairs. I'm sure you've got yours, George.
I can tell you mine is right next to me. I'm actually looking at it right now.
Good man.
Treasured memories. But yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Pajtor, a tremendous talent for Williams, and in a team that really, where Pajtor was the new kid on the block last year for the team, now alongside Dom Blyer. That's going to be a partnership now that becomes the experienced team members that are probably going to be looking to ingratiate the new blood into the R1 fold. They've now gone from being the newcomers to the locker room leaders, so to speak.
Yeah, like I say, there are a few things with some of these drivers where, like I say, take for example like Daniel Pajtor, where Darren McCormack has left Williams. You kind of you move up the pecking order a little bit, and that can go well, that can go badly. It depends how you vibe with it. Pajtor is yet to win in the championship. He's only on 16 races, which doesn't sound like that many, but that's just how this championship runs. Did take part in the entirety of the online event last season, and of course part in the Esports World Cup. Of the online races last season, and this is a damning stat. I'm always feel bad about bringing this up.
I can tell you're guilty about it.
Progression percentage from the quarterfinals last season, from 6 races, just 1. And that was in the first race of last season as well. That's concerning.
Yeah, that is a little bit concerning. Johan Harth, we welcome back to R1 as well. Again, part of the Apex Racing crew. As we said, the MSI team, very much looking like the Apex Racing team of old. Of course, we saw Jamie Fluke in prior race taken to the circuit. And Johan Harth, the Frenchman, obviously someone who has also performed at the very top. When he's at his very best, Lewis, someone who is very tough to beat.
Johan can be he's one of these drivers where you're kind of you'll see him in the mid pack and you'll think, oh yeah, he's quite good, and then he'll qualify quite well. And where quite a few drivers might qualify quite well and be nervous, Johan isn't. He's been in sim racing for a long time. He will be ruthless if he gets to the front of the field. Hasn't taken a victory in the quarterfinals. Does have an all right top 6 percentages. Top 6 percentage is 50-50 for Johan Harth, but someone who genuinely I would, again, feels bad to say it, I would not be shocked if he gets knocked out in the quarterfinals. Also would be the same level of not shocked if he got through into the final and then got a podium. You know what I mean? He's one driver that you can see anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of got the vibe that, with the Apex Racing team over the last couple of seasons, in comparison to the various other teams, despite the drivers being as talented as they were, it was almost as if they were the underdog of the championship in many ways, being a stark, should we say, independent team, not necessarily having any support aside from themselves of what they're able to bring to the table. But now, with a partner such as MSI Gaming, does that change the game a little bit here, Lewis? A
little bit. Obviously, when you've got bigger sponsors, bigger partners, that does affect things with the mentality. It does change your approach, of course. But for drivers like Johan, he'll be fine. And by the way, I want to correct my stat. I said he hadn't won in one of the quarterfinals. I did think he had, which would have been Road Atlanta at the end of the. Was it Road Atlanta? I think it was the end of the full season, the penultimate round of the full season, the 15th quarterfinal we ever did. He was victorious in that one, so that's fine. On board with Danny Moreno. And I'm going to say, I quite like this livery.
Yeah, I got to say,
out there.
Yeah. Well, listen, you can always count on Thibaut Courtois to make saves where you need them most, and that's exactly what he's done.
That's a stretch.
That was a stretch. Danny Moreno, the Spaniard, who I have to say has a lot of heritage in the world of sim racing, was formerly an F1 sim racing driver, partnered up with the now new and now returning World Drivers' Champion in that series. Jarno Opmeer back in the day. They were both part of the Mercedes fold. Now back again in the realms of Mercedes, but this time with TC Esports alongside the likes of Jack Keithley, Coque Lopez and Nicolas Matteo. So he's got a nice, well-rounded group around him, that's for sure. And Moreno, on his best day, can be a force to be reckoned with. And since leaving the F1 Sim Racing Championship, now taking the helm of sports cars, GT3s, and really rises to the occasion. It's wonderful to see him as part of this championship. And in that first sector, 39.5, which isn't quite as fast as what we have generally seen in the opening session. We did see, of course, 39.4s of the realm. That was the regular, but we also saw the odd 39.2 as well, Lewis, which we got to remember. 59.1 in the middle sector again, no better in terms of pace. Generally, a lot of the drivers are operating around a 59.2, so this isn't bad for Moreno.
No, we'll give them the full honour of their full team name, which is Mercedes AMG Esports Team Thibaut Courtois Racing. It's quite a lot going on. So if you hear us calling them Thibaut Courtois Racing or whatever, well, we'll roll with it. Danny Moreno, this will be obviously the first time of the session. Can tell you this won't be the pole though. 14.7, it's okay. It will be a few tenths off the pole. Dennis Schoeninger's going fastest in the middle sector, but not fastest in the first.
No, Dennis Schoeninger, 39.4 in that first sector, is around where we generally see the drivers competing in that first sector. 59.1, though, is very good in that middle sector, a tenth quicker than where we would expect. Obviously, generally 59.2's what we saw in the previous session, as now he comes out of the final corner. Let's see what impression he can make here for the Maus team as he crosses the line. Where does Dennis Schoeninger go? Just a little bit faster than Danny Moreno, approximately just over a tenth, very nearly a tenth and a half between them.
Slightly slower in the first sector for Daniel Pagedor, but faster in the middle sector than Dennis Schoeninger. So I think this probably will be running around the same kind of lap time, but it's about nailing that final sector. Any slight slide, taking too much curb, and you'll see Daniel Pagedor either going to the top of the sheets or going right the way to the bottom, out to the final corner. Look at the webcam. Is he happy? Is he not? As he crosses the line, 2minute 14.612 to beat, goes just about to the top of the session.
Yeah, goes to the top by mere thousandths, I would say, in that exchange. Ibrahim Khan, we welcome him back, and he's joining a new team as well in ERA, who are going to be looking to get their championship off to the perfect start again. Khan also part of the BS Plus competition in prior seasons, and now with a full-time drive here at ERA Esports, as now he looks to move his Porsche to the front. We saw the Porsches and how good they competed in, or how well they competed last time out in our previous quarter-final phase. He now makes his way up towards the line, only enough for third fastest, despite a fastest first sector.
Yeah, that's not great for Ibrahim Khan, but again, it's fine. It's not last. That's the important bit. And a 14.7, it's a respectable time. It's when you get those higher 14s to the 14.9s or even a 15, that's where you know you're starting basically on the last row of the grid. Matt Emery for Guild Esports out through the final corner and up towards the line. Can Emery move his way to the top of the session? I think it might be in that mid-pack around those 0.7s, and it is indeed. It's a 0.868. Not great for Matt Emery. We then turn to the BS competition of Gregor Schill.
Yeah, another tough venture for Guild Esports, who will be looking to try and lift something. Gregor Schill marking a return to sports cars here once again, this time in the R1 Championship, as now he rounds the final two corners. Let's see what he can bring to the table. It got a little bit snappy on the exit coming out of the first of the two bends at the chicane as he now crosses the line. Let's see where he can go. Jumps ahead of Matt Emery, fifth fastest, but by no means a decent lap. I think we'll see better.
Well, it was the tale of the fantastic field in the previous race, in the 250th race of R1 with Thomas Tatler. We turn to another one for the Falcons, and this one being Matti Siebler into the final sector right now. First sector is okay. That second sector is lacking, and a big slide there between the two corners of the bus stop, and with a big slide out, but this is going last. I don't know. I don't see this going any faster. No, 15.005. Didn't want to be too harsh on that one, but with those couple of slides, yeah, it was never going well.
Yeah, it just looked like the rear end just seemed rather sloppy coming through the final sector, indeed through the bus stop chicane as well. But we welcome back the Aston Martin of Team Vitality, this time Erhan Yuyovsky, after the disappointment of the opening round where Marcel Chinchik couldn't even get a lap underway in qualifying and then not feature in the race. Well, Yuyovsky's going to try and turn this around as the Macedonian, who's now going to sprint up towards the line. Where is this going to go? He goes third fastest, just ahead of Ibrahim Khan and just behind Dennis Schoeninger.
Yeah, good time there for Yuyovski, and of course for Vitality, no time, no position for Marcel Chinchik in the previous session. Got to say though, best livery on the grid. I'm saying it right now. I'm calling it. That Vitality looks absolutely incredible. Year and a half in the MSI into the final complex of corners, and again those sector times, they are looking, and the right word is okay compared to the grid. Looks like it might be around where Ibrahim Khan, Danny Moreno, he gives a bit of a clap of the hands. Might be a really good final sector here. What's it going to be? 14.9s, even slower than that. That was a sarcastic clap. Sorry, Johan.
Yeah, certainly not happy with that lap at all was Johan Hart, but Dara McCormack looking very racy at the moment. No longer in the Williams team. A vastly different look for the Irishman, who welcomes back a trip around this R1 Spa circuit. He's purple in that middle sector with a 59.0. Dara on his return. This time for Virtus Pro. It's a P2 lap though. Oh, P1, he jumps up to the top set of former teammate Daniel Pashtor. It's 2:14.430.
And that's the target lap time for the next two, and these are two heavy hitters as well. Look at those sector times, really good for Jordan Caruso in that middle sector. The first sector is okay, where the Porsches have been running a little bit quicker in the hands of Dane Warren and of course of Timus Tatler. What's it like on traction through the final complex? We saw some struggles for Matty Siepler earlier on in the session. Jordan Caruso on his debut in R1 across the line, looking for pole position. A 4.55 is good enough for second.
Great lap there for Caruso on his maiden start, really, for this Porsche Coanda team. On the front row, at least for now, provisionally. But Luke Bennett could cause a stir. 39.4 in Sector 1, 59.2 in the middle sector. Again, they are okay laps. I would say this probably puts him around the Schrodinger position, maybe even Daniel Pashtor. Let's see what the third sector brings. That could be the all-important one from a young man who really rose to the occasion last year. 14 red line. He will go only sixth fastest. Unfortunately for Luke Bennett, a challenging session for him, but no one could topple Dara McCormack.
Yeah, and McCormack, we've said before about how his strength and ability is in this championship. Has 22, of course. One of the drivers that has done 22 of the quarterfinals, has gone through into the semi-finals on 17 of those occasions. That is 77.3% transfer rate. Starting from pole position, unless something happens down at T1, I'm pretty sure that's a fairly safe bet. Someone on the grid, though, that has a higher percentage on that, Luke Bennett on the cutoff line, 6th place, just about above it, but that's a questionable qualifying for Bennett.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a bit furious with himself, I think, after that one. Very, very tough session for Team Redline. Hasn't been the easiest of starts. And we also saw what happened to Enzo Benito as well through the course of the race, but fortuitously managed to get past Vasilos Belletsiotis towards the very end. We'll have to see whether we can see the same exploit here from Luke Bennett to get himself into the top 6. But certainly no concerns if you are Dara McCormack, who was actually, I think, one of the first drivers to go back-to-back with round victories, I think, last year as well. No other driver could really pull that off in the initial phases leading towards the major, but coming back again, it certainly doesn't look like he's missed a step, Lewis.
Look, McCormack is one of the best drivers that we've seen in R1 over its entirety, of course. Does indeed, like you say, have a couple of final victories. So, yeah, obviously he's taken the full round victories. That was back in 2023, where he won, was it round 5 and 6, or was it 4 and 5? It was 4 and 5.
4 and 5, yeah.
Yeah, because then Marco Pech won round 6. I remember. Oh, memories. He's got 2 years of memories and stats to go through. But McCormack did win his first 2 races in the online championship last season. Can he start off in the same way? Your starting grid for quarterfinal 2 will go from back to front as we always do. Matty Siepler will be starting from the final position on the grid alongside Johan Hart, who had a sarcastic clap across the line. Matt Emery for Guild will start from 10th position, and Gregor Schill will be alongside on row number 5. Then we get Danny Moreno in 8th position with Ibrahim Khan for the ERA team there in 7th position. A disappointing qualifying for Luke Bennett, one of the drivers who have one of the most victories in R1 competition. He'll be starting alongside the Macedonian Erhan Yuyovski. Dennis Schuniger in some fresh colours there up towards the front end of the field. Of course, taking on the mouse for this occasion. Daniel Pashtor in 3rd position with Jordan Caruso on the front row, looking for another victory for the Porsche Coanda on the evening after Dane Warren's opening victory. If he's going to do it, though, he has to beat Dara McCormack, which will not be easy. McCormack has such a good percentage of victories. Of course, those 22 quarterfinals that I have alluded to, he has won 8 of them. That is a high percentage of race victories, let me tell you.
Yeah, he's got quite the ratio in his back pocket, but now since moving, it was quite a high-profile move to Virtus Pro. Let's see if he can carry the same reputation. Of course, nothing's really changed in the qualifying sense for McCormack. He has come back and is just as enforceful as ever. There is Jordan Caruso in his first R1 start, really, for a full-season campaign here for Porsche Coanda. We'll see how he can perform here in this very first race. I must say, very decent first start to his first round, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I will say, if you're Williams, you're looking at this being like, hang on a second, Darren McCormack, Daniel Pashtor, Dennis Schoeniger, they're all Williams drivers, apart obviously. Now only Daniel Pashtor is a part of the Williams camp. Shows Williams have a pretty good taste in drivers. Let's get the second race, though, underway. Darren McCormack was starting this one for pole position. And will he take victory on his Virtus Pro debut? The race down into La Source in the first corner will begin with Jordan Caruso getting to the outside. No defensive move required from McCormack to fend off Daniel Pashtor as he works his way through and holds onto the race lead. Getting squeezed off a little bit was Dennis Schoeniger as he looks for some clean air, potentially dropping back in behind Daniel Pashtor by the time we work to the uphill section here at Eau Rouge and Raidillon. That Porsche Coanda of Jordan Caruso is all over the rear end of the Aston Martin there of McCormack as we work our way under the Kemmel Straight. But watch this fan out. We saw a big move in the previous race from Enzo Benito and the likes, and we go three wide once again. Dennis Schoeniger to the furthest left of your screen in that mouse car. Nowhere for Erhan Yovsky to go as Darren McCormack hangs on the race lead. Big move to the inside from Dennis Schoeniger as he's trying to get past Jordan Caruso and completes the move for Mouse.
That is exceptional from Dennis Schrödinger. How on earth did they manage to make three wide work going through Les Combes? Very rarely does it work as they now break down into Audrivage corner. And once again, Pashtor coming toe-to-toe with Luke Bennett. This time he's trying to go the long way around. Ibrahim Khan defending to the inside, as well with Gregor Schell in behind, waiting for a chance to pounce as they now race around and getting onto that gravel trap. Goes the Mercedes on the inside. We just saw that then. I think that was Johan Harth who just got onto that gravel trap for MSI Gaming as they now climb downwards through Pouhon. You can just see them getting into an orderly fashion for now. That certainly the 2x2 Noah's Ark feature has come to an end as they come now in towards Corbeil-Port. Well, coming in towards La Fanier chicane, I should say.
Whoa, going out wide, Matt Emery, he's gone off there, he got squeezed off and a bit of contact, I think, between himself and Danny Moreno. Rejoined straight into the side of the Thibaut Courtois car. I mean, again, that black goal looks fantastic, but Matt Emery was maybe a little bit too close to it, making a little bit of contact on the rejoin there on the exit through Fagnes. And those two now have dropped off the rear end again. A reminder, the top six moved their way through into the semi-finals. The gap for the race lead, though, George, 1 second. That is an incredible opening lap from McCormack.
He is not Mr. Beat, has Darren McCormack. Back comes Matt Emery, this time going wheel to wheel with Danny Moreno. Now on the return, coming in towards the bus stop. Outbreaks himself, though, and that's going to hinder him on the escape. Now as they make their way across the start-finish line, so back comes Moreno as they go wheel to wheel down through towards turn one. Who's going to certainly win this one? As once again they battle. Will it be a switchback from Moreno? Not quite. It looks like Emery's going to hold on to that P11, but he was so close to losing it, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed, that was tight as we work our way back up. Second position, Dennis Schoeniger, 1.3 seconds behind the race leader. I'm pretty sure Darren McCormack is checking out and looking for an 18th victory in R1 competition and 9th in quarterfinal competitions. As here comes the move from the feisty Macedonian. Erhan Yovsky goes to the outside of Jordan Caruso. 3 wide they're going to go because Daniel Pashtor and that Williams are going to make it 3 wide. Dennis Schoeniger's able to hang on as they're 3 wide behind him. Pashtor to the inside. That blue Mercedes. Will he be able to drop off? There was a car going over the inside, and that's Pashtor who's been sent off. Pashtor in the Williams has been turned left and sent round on the exit of Les Combes. It's all kicking off here down towards Ravage.
They went 3 wide again, back-to-back laps. We've seen that at Les Combes this time. Pashtor, though, has been the collateral damage in that moment as we now watch them come through the next lap through Jackie Hicks and a squeeze up the inside from Johan Harth in the MSI Mercedes. You can just see him on the left-hand side of picture as we run on board here with Ibrahim Khan as they now step down in towards Pouhon. Rubbing is racing between these two. Khan with some words, not happy, clearly with what he's seen as Harth now moves up into 7th.
I told you, Johan Harth is absolutely ruthless when he gets an opportunity. Moved his way up now into 7th position. He's only 1 position below the cut line, which sees those 2 BMWs, one of Gregor Schell, one of Luke Bennett. And the most notable one of the most notable things that we saw from the first race is BMWs could potentially not have the longevity over this 7-lap race. They could struggle on tyres late on. If that is the case, trust me, Johan Harth will find a move. He will find a way past and find himself a transfer spot into that top 6. This is not done for Gregor Schill, who was looking down the inside, by the way, into poo on Luke Bennett, which is crazy.
Extraordinary. And what's more, Lewis, we got 2 BMW M4s sat in 5th and 6th, so this could be a very dramatic switch. Should the BMWs fall off like they did in the first knockout, opportunity goes the way of one Johan Harth and maybe even Ibrahim Khan as well. This is by no means over. Lap 3 of 7. We've still got 4 or so laps to go here at this point as they now race around turn 1 once again. Once more, a trip through Eau Rouge and Radion. Dara McCormack now 1.8 out in front here. He is applying so much delta upon Dennis Schrödinger right now, with Erhan Yovski waiting for his opportunity to pounce for a potential P2. Probably doesn't need to right now, just needs to focus on his own race. But just look at Johan Harth. We saw how feisty he was, where he went toe-to-toe with Ibrahim Khan around Jackie Ick's corner, and certainly it was a feisty moment, as now once more we see Matti Sipia coming into the fight for Team Falcons, who had a far better race last time out with Thomas Tatler at the helm. This time things are a little bit trickier for Matti Sipia as they come through Les Combes, through Malmedy. It's now Luke Bennett who's the cork in the bottle, and he's got Gregor Schill as well for company.
Yeah, of course, Luke Bennett's just worked his way through there into Les Combes on Jordan Caruso, and I would suspect that Luke Bennett's got the pace and experience to pull away from Caruso. Of course, Caruso is an older driver, has won quite a lot in the world of sim racing. The Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup a couple of years back was one of the more notable victories in his career. He's had a lot going on in his sim racing career. This is his first race on Rennsport, and when you're going against someone like Luke Bennett, yeah, you're up against it regardless of your age. Let's take a look at this 3 wide then and what happened to Dennis Schrödinger. So out wide went Erhan Yovski, and then just getting turned over the nose of Jordan Caruso. I don't know about you, George. That was just messy between 3 drivers going through Les Combes. 3 into 1, they won it.
Well, whenever you go 3 wide into a sector like that, I mean, I thought they were fortunate to get through it on the first lap, to be honest, when they went 3 wide. But to do that on lap 2, it looked more overzealous. And unfortunately, I think someone had to pay the price. It was just unfortunate that it had to be Daniel Pajtor, who really had the inside line throughout the entirety of it. But yeah, tricky moment, and I'm sure the stewards will be taking a little look into that. We'll wait and see to see whether they do have anything to say about it. As we now watch as the drivers make their way around bus stop, we watch Jordan Caruso now head out to the final corners to begin lap 4 of 7. And indeed, at the head of this big fight over P4, it's Luke Bennett in the BMW M4 for Team Redline. Little gap between Bennett and Yovski that stacks at around 1.3 seconds of the realm right now, but in behind we've got Gregor Schill, Johan Harth, Ibrahim Khan as well, all of them looking to fight for top 6 supremacy and a move into the semi-finals as they now look to climb over Eau Rouge and Radion once again. This time Caruso getting the run here on Gregor Schill and Luke Bennett as they now fly up through towards the Kemmel Straight, and opening up this door is Caruso, and he will plough his way into P4, and Gregor Schill might fancy a move of his own. 2 BMWs will meet, coming up through towards Les Combes, wheel to wheel they'll go, but this time Schill backs off, but I tell you who doesn't, Johan Harth, who's fighting for a top 6 place, and now tapping the rear end on that Mercedes just in front of him, and also, should I say, the BMW M4 just in front of him as they climb down through towards Rivaggi, right on board now with Johan Harth, who is sensibly backed away from it, retains 7th place, but some frailties starting to reveal themselves in the 2 BMWs just in front.
Yeah, and Ibrahim Khan's dropped behind Matti Sipila as well. So Sipila is going to be closing back up into this group, and we could see the Falcons rejoin this fight in a potential transfer spot. That was a bit feisty there. But I will say, the one thing that I would talk about I'm not sure it's the straight line speed. It's that sort of like mid-speed acceleration coming off of at the top of Radion. Yeah, no, slipstream, I get it. But unless that drive was so good, or maybe it was a little bit poorer than I expected from Luke Bennett, maybe had a bit of a moment at the top, the speed from Jordan Caruso and the ease he passed Luke Bennett is terrifying from the rest of the field. Because if you have that sort of power and you hand it to someone the likes of Josh Rogers and his experience, yeah, you might not be beating him today. Josh Rogers is one of the drivers, by the way, who has a 100% success rate on progressing out of the quarterfinals, along with Sebastian Job, of course, as you'd expect. Yeah. No one's shocked.
No, not at all. And of course, Sebastian Job now siding his sim racing career with a run at real racing at Red Bull. He's been testing out at Red Bull Ring as of late. And if you want to check out that documentary, you can. It's a really interesting watch. I tell you what, I've watched it quite a few times, in fact. And we do wish, of course, Sebastian Job all the best with that. Of course, very much in the equation for a potential R1 championship. Was indeed a team's champion, though, with Team Redline at the World Cup not too long ago. As we now watch them head up through towards Eau Rouge and Radion again. This time, Dennis Schrödinger 2.1 seconds now behind Dara McCormack as that gap continues to mass upon the rest of the field. There you can see Schrödinger. This time, though, his biggest threat, Erhan Yayovski, who is now very close in behind, around 2/10 between them, but it will become 0 flat as they now meet together, and it's the Aston Martin that moves up into second place. Team Vitality, a very different race from what we saw before, because obviously Cinchik had his issues, but Yayovski bouncing back perfectly for the Vitality team.
Yeah, two of the best looking liveries on this grid going toe to toe. I wasn't actually particularly sold on this Mouse BMW last season, but I've grown. My opinions have changed. So I do really like it. Maybe it looked better on the Audi, but it looks really good on the.
I liked the Mouse last year. I think that got some unnecessary stick, personally.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, yeah, but that's your opinion, not mine. What do you think of it? What do you think of this bad boy? Honestly, I know. To be fair, it's an Aston Martin and it's green and day-glow yellow. I like straight away, it's right.
I love what they've done with the Aston Martin here at Vitality, because not only they've managed to harness the brand of Vitality, but also the traditions of the Aston Martin green, which is what I like as well. So credit to Vitality. 10 out of 10 on your livery for this season. It looks absolutely stunning.
Yeah, genuinely. This is rare for me. No notes. Like, that is a stunning livery. Get me a shirt. Actually, that's one thing I'm going to... here's the critique. Shirt's not as good. Seeing Erhan Yayovski sat there, the shirt doesn't look as good. Look at the livery and then look at the shirt. Nah, there's a step up that needs to be made. When you make
come on now, Lewis McGlade. Come on now.
Green and yellow. Let me know first on the mailing list. It's not going to be an easy run, though, for Yayovski. He's got Dennis Schrödinger right over the rear end of him. And I think there might be another switch as we head onto the penultimate lap.
Yeah, could well be. Penultimate lap of the race now. Dennis Schrödinger very, very close to the back of Erhan Yayovski. Actually extended a little bit coming into turn one, but has recovered straight away and has actually managed to pull out some leverage, so hence why he probably ran that corner out a little wider, just give himself some extra running room as they make their way up through towards Eau Rouge and Radion again. This is where we test the power of that BMW M4, this time against the Aston Martin on the penultimate lap phase. There's Erhan Yayovski in the bottom left of screen. We now right on board with Dennis Schrödinger, and there he is in the bottom left, just below the timing tower, seemingly happy just to wait behind. I think the move will likely come here, Lewis, on lap 7 of 7.
That's kind of what we saw from Dane Warren in the previous race, where on the penultimate lap, he obviously was right on the rear end of Thomas Tattler, could have gone for the move on the penultimate lap, but waited to do it on the final lap. And that's exactly what Dennis Schrödinger's doing here for the second place against Erhan Yayovski, I'm sure to a degree. I was going to say I'm sure to a degree is what was going to be happening between Johan Arth and Gregor Schill, but I didn't realise that gap now was 3 seconds. So there definitely wouldn't be that for Johan Arth. So we head back to that battle for 7th position. Up there in 7th position, then Ibrahim Khan, Danny Moreno, we've got Matt Emery, Daniel Pajtor is involved in this fight. None of these drivers will be transferring unless there is drama up ahead, but we've discussed this time and time again, they are still scoring points, so it is important to finish as strong as you can. They do matter.
Yeah, and obviously a reminder is that point system. It still very much encompasses the same format that we had last season and the season before, where we have 25 points in the quarterfinals and the semi-finals for a race win. It then falls all the way down to P12, where you get 0 points in the quarterfinal phase. Semi-final, once again, 12th place, you get 0 points, and again 25 points for the win. But remember, in the final, you get 35 for the race win and 25 for second, so on. Of course, we can go through that later on during this broadcast, and then of course the group race goes back to a 25 points for a win system as well. But nonetheless, as we now look to bring an end to lap 6, lap 7 of 7, and the final lap gets underway, and Dara McCormack romping home with this one, has ploughed yet another half a second in the last lap alone, Lewis.
I'm not going to lie. All the races that we've seen, obviously the 250 that we've seen before this point, I cannot recall many, George, that have been this dominant. We've seen some incredible drives, of course, from Sebastian Job and Josh Rogers and Darren McCormack, of course, along with a handful of others. But this, when it comes to destruction of field, it is up there. We had a Porsche 1-2 in the last race. Could be heading for an Aston Martin 1-2 in this race, depending on what happens with Yuyovski. Is he able to keep Dennis Schoeniger at bay? Up and towards Les Comps, certainly is. Had a really good drive side by side here between Redline and Porsche Coanda, as Jordan Caruso on the inside and Luke Bennett. A little bit of a brush between them, and Luke Bennett is going to hang on. 4th place for him, then Caruso, then Schill. Must not spin round from this. That's the only way that you're going to lose out on that top 6.
Absolutely right, because the top 6 should be, as they stand, go through to the next session. Just see there, should I say the BS Plus competition car, Gregor Schill in 6th spot, of course ahead of Johan Haaf, as it stands by nearly 3 seconds here at this moment in time. And should that be maintained right through the course of this lap, then the top 6 will be as they are heading through to the semi-finals. We will lose the rest, but Dara McCormack just dominant here at this stage, 2.9 to nearly 3 seconds clear of Erhan Yuyovski in 2nd place, who I think is quite happy to bring this one home in 2nd. Jordan Caruso, though, in his first start for Porsche Coanda here in R1, looking to bring this one home and host as well. But once again, we get to witness the Team Redline Coanda battle, the rivalry that has been in existence in this championship for so long. Yet there could be another chapter written, but it's all on McCormack as we enter the final sector.
Yeah, and I've got to say, what a way to say hello to Virtus Pro. I'm pretty sure they'll be pretty happy with their 2025 signings here, George. Dara McCormack out through the final corner, just completed in the final race of the Esports World Cup, completed his 100th race. And what a way to start a brand new century here in R1, as Dara McCormack comes through the final corner and takes his 18th victory in competition as he crosses the line for a brand new team in Virtus Pro for him. And it's a dominant performance as well. 3 seconds clear to make it an Aston Martin 1-2. Erhan Yuyovski will cross the line in 2nd spot for Vitality. But what a drive, and what a way to say hello.
Start number 1 and victory number 1 here for Dara McCormack. A high-profile move from Williams Esports to Virtus Pro has paid off. Virtus Pro, who were at the bottom of the field before, now at the very top. What a phenomenal performance. 3 seconds to the good ahead of the cars behind, belonging to the likes of Erhan Yuyovski as well. Great to see Vitality back, just sort of escaping the demons from the first knockout there, Lewis.
Yeah, obviously with the issues of disconnection there for Marcel Chinchik in qualifying, which stopped him from taking part in the race. Bit of a shame there for Vitality to start out that season in that way. However, Yuyovski has bounced back. It's one of the better drives that we've seen from Yuyovski in the recent past. Of course, played such a big role in Marcel Chinchik's 2023 Spring Championship. Yeah, incredible stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. We can go across now for an interview with the one, the only Dara McCormack now, who is standing by now for a quick chat. And I tell you what, the first question has got to be, Dara, great to have you back here in the R1 Championship. Always a pleasure to see you. Different colours this time, but the results seem to be staying the same.
Yeah. Cheers, George, and hello to Lewis. Good to be back. I think everybody's excited. New colours with Virtus Pro this time around. It's something new challenge, new car as well. So yeah, just really, really excited for this season, and I'm happy to bring home a win in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, I mean, look, what an unbelievable performance. I mean, we've seen you take part in a lot of races, obviously, for Williams. 100 races for Williams. Are we going to see 100 here for you in Virtus Pro? We'll have to wait and see. But there aren't many that I can recall that were as dominant as that. Were you watching Knockout 1, though? Well, the quarterfinal 1, where the Porsches looked like potentially the strongest team?
I've heard about that. They seem to be the quickest car. They seem to have the best acceleration and top speed, which suits well for this track. That's it just makes it a good race car. So yeah, it seems like we'll probably have a good scrap with them. But yeah, it seems like the Aston's a pretty nice platform. Rotates a little bit more than the Mercedes did in the past. So something a little bit more suited to my style. So yeah, I think it's going to be quite interesting against Porsches and the other cars.
Yeah, I mean, just how long did that process take, moving across from the Merc then into the Aston? Did it take some time to sort of adjust to a new potential style of driving? I mean, or was it a seamless fit?
It was a seamless fit because I've driven the Aston before elsewhere. I enjoy front-engine cars. I enjoy cars that rotate a lot, and this does. So, yeah, I'm used to jumping between different cars as well. It's a typical thing that we do with BOP, So it's it wasn't too difficult at all. Just once you get your head around it, you have your head around it. So, yeah, it's really, really enjoyable to drive.
one final question before you let you have a little breather. Did notice at the start of that race, obviously you were on pole position, had a couple of old teammates though behind you, Daniel Pastor, Dennis Schoeniger. I mean, what's that like? Obviously these people that you've raced with so often over the last couple of years, now you're racing against them. There's kind of a unique experience, I guess, for you in some ways here in R1.
Yeah, especially in the quarterfinals, you never race against your teammates, and now I'm racing against my ex-teammates, 2 of them in one, as you said. It was pretty unique and pretty cool, actually, to see my friends. I like to call them my friends, not just ex-teammates, in the same split as me. So yeah, it was really, really cool to see them up there.
Wonderful stuff. Thank you so much, Dara. We wish you all the very best. We'll see you in the semis.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. That's Dara McCormack, everyone. A true professional here in the world of R1. Of course, has so much success in the past, and great to see that he hasn't lost a step, Lewis. He's going to be a very formidable force to beat.
I would have been very shocked if the victory, maybe not, like that one, fair enough, like take a go. But if Darren McCormack had come in here in Virtus Pro and then like had started to struggle, couldn't get the top 6s, couldn't get the podiums, like, I couldn't see that ever happening. I knew, like, he's obviously going to move into this. He's obviously going to do well, even in a brand new car, a brand new team. It's McCormack. He is that good. Whether that's going to keep up even in the finals, that performance was very scary for a lot of the other teams. So I'm sure the likes of Josh Rogers and Porsche Carrera, they're probably taking a quick look at that and thinking, my goodness me, what do we have to deal with? Let's take a look though at some of the highlights, of course, from that race. A little bit of contact there, and Matt Emery being sent off through Les Combes. It was a little bit of a sketchy move, but he was able to rejoin and then rejoin in on the fight as well, trying to get past Danny Moreno and working his way up from the rear of the field, just getting as much up the order as he possibly could after that big moment. But the 2 of those were separated from the rest of the field. The battle for second position would see, of course, it being held at the moment by Dennis Schoeniger, but then, of course, this moment being spun round. Daniel Pastor, after a 3 wide through Les Combes, just getting a little bit wrong. Erhan Yovsky also involved in that, as was Jordan Caruso. On board with Caruso in the middle of all of that, not really anywhere for Caruso to go. We had a car to the left, a car to the right, and then a car on his nose as well, being spun round. Battles late on, big moves for Jordan Caruso, getting past Luke Bennett, who'd worked his way up from a 6th position in qualifying. Caruso moving up into 4th. Also involved in this fight was that BS competition car, just trying to get involved. Gregor Schill, of course, wasn't able to work his way into it, but a trio of white, red and black cars, a little bit of yellow, of course, on that BS competition, just to help and distract us. A late move to see Luke Bennett progress back up. It was actually a really good drive from Luke Bennett, should probably highlight that. Maybe a bit of a mediocre qualifying, but still was able to work his way forward, and we didn't see the struggles from the BMW in this race realistically compared to what we saw in quarterfinal 1, so maybe that's not so much of a problem.
No, maybe not. I think you're absolutely spot on. I was going to touch on that, actually. Just the fact that there was, I suppose, a shift, I would say, in comparison to the first race to the second race. So, obviously not necessarily a consistent problem that the BMW drivers are going to be facing, but we're going to be looking ahead, nonetheless, to 2 more of the quarterfinal rounds that we have to bring. Of course, we'll send another 6 cars through when we go racing in our next knockout ahead of our semi-final visits are going to be coming up later on tonight. But so far, so good if you're Dara McCormack, as well as the others that have taken part as well, the likes of course Dane Warren, who put his Porsche on top. So those 2 are our race winners so far here in the quarter-final phase. But nonetheless, looking ahead, is going to be a very spicy venture. Some really good performances across the board. Got to give credit to the guys like Gregor Schill as well, who I thought even him in the BMW performed relatively well, Lewis, holding that P6 and built a nice steady gap.
Yeah, no, like, I think it's mostly because the gap that was afforded to them after some incidents, but still kept his nose clean, kept himself involved, and importantly, getting involved in that racing late on without taking any major risks. Actually kind of hard, because as a racing driver, you're obviously like, all right, here's Jordan Caruso, here's someone that I can battle with, here's someone I can get past. But also going, I've got to measure the risk, because if I spin out here, then I'm going to look like an absolute fool by not progressing, even though realistically you're in a position where it's almost impossible not to progress. But it is what it is. Let's talk, by the way, the next race. Race 3, because I've got the entry list here for you, George. We'll have John...
We're ready for it.
Part. Of course, he's one of the Apex drivers that's taking part in MSI Esports. You've got Ferris Stanley in there. You've got Mikhail Schmiedel, one driver who's won things. I'm pretty sure he won Le Mans Virtual back in the day as well. So a quality driver. Nicholas Matteo, Henry Moore. Really excited to see what Henry Moore gets up to. One fascinating young talent to keep an eye on in the world of sim racing. It's Max Benneker. That's going to be a fun one. Charlie Collins, Yuri Toman, Przemysław Marek Lemonek, someone who we've seen a lot of quality drives. Tobias Pfeffer, Wojciech Fiala, and Kevin Siggy. Ooh, this is going to be a fun one. There's a lot of big names in this one, George.
And you've got Kevin Siggy, a man who we were commentating and wondering when his time was going to come in R1. Came into the championship with such a high reputation, and then didn't he just go on to win in 2024 in that major title back for Team Redline? Not only that, Redline went on to win the Teams Championship last time out at the Esports World Cup. There is Mustachio in all his glory. And we also witnessed, of course, Max Benneker prior. He has also had success over in Saudi Arabia. Remember, he won Gamers 8 back in 2023 as well. And that day, Porsche Coanda winning the team's title. But Charlie Collins out on track, the replacement of Mac Backham. And now it's Collins who's going to go for a full season campaign once more with Porsche Coanda, and will no doubt be full of confidence after what he saw from Dane Warren earlier on. And that's not a bad way to start at all. A 39.3, a good tasty way to start your lap.
Yeah, it's a good first sector from Charlie Collins, to be perfectly honest. 39.3 is faster than quite a lot. I think it's even faster than the first sector that we saw from McCormack there on his way to pole position. But the Porsche is pretty good in that first sector. It'll be interesting to see Kevin Siggy driving around the circuit without a plaster on his forehead, though. That was the last that we saw of him after absolutely smashing his head into a wheel at the Esports World Cup. Whilst amusing and shocking, it certainly didn't hurt him when it came to his speed. Absolutely incredible season last year from Kevin Siggy. He gets to drive around the number one as well, which is always a bit of fun. Really tidy sector coming in here from Collins, though, as he mounts the curb on the exit of Fania. A little bit wide there, but I think that's absolutely fine. You actually see them run a little bit wide here at campus as well. Dip a little couple of wheels in that gravel on the left-hand side across the second sector split. Oh, this is a mighty lap time here, George.
Yeah, I must say, Charlie Collins came in with a lot of excitement. A young man who came in for, of course, an experienced veteran by the name of Mac Backham, who is now more in line in terms of the coaching side of sim racing these days. Not necessarily a competitor. Charlie Collins, though, right at the very start of his vibrant sim racing career. Grew up a lot in South Wales as well. Was educated there, but has now since moved to mainland Europe to be with his Porsche Coanda teammates, and now flying out to the bus stop chicane. Purple in the first two sectors, 39.3, met with a 59 flat and a 35.9 in the final sector, a 2:14.419, a stellar lap to kick off quarterfinal 3.
Fastest lap time we've seen so far today, 4.30. That was in the hands of Darren McCormack. We did see another 4 from Dane Warren, but a 4.19, that is a tough lap for anyone to beat. We've got 11 more drivers in this session, though. Can anyone top that 4.19? Do you know what? I'm not so sure, as Matteo will come across the line, and that's definitely slower. A 14.983. Fastest lap of the day, though, for Collins.
Yeah, here comes Henry Moore, very much like the realms of Nicholas Matteo and, of course, Danny Moreno, who we saw before. He began his career very much involved in the F1 sim racing side of things, competing in league racing, then eventually moving across to compete in sports cars in GT3s, and now back again in GT3s here in the R1 Championship, debuting for Guild in this championship fight. 39.5, 59.3. Where's this going to go? It's a 2:14.8, topples Nicholas Matteo and goes second fastest, but I think we'll see quicker.
Look, Henry Moore he's more of an open wheel specialist, very much so. Did battle Graham Carroll in the 2024 British Formula 4 Esports Championship all the way to the line. So we'll have to wait and see if he can adapt his way here in GT3s. He is fairly experienced in them, but still, Wojciech Fiala out through the final complex of corners and up towards the line. Middle sector's pretty good there. This could go should be second, yeah, with a 0.618. So faster than Henry Moore, faster than Matteo. I think that lap time may end up around 5th, 6th, 7th, that kind of area.
Yeah, here comes Lemon M, making his way down through towards the start-finish line. I'm kind of missing the blonde hair this season, but never mind, as we now watch him come through in towards the final chicane. Coming through the final corner now at a bus stop. 39.3 met with a 59.2. This isn't a bad lap at all here for Przemysław Lamanek, who is now looking to try and drop himself just behind Charlie Collins. Drops in behind Wojciech Fiala. So not bad for Team Falcons. Right in the mixer in the top 3. But here comes Ferris Stanley.
What a middle sector from Ferris Stanley. The first sector's not so great. It's about a tenth or so down on what Charlie Collins has set, but that's fine. That middle sector is really fast. One of the fastest that we've seen so far. Can Ferris Stanley for BS Competition chuck himself up into the mix? We already saw a great drive from Kaiki Oliveira, as we expect, as Stanley will come up towards the line. That is a really good lap time. A 2-minute 14.489 would have been good enough, I believe, for the front row in the previous race.
I can hear Florian Haspar giving a big whoop to that one, that's for sure. An incredible one indeed. A 2:14.489 and a mere 700ths behind Charlie Collins, but on the front row nonetheless. Here comes Tobias Pfeffer there with a 39.4 in the first sector, of 59.1 in the middle sector. This looks like it's going to be around about Laminek's time as well, making his way towards the line just ahead of Fiala. A great lap there for the Williams Esports team, and Purple in that final sector. He'll be thrilled with that.
I was holding 3 fingers up there saying third position. I wasn't telling you to read between the lines, don't worry. Definitely was talking about that car going to the third. Great drive there from Tobias Pfeffer. Again, another one of these drivers on debut here. Speaking of which, here's Robertson, another driver who's on debut. You'd more see him racing in things like rallycross and he's raced in everything in sim racing. Great to see him here in Rennsport up towards the line. That is not a good time, though, for someone who is one of sim racing's fastest drivers. Robertson there going into 8th position on a 15.001. Here's Tony.
Yeah, the first 2:15 of this QF3 session. Yuri Toman, who would have watched the Macedonian and his teammate Haniovsky go second in the previous race. Toman has had his fair share of success as well in the past. And Vitality come here with a very experienced set of drivers, the same 4 that we have seen in prior seasons. Toman tows himself to P4, just behind Tobias Pfeffer with a 2:14.579.
Yep, 22 quarterfinal appearances for Yuri Toman. Of course, all 22 that we've had. He's gone through in 19 of them, which is an extremely high percentage. The exact same percentage as this driver here. 22 completed, 19 gone through. Excellent middle sector here from Kevin Siggy as he looks to put himself on the front row. I don't think it's quite going to be pole position. Might not even be ahead of Ferris Stanley. It is just about ahead of Ferris Stanley by 100th of a second. 2 more lap times to go. Schmiedel rapid in the first sector.
That is a massive first sector there with a 39.379 and could enter his name into the dance floor. The middle sector, perhaps a 10th out, though, of where he would like it to be. We generally see them 59.2s. It's certainly nowhere near where Charlie Collins was earlier on, but you never know. Sector 3 could yet deliver the Porsche. We've seen it successfully make its way around this Spa circuit already here tonight as he now blasts his way up towards the line. Where's Michael Schmiedel going to go? An underwhelming 7th fastest despite that one purple sector.
Yeah, obviously we saw him racing, I think it was for FaZe last season, didn't we, with Schmiedel. Did 6 quarterfinals, progressed in 2 of them. Might be a bit of a tall order there to do it, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's take a look then with Max Benneker, the winner of the first ever event. And of course, the Gamers 8 champion. He's got a lot of accolades to throw to his name. And for Mouse now, he comes to the final corner. Could be about 4th position for him. Oh, it's not even that. That's seriously disappointing. 7th place. That is a shock. Big shock.
And if he stays there, Lewis, that means he's out of tonight's knockout phase. Charlie Collins, though, what a humongous lap that was. It was the first one set here in the session, and it remains at the top, undeterred and undefeated, as we now look ahead to knockout 3. And the young man from the UK looking to add his name to further glory and also offer Porsche Carrera their 2nd victory here in quarterfinal action, following suit from Dane Warren at the very start. What a phenomenal effort from the young man. Let's see how he gets on later on. But yeah, perfect start. Obviously, a few surprise shocks there. Max Benneker, I think, is probably the biggest one, Lewis.
Yeah, it really is. But that's the thing. We've always said this time and time again, these qualifying sessions, you only get 1 lap. And that's the really major thing. If you don't get yourself like mentally into the right window, and it can be really, really hard. And, you know, we're only talking a few tenths here. It's not like in other esports where you get to go time and time and time again. You only get that 1 lap. If you're down by a 10th, you're not, it's not 1 or 2 positions down. You could be down in that cutoff zone, in that sort of 6th, 7th position, which is exactly where Benneker finds himself. And that's one thing as well that gets harder as we go through the event, because obviously here in the quarterfinals, realistically, this is the easiest grid you come across all day. When you go into the semi-finals, the grid's tougher. When you get into the finals, I mean, if you're setting a 0.4, you might not be on the front row. You might not be on the front 2 rows. You might not even be in the top 6.
Yeah, but we saw what could happen as well if you're in that top 6 and you're just outside of it in that last race. There was 3 seconds, wasn't there, in between safety and also being out. Let's go through the grid from back to front. First and foremost, Nicholas Mateo starting P12, joined by Henry Moore on the back row of the grid in 11th as well for Guild Esports. We've got Zemislav Lamenek in 10th, and then Michael Schmiedel joins him in 9th. In fact, we've got Schmiedel there twice there. Maximilian Benneker starts in 7th place with Wojtek Fiala in 6th. We've got Yuri Toman in 5th. Tobias Pfeffer down in 4th as well on the second row, joined by Ferry Stanley, who put in a stonking lap to initially go onto the front row as well. Kevin Siggy, though, back in form and on the front row, and he's going to be sided with Charlie Collins. Redline and Coanda meet again on the road down towards the source.
Yeah, the one driver missing from that is, of course, driver who'll be starting from 12th place, and that's John Robertson in the MSI car. So if you're wondering as to why Schmiedel's appeared there twice, he's not that good that he's driving 2 Porsches around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. It's just Robertson missing from that one. But, of course, it is what it is. I mean, I'm really excited to see what Robertson could do in this race. Really excited to see if Henry Moore and that can work their way through. Really excited to see what's going to happen at the front of the field, though. Ferry Stanley, really solid qualifying. But like you say, Tobias Pfeffer there, 4th place. That's really impressive. I said he was a good driver, but to debut with 4th, that is, especially around here, because unlike when Dominic Blyer was first obviously taking part, obviously when we were racing at Daytona, that was a new track basically for everyone. This is the circuit that they have the most experience on, all of the drivers on the grid.
Yeah, certainly do. So we now watch the cars make their way down through towards the final bus stop chicane. There you can see on the just on the outside there of picture, it's Charlie Collins, and on the inside, or just on the outside there, you can just see the Team Redline car belonging to Kevin Siggy. Different livery, though, by the looks of it on this occasion. Looks more in line with the BS Plus competition cars that we have seen as we now watch them make their way down through towards the start-finish line. And very shortly, as they drift onwards, it's pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. Charlie Collins getting a very nice start as well as they now scream down through towards turn 1, wheel to wheel. Now between the front 2, Kevin Siggy very nearly losing out there to Ferry Stanley, who very aggressively moves his way through towards the inside. Looks like Siggy's managed to hold on, though. We're right on board with Yuri Toman, who is also joined by Wojtek Fiala in behind, as well as Max Benneker, who is now holding on to 7th place, where he started with Zemislav Lamenek, still in 8th place as well. But it's Charlie Collins at the head of the field with Kevin Siggy, met toe for toe, 3/10 between them, with Ferry Stanley in 3rd. Tobias Pfeffer getting a nice orderly start as well. Yuri Toman just trying to make his way forward, just trying to hold position, as now we once again see the 2 BMWs just dicing it out, but it's Siggy who will retain P2 on the run through Malmedy.
Yeah, we do apologise for the BS competition livery appearing every now and then on Kevin Siggy's car. It is obviously the BMW M Team Redline Racing Bulls machine that Kevin Siggy is behind, but we'll do our best to keep on top of that. Charlie Collins, though, good start. It is nice and tight, this one, unlike what we've seen in the previous 2 race starts, where obviously in the first race the top 2 were able to check out. Obviously in the second race, Darren McCormack was able to check out. In this race, no one's able to check out. Everything's staying relatively tight, and let's be real, you would not expect Charlie Collins to pull out a major gap on Kevin Siggy. We know how good Kevin Siggy is. The entire field is nicely together. Might be the way throughout the next 6.5 laps. Maybe we'll see that all the way to the checker flag. I doubt it, but still.
No, I think there could be a lot that could happen in between. Obviously, if you're Max Benneker, you don't want it to be the status quo, because if it is, you're out. And he's currently sat in 7th place, and at the moment, just 2/10 away from Wojtek Fiala. Gap to leader there on the right of the timer classification, as you can see on your screen, folks at home. So we now see them coming out of Corbeil-Paul Frere and through Blanchimont once more. There's Yuri Toman. He's going to look to try and drop Tobias Pfeffer in a battle over that 4th place, but obviously more importantly, he's in that top 6 and will be in with a chance to battle when we make our way through to the semi-final phase in this knockout first 3 rounds of this championship run to decide who will go, of course, to the Esports World Cup. A lot on the line. Is quite a statement championship. It's grown quite a lot over the last couple of years, with some big teams entering the fold. Of course, we speak about Virtus Pro, we speak about Maus. Oh, many others as well, as now Falcons goes up the inside. We got Zemislav Lamenek and Wojtek Fiala going wheel to wheel. Very tight as they made their way through turn 1, Lewis.
Yeah, this is a big one for Benneker to try and work his way through, to use that instant to maybe throw himself back into the mix. He remains behind Wojtek Fiala, who hangs on to 6th position, but there could be a switch to the top of the hill. The important bit for this group, though, there's a 1-second margin now appearing to Yuri Toman up ahead. They are losing touch much of that top grouping. Oh, as there's contact there as Lamenek goes to the inside of Wojtek Fiala. He says, are you joking? Not there, fam. As Beneke sent it to the outside. Can he complete the move into Lake Com?
He's not Slim Shady enough to slip up that inside. I tell you, as they now make their way through Mel Medi, still wheel to wheel, and Beneke goes off wide of the gravel trap and rejoins. It was very close to contact as they met again. Wojtek Fiala was just about able to stay on, as was Lamenek as well, who was up the inside, but it's going to be Lemon M and Max Beneke wheel to wheel again. Porsche meets BMW as now he dips into the gravel just briefly, and on the escape, they'll then travel down through towards Pouhon. Beneke forced to wait in behind. Lamenek now takes 7th place. Beneke down to 8th.
And Beneke does have a bit of an issue here sometimes in the quarterfinals. We've seen this quite a few times from him. In fact, in the first quarterfinal of last season, he failed to go through. In the second, he got 2nd place. In the third last season, the quarterfinals, he also failed to get through before going on to win 3 consecutive quarterfinals to move through into those semis after that point. Basically, he's very hit and miss. He's done the 22 that we've said about before. This is 23rd, as quite a lot of the drivers have on this grid. Has only progressed on 15 occasions from one of the best drivers on the grid. That is a shocking statistic. He's won 8 of them, though. He has the 3rd highest race victories in quarterfinals compared to the rest of the grid. These stats, they're all over the place for Beneke, and he's going backwards even further.
He is, and he's a former champion as well. This is certainly not a champion's drive so far. He's up against it. A little bit of an upending of his rear end on his BMW, but it looks like he might have made it work as we now watch Nicolas Matteo coming into this as well for the Thibaut Courtois Esports team. Wheel to wheel now as they now meet, coming through towards turn 1. It looks like Beneke's retaken that 7th place, and now on the run up through towards Eau Rouge and Radion. They will battle again, but the important fact here is he's 2 seconds away from Wojtek Fiala and safety to move through into the semi-finals phase. They now race uphill through Eau Rouge and Radion again. There you can see Matteo trying to hold position. Enter Michael Schmiedel as well, not to mention Semislav Lamenek, who has lost a few positions and looking to challenge back. Here comes Nicolas Matteo, now around the outside here of Max Beneke. Switching to the inside goes Semislav Lamenek. He goes for the inside, 3 wide, coming through Lake Com as they bump, they battle. Lamenek's gone off into the gravel trap. The Porsche is down, and through goes Michael Schmiedel into 8th place. Matteo 7th, Beneke down to 9th.
Look, it's a fantastic heavy-hitting battle for the whopping wooden spoon. None of these drivers will be progressing, I can tell you that for free, unless there's some unbelievable drama happening up ahead. This is where all of these drivers' days will end. So you might as well go out there and have a little bit of fun racing. I think they've all kind of accepted the fact that this is probably it for them this afternoon. But yeah, for Lamenek, I mean, we've said 3 into 1 doesn't work. 5 into 1, just trying to find any pathway. Yeah, I mean, that was always going to happen, wasn't it?
Well, we saw something similar to Daniel Pagel, didn't we, in the last race, where they went 3 wide going in towards Lake Com, and he, of course, got upended after getting a tap in the rear. Not ideal at all if you are Team Falcons, and indeed Semislav Lamenek, who I have to say, on his day, Lewis, can be exceptionally quick.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'd say any of these drivers on their day can be incredibly quick. Like you say, for Lamenek, yeah, sure. The one driver who is, I'd almost say is the opposite of that, because his day is more often than it's not, is Beneke, where every now and then he doesn't have his day and he's here battling in the midfield. All that is a big send to the inside, trying to get past not only Schmiedel, but also Nicolas Matteo, but he'll hang on to 8th position. This is a really frustrating way for Beneke to start out the season. Remember, again, I think retired. I think he was running below the cut line and then retired from the race at the start of the season in 2024. And it looks as though it's going to start in exactly the same way, unfortunately, for Beneke.
Yeah, not an ideal way to begin your championship and indeed the road to the World Cup whatsoever. Michael Schmiedel is right behind him, and we're riding aboard with Schmiedel now, coming up through Eau Rouge and Radion on the tail of the BMW as he now opens up the door using the Porsche as they now stretch uphill once again in the 911 GT3R. He has got a nose in front. Very nearly his whole car is in front, and Beneke will have to allow him through. Beneke back down to 9th, Schmiedel up to 8th, but just look at the gap. If you're Nicolas Matteo to Wojtek Fiala, once again, similar to the last race, it's now nearly 3 whole seconds, Lewis.
Yeah, and you'll see, by the way, 11 drivers on the left-hand side. There is one driver missing from that. I believe it is a disconnection of some description for Henry Moore. I believe might have desynced from the server or something like that earlier on, because I saw him still on the timesheets and moving his way forward. But yeah, I believe not in this race anymore, which is a shame for a way to start the season for the Guild Esports driver, but that's just sometimes how it goes. Obviously, you've got plenty more rounds after this to work your way forward, but for Henry Moore, the day is done. As I would say, realistically, it is done for Nicholas Mateo, for Mikhail Schmiedel, for Maximilian Benneker, for John Robertson, and for Przemysław Marek Lemonek. It is not done for this group here, because the top 5 are all pretty close. Wojtek Fiala's driving around by himself, and we'll just have to do that for the next half of this race. But the battle for the race victory, it grew to 8-9 tenths of a second. It's closed back down now to 6. Kevin Siggy's going to give Charlie Collins a good run for his money, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's managing that BMW exceptionally well too. At the same time, staying on tow as well with Charlie Collins, as the two teams with such a long storied history of battling here in sim racing, Porsche Coanda and Team Redline, who went ahead to grand success back last season in the Esports World Cup and took the team's crown, as well as Kevin Siggy bringing home the bacon in the Drivers' Championship as well, and trying to stay behind Charlie Collins, who he himself putting together a stunning qualifying lap in order to put himself on pole position ahead of this very race. Now we watch further up Ferris Stanley getting closed upon by Tobias Pfeffer, who's now climb the hill through towards Kemmel, and they're going to go wheel to wheel as well, and Yuri Tobin is watching this fight unfold as they now race up through towards Laycom, and it looks like the Williams has got the upper hand here. Ferris Stanley forced to just drop in behind as Yuri Tobin gets his foot on the brakes just behind the BS Plus competition car, but it's Tobias Pfeffer now inside the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, what a debut. What a debut for Pfeffer, working his way forward into, yeah, sure, at this point almost guaranteed to move his way through into the semi-finals, so that's always good. But for a podium as well for Williams, after losing a couple of their best drivers as well, can be a little bit shocking for them. Obviously, you know, Pajdor's already out as well after a bit of a crash in the previous race. For Tobias Pfeffer to say, don't worry, lads, I've joined your team. I think the ink's probably still dry on that contract, because it really didn't happen very long ago. Pfeffer joining the Williams team. Again, just absolutely fitting in brilliantly. And I've got to say that Williams does look really good.
They've always been spot on where it's come to producing liveries. I think year in, year out, where it comes to R1 and its championship, they've done a great job of bringing the identity, I think, of Williams to the grid each and every single time, and continuing their long storied history as well with Mercedes. Of course, that's been a partnership that's been ongoing in this championship for a long, long time, not to mention in real life where it comes to, you know, F1 in itself. Of course, a Mercedes partner where they are supplied a powertrain. Of course, here in sim racing, they have a very, very close network relationship as well. And Tobias Pfeffer representing that extremely well here in this quarter-final race, as Charlie Collins takes them down through towards the next round to commence the penultimate lap of the race. It's gone oh so quickly. Let's take a look at a replay from earlier. This was the big incident that led to Przemysław Lemonek drifting into the gravel trap. A very unfortunate spin after going near enough. There was like 5 cars packed together coming in through towards Laycom. Here's a view from behind the scenes. They now go side by side. Oh, Lemonek, there was just no room, was there, Lewis?
Yeah, Lemonek was there, but then obviously you had him getting pinched just a little bit by Mateo and by Benneker, who were dealing with their own stuff. That initial bit, I don't see as really anything that race control would probably say. Maybe they will, but I would be looking at it being like, look, the 3 of you lot have been pretty silly, to be honest, and none of you are moving through anyway, so it is what it is. Pfeffer, though, defending here, 3rd position, as Ferris Stanley right on the rear end now, and look at the gap for the race lead, also just 0.3 of a second. Might have a last lap ding-dong sesh.
We could well do. Kevin Siggy still very much there and ready to fight, as we now watch Benneker with Michael Schmiedel just in behind. His 8th place at the moment for Benneker, but he's got quite a bit of work to do to catch up with Nicholas Mateo, who's currently sat in 7th place for TC Esports, and of course Thibaut Courtois, who's very passionate about racing, also the goalkeeper for Los Blancos, Real Madrid, over in the La Liga Football League system. and of course has taken part in various sim racing enterprises in his own right, and off the back of creating TC Esports at the same time has built his very own real racing team as well to boot, with Thibaut Courtois Racing now representing in F4 championships in the Italian F4 side, as well as building a junior building program that is able to bring through new stars of the future. As you now watch Charlie Collins, speaking of a star of the future, he is definitely a star for now, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, I've known Charlie for quite a while. Obviously, haven't seen him take part in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup for starters, but yeah, haven't seen him in the world of sim racing for a long time. Both he and his brother Bryn, they're very talented drivers. We've seen Bryn a fair amount in esports, but we've seen Charlie a lot here in R1, and is showing himself very, very well. Hasn't taken part since the very beginning. You did allude to it. Did take over from Mac Backham. Has done 21 races. He's won one of them, had podiums in 8 of them, and has been in the top 6 in 13 of them. This could be a second victory for Charlie Collins.
I'm proud to say we went to the same school, but not at the same time. And unfortunately, I'm a little bit older.
How older aren't you? A couple of years?
A few years. Yeah, a few years. I won't go into it. But yeah, I think the headline will give too much away anyway.
Charlie Collins and Bryn Collins' lifetime in your own lifetime.
Extraordinary. Extraordinary. You make me feel so old, Lewis McGlade. Ferry Stanley now chasing after Tobias Pfeffer, going through the Laycom section. Of course, Ferry Stanley still with an opportunity to build back into that third place, but Tobias Pfeffer is going to make that all the more difficult for him. We're on the final lap of the race right now, and Yuri Toman has joined this fight too, but something tells me they're just going to want to bring this one home and host. No reason to put yourself into difficulty, especially when a semi-final place is on the line, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, absolutely flying at the front of the field, but flying in the middle of it. Like you say, if you're in this battle, there's no reason for you to do anything too silly. And I think that this might be a pretty calm run to the checkered flag from the Lotties. Maybe Kevin Siggy might try and go for a look there on Charlie Collins. But it looks as though Charlie Collins is going to start out 2025 in the same way that he started out 2024. Because, of course, in the opening round, in the opening quarterfinal last year, Charlie Collins did take his first victory.
Yeah, not phased about taking the reins over or filling the shoes of the great Mac Backham. It's Charlie Collins who has stepped up for Porsche Coanda and kept Kevin Siggy in behind. The ever-imposing Kevin Siggy, who is currently a reigning champion. And Collins looking to send a clear message, just as his teammate Dane Warren did in our first quarter-final. It's Porsche Coanda who certainly looked to be on tabs for taking a second win here tonight and confirming his place heading into the semi-finals that is coming up later on tonight. He set the fastest lap in qualifying so far this evening, and he's about to usher his name into the top step once more. Charlie Collins, a victor here in quarter-final 3 here at Spa-Francorchamps. Race 1. It's victory 1 for Charlie Collins, and he'll look ahead to the semis, no doubt with peak confidence.
Yeah, impressive drive for Charlie Collins. Did lead quite nicely earlier on the first lap. Obviously had a little bit of pressure on second, third, fourth lap. Built a bit of a gap, and he used that gap to hold Kevin Siggy at bay to take a very mature victory there. His second victory in R1, but of course a great way to start off the 2025 season, beating the reigning champion.
Yeah, no doubt. I think 2024 was him sort of finding his feet in the series. Now he is here in the very first start of the season. He's got a full campaign to do. This is where he really needs to show what he's all about, isn't he? No longer the young starlet. Now he needs to be that seasoned campaigner, Lewis.
Yeah, and, obviously Porsche Coanda, they are a really, really strong team. We know that. Obviously, Josh Rogers will prove that, I'm sure, in the next race. But for Porsche Coanda to come into this, obviously they are aiming for the victories. They're aiming for the big time. They've got a quality lineup. Obviously, we know they always have done. Mitchell de Jong out, though, Jordan Caruso in. As much as I really do like Mitchell de Jong, got a lot of respect for him. He's such a talented driver. I would say that is a positive move. I do think Jordan Caruso at the moment is a slightly stronger driver. We'll have to wait and see if he fits into Rennsport. That's the thing, is that he's lacking experience in Rennsport, and that's the problem. But he seemed to fit in quite nicely in his quarterfinal. But when you're Charlie Collins, you've seen Dane Warren win, you've seen Jordan Caruso battle up there and get into the top 6. The pressure's on you now to take that victory, and he took it nicely, comfortably, and relatively speaking, easily.
Yeah, again, helping the ratio of the Porsche Carrera drivers moving through to the next round as well, which gives them a great chance as well of winning the final. That'll be coming up later, but of course that's a different matter altogether. Big loss at Mouse, though. Max Penneker, one of their strongest drivers, if not their strongest, Lewis, and that is going to be a mighty loss for the rest of the night.
It really is. And the thing is, you've got to kind of look at it and be like, is it a shock? Is it a shock to see Max Penneker out? And I've got a slightly controversial opinion on this, because I would say no, it's not a shock. Kind of what I was saying with Johan Art earlier on, where there's kind of one of those drivers that you could see going through into a final or getting knocked out in the quarters. There are times where, you know, especially early on in the season, I could say the same about Max. I could see him getting knocked out in the quarterfinals. I could see him progressing through and winning the whole thing. The thing is with Max, though, that you've got to keep an eye on is if he is struggling, he will get stronger and get quicker in the click of a finger. It's not a slow and steady progression back up to the front of the field. 1 week, he will just be at the front of the field and the fastest driver. This is not that week, and that's fine, but that week will come this season.
Yeah. And it's certainly, you know, a week that he doesn't really, well, he wants to be back on top. If you're Max Penneker, with the reputation that he's carrying, he doesn't want to leave any stone unturned. Obviously, we'll have to see how he bounces back over the next sequence of rounds that we have coming up going forward. But some upsets as well. Team Falcons, we would have expected perhaps a little bit more from Lemislav Lamenek. Just put himself in a little bit too much trouble, Lewis.
I think, though, the ship had already sailed early on for all those drivers, because once you'd had Wojciech Fiala and that check out into the distance, that group was already kind of sat there being like, look, we're not going through. It's not happening unless we get incredibly lucky. And that's when they were battling really, really hard. I think they were battling hard because they had accepted the ship had sailed, right?
Yeah. Do you think that John Robertson also needs time to adjust to this platform? Yeah.
Any of these, well, I say any, most of these drivers that are jumping into, like you say, your John Robertsons, you would say that with Tobias Pfeffer as well, and quite a few of the other drivers, where they're new to the platform, give them time to settle. For a couple of these drivers, the likes of Tobias Pfeffer, they've come over from a set of Corsa Competizione into this, and we've seen a lot of drivers, the Dom Blyers, obviously the Darren McCormack when he started off, we've seen a lot of drivers jump over from ACC and do quite well in Rennsport. It's some of the drivers that come from iRacing into Rennsport that seem to struggle. John Robertson has moved over from the iRacing neck of the woods, and so maybe it's a little bit of that.
Yeah, well, we can confirm the race results from quarterfinal 3. Charlie Collins, your race winner, and the second Porsche Carrera driver to win here tonight as well. Kevin Siggy second for Team Redline. Tobias Pfeffer in his debut start for Williams in third. Ferris Stanley, a very impressive qualifying session, met with a reasonable race performance as well. Fourth place, just one set below where he qualified. Yuri Toman in fifth. Nicholas Matteo coming home in sixth as well. Then we have Max Penneker in seventh. I think there might be a bit of a discrepancy there over Nicholas Matteo there. We'll have to double check, but Michael Schmiedel there in eighth, unless there was a penalty, of course, we never know. Michael Schmiedel in eighth place, Wojciech Fiala in ninth, John Robertson down there in 10th as well. There is Henry Moore, who had the disconnect. That might be the reason, in fact, because Lemislav Lamenek finishing in 11th place, just disconnected after the major moment coming out of Les Combes. But no answer for Charlie Collins from anyone across the field. Very good performance from all those involved in that top six as well. A rudimentary race for them was certainly, just a standard procedure in many ways. There is Lamenek as we take a look back at some of the highlights from the race itself. There's Max Penneker just in behind as well. They just all came together, and it was a consistent theme throughout the course of the race as it carried onwards. Of course, there we saw the Aston Martin just creeping up the inside. But remember when Penneker went wide as well, coming out of Malmed, he was so fortunate they did not make contact or indeed crash. And there you can just see Lamenek down the inside just trying to chance his arm coming through Rivage. They're all desperately trying to make places, and as you can see, the theme carried out or continued right through the course of this evening's race. There's Nicholas Matteo going up the inside as well. He was met as well by another Porsche up his inside, but you can just see there Penneker taking them through up the hill, and this is where they met again, heading up through towards Les Combes. Once again, this time it was Lamenek chancing his arm up the inside, had a lot of contact in between the ERA car as well. It was just sat right on the outside of that fight. Just simply wasn't enough room. 5 into 1 certainly did not go on that occasion, as we now watch from John Robertson's point of view coming through, and he of course added insult to injury with a little tap on the rear of Lamenek's car. It was wheel to wheel again. from Benneker heading down through towards the final corners. But unfortunately for Benneker, he would not make his way through and unfortunately out of the session. So Maus very much handicapped for the rest of this evening, losing a major threat to every other driver across the grid. But they do have some other threats, though. They've got the likes of Yuri Karsdorp, an experienced campaigner. Has had it tough as Yuri Karsdorp, though.
Yeah, you're hinting, of course, at the grid for the fourth and final quarterfinal, which I have. Of course, Jimmy Antunes will be taken to the grid for the MSI team. We've got Nikodem Wisniewski as well. Should be very exciting to see how he gets along. You got Robbie Stableford out there, Augustin Torlashi also out on the grid. Botterhouse, Yuri Karsdorp, as you've said, Joshua Rogers, one driver who I think if you were a betting man, stick him on now. He's going through. He's just going through. He's got a 100% record of going through. Thibaut Casavon, Jakub Maciejewski, Jeff Rietveld, Dom Plyer, and Kev Ellis Jr. also on debut for Virtus Pro. Of course, we saw him race for Apex. Really curious to see how Kevin Ellis Jr. Transfers. We saw an excellent drive from Darren McCormack. To be fair, I could see Kevin Ellis Jr. going on and winning this race and maybe throwing their hat into the ring. Obviously, one driver that you'll note that is missing this evening, we were kind of hinting at a little bit earlier on, but he's had a little bit of busy times out there, obviously being a support. He's the third driver, isn't he, for in F1 Sim Racing, Sebastian Jobe? Because obviously he's not racing here tonight.
Yeah, well, I think also balancing with the real-life stuff that he's also doing at the moment in the world of motorsport too. Another man who's been travelling as well with the F1 Sim Racing Championship has been this man, Jeffrey Rietveld, as an engineer for the RB, or the VCARB team in the F1 Sim Racing World Championship. I actually got to cross paths with him last year, where he was engineering for Red Bull last campaign as well. Has got, a very smart sim racing head on his shoulders, as one Jeffrey Rietveld, and certainly no slouch behind the wheel either for Team Redline. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled on him to see how he performs, whether he can follow suit from the likes of Kevin Siggy that we saw in our previous race. But yeah, incredible. We've also got Team Falcons to look at. I mean, Jakub Matuszewski also responsible for some really class performances in the past, very much like Zemislav Lamanek. Like I said before, they were the underdogs last season, but they really do have a lot of potential in this team.
Yeah, they've really proved themselves really well. Started out the season, did Maciejewski last season with a podium in the first quarterfinal, and ended the online season with a podium in the semi-finals as well before going through to the final and then finishing 10th position. Has got a lot of speed. Has also got a victory to his name. It was on day 2 in the Esports World Cup of the Teams Championship, so the third day in totality that we did. Being his only victory. But the fact is that when you've taken part in so few races, relatively speaking, just 18 races, to have had a victory to your name already for a driver who we wouldn't necessarily expect to be at the front of the field all the time with some of the big heavy hitting names that we've got, it shows that he is very much a quality driver.
Yeah, he definitely is, and we'll look to see whether he can come back with a bang here this time. Hopefully not one like Zemislav Lamanek, fingers crossed, but we'll wait and see. Of course, we'll be seeing Yuri Karsdorp take to the circuit very soon as well. Lewis tends to be a driver that's kind of out of sorts from time to time. He has had his struggles in the past. We'll be looking, I think, for some renewed confidence this time around.
Yeah, needs to find his footing. Of course, remains behind the wheel at Maus, which is always a solid thing. Look, again, quality peddler, has got a victory behind his name here in R1. But of course, having taken part in 63 races, only one victory, maybe not so ideal. Has been a part of the competition from the very, very start, and doesn't have a particularly high progression percentage. Just 50% of the time he progresses through into the semi-final. So it'll be very interesting to see how he gets on. But of course, we've got the first lap coming in from Nikodem Wisniewski, fresh moving over to BS competition driver who we've seen, of course, at Williams. We saw at G2, and now we see at BS competition. Quality signing for them to pick up. Talking sector times versus the sector times that we saw from Charlie Collins, of course, the fastest lap of the evening so far with that 2-minute 14.419. It's actually pretty on it, to be honest. Only a 10th down from that in the first sector, but the BMW is more strong in this middle sector here, George, where it was a 50.090 from Collins. That's not great.
No. I mean, I must say, Charlie Collins' middle sector was sensational. That's a 59.3, though, for, I have to say, Nikodem Wisniewski, and that's around about a 10th off the norm, I would say, that you generally see, the consistent norm that we get from the drivers. So not a great middle sector for Wisniewski. Needs a monstrous sector 3, ideally, to try and rein that back in, generally around the realms of a 39.3. If it's anything outside of that, then you're in trouble, as he now makes his way, coming through the bus stop chicane this time around. Let's see where he sits as he makes his way up towards the line. Purple in the first sector for now, purple in the second sector for now. It hasn't been taken away from him yet as he now crosses the line. A 36.0 in that final sector. A bit of a tricky lap. A 2:14.7, not the worst, but by no means the best.
Yeah, that's a midfield lap time if ever I've seen it. That'll be around sort of 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, that kind of margin. Slightly slower in that middle sector here for Torlashi as he works his way through the final complex corners. I think this might be slightly slower, maybe a 0.85, something in that kind of margin. Let's see as Torlashi crosses the line. 0.973. Oof, lost a little bit in that final sector as well. Bit of a shame there. Augustin Torlashi, I think, might be starting his debut race in R1 from the back of the field with that.
Yeah, very close to the 2:15s that we saw from the likes of John Robertson in our last quarterfinal session, which is not a place where you want to be. Now, if you talk about Bono House, you talk about one of the greats in the world of sim racing, ever so experienced, carries a lot of weight, given his name in the world of esports and sim racing. 39.4 in the first sector is relatively standard. I don't like that middle sector, though. That's a 60.9, which will put him firmly to the back at 2:16.6. That is a really poor lap time from the Guild man.
First 2 minutes 16 of the evening, and we don't mean that in a good way. Very sorry there for Bono House. That will be the rear of the field, I am absolutely sure. First sector's okay here for Thibaut Casbon. Second sector's really quite good. This might be a low 0.6 or a high 0.5 for Thibaut Casbon, depending on how he gets the final sector. Maybe took a little bit too much curb there, going through the final part of the bus stop chicane across the line, and he did indeed lose time in that final sector. Not too much, but, you know, a 10th or so. I think he just clobbered the curb too hard.
Yeah, fastest though for now, unless he's toppled. Next up, Jimmy Antonez, who, like we said before, obviously part of the Apex Racing team that now has a very new look with MSI Gaming taking over. We will, of course, be seeing his former teammate Kevin Ellis Jr. later on here in this session, as now the Mercedes-AMG GT3 powers up towards line. 39.5 in the first sector is certainly not quick. 59.2 there, and he's not happy about it. That's a time that sets a 2:14.8. Recovered it somewhat, but that first sector wasn't ideal.
First sector here, not so ideal for Dominic Blyer. He's half a 10th down on what Charlie Collins set in that first sector in the previous session. However, in the second sector, he's half a 10th up. This is going to be a 14, I believe, from Dom Blyer. Basically now the lead driver, really, in Williams after the departures of a few like Darren McCormack. Up towards the line for Dom Blyer. This is going to be the fastest time of the session, I'm sure, and it's a 4:49. So it was going to be a 0.4 quality lap time from Dom Blyer. But the fastest first sector of the session goes the way of Josh Rogers. That is a mighty lap. This could be a 13, George.
Yeah, 39.3 in the first sector is very special indeed. He's purple in that first sector with a 59.0 in the middle sector to boot as well. This is a lap of a former champion, and he's back again here at Spa as well. Of course, he's seen two of his teammates take top spot coming off the back of two quarterfinal races. Not enough to beat back Dom Blyer, but enough for second fastest. It's Williams and Porsche co-owner on the front row.
Part of me is thinking, I don't know if I said this could be a 0.3 or a 13. Josh Rogers isn't that fast, but I said it was going to be a 13. But no, definitely not quite a 0.3. But I think there's one out there this evening for them to get, and that might be required if you're going to grab pole position in the final. Still a decent lap time for Josh Rogers, who could line up on the front row of the grid. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, on his debut for Virtus Pro, not happy with the lap time. It's going to be midfield for him, I'm sure. Yeah, midfield with third place. The fastest of the 0.7s, the three of them we've got, has moved him up to third position with 4 lap times still to go.
But 1,000th of the second was enough to separate him from Thibaut Casbon in third place. The finest of margins between them. But Robbie Stapleford now 39.5. That first sector is not looking happy. Neither is that middle sector. Almost in line with what we saw from Bono House earlier on. We'll see where this puts Stapleford. Maybe House has been given somewhat of a reprieve. Let's wait and see now as Stapleford crosses the line. Where will he go? Staples himself into P8 and joins the 2:15 club, but still faster than Bono House's 2:16.
Jakub Masiejewski, the next one to come through in the sectors. Realistically, at the moment, it's about 1/10.5 to 2/10 off of the absolute fastest, so those 0.4 lap times. This could be a 0.5 and around where Josh Rogers is. I think it's going to be third place. Might be a 0.6 here for Maszejewski as he comes through the final corner of the Falcons, looks towards the timing for him, and it is a 0.5, and he does indeed go to third. 2 more lap times, Yuri Kastorp and Jeff Rietveld.
Crumbs of comfort going Jakub Matuszewski's way after what happened to Laminek in that last race. Yuri Kastorp now also looking for a reprieve for Maus, who lost Max Benneker in that last race. A 39.4 in the first sector is fairly steady. 59.1 though in the middle sector is pretty good. Let's see what sector 3 can deliver here for Kastorp as he now comes up towards the line. A bit of a squirrely exit, but he's okay as he now makes his way through towards the line. 4th fastest from Yuri Kastorp. A welcome return from him.
That's a good lap time, realistically, for Yuri Kastorp. But one final lap time to do in the session as we look towards the BMW M team at Redline Racing Bulls car. Jeff Rietveld behind the wheel. 10th off in the first sector of where we expect. A couple of 10ths off in that middle sector, to be honest. And I think this might be a lap time struggling for those 17s around Nikodem Wisniewski. Maybe even Jimmy Antunes there, 7th and 8th position. Let's see what he is across the line. It's going to be a safe pole position for Dominic Blyer. Fastest final sector of the session coming in from Jeff Rietveld to rescue him. 7th position, but Dom Blyer on pole position.
Yeah, brilliant lap there for Dom Blyer. I have to say, we did wonder whether it would be Joshua Rogers who would take it. It looked very much like Joshua Rogers was going to take it right in the initial stage, and a big wave there from Dom Blyer as well. And good to see a big smile on his face. And he has every right to be. He's got a huge opportunity here, Lewis. A good opportunity, a huge opportunity for Williams.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't know if you feel the same kind of way, where obviously with the departure of someone like Darren McCormack, there's that kind of vacant seat here in R1 of who is the top Williams driver, because it was always McCormack, right? It just always was. We knew that. Obviously him now Virtus Pro. That's kind of maybe a little bit of competition between he and Kevin Ellis Jr., who obviously didn't have the greatest qualifying here, but still pretty strong. At least position-wise. Dom Blyer has kind of asserted himself at the top of that Williams team, challenging those really fast lap times, those 0.4s, like what we were seeing from Collins and from McCormack and from Warren as well. Could Blyer be a threat later on in the day as well? Could he go after the victory in the finals? Well, he has to get through this, of course, and the semi-finals as well.
And beating a tenacious man like Joshua Rogers, who's got so much weight in this championship, has done so well in the history as well. Joining him on the front row, that's who's sending a message to the Williams team to say, listen, my name's Dom Blyer. I'm here to lead the team. You know, after the moving of Darren McCormack now to Virtus Pro, I mean, what he needs to do now, surely, Lewis, is bring it home, and ideally with a victory under the table, because that would do wonders, not only for his confidence, but also to kind of suggest that Williams have an opportunity to really mix it up with the boys up at the front. And obviously Rogers is going to come in there with, I don't think he's going to have it all his own way this time.
No. I think this is going to be the tightest season of R1 that we've seen, by the way, just in general. Everyone's really got to grips with Rennsport now, really got to grips with the competition. I think this is going to get closer and closer. But for Dom Blyer in a really solid position. Obviously does have one victory to his name. That was at LAN in day 2 of the Esports World Cup Teams Championship. Let's take a look, though, at the starting grid, though, for the 4th quarterfinal. And once again, we'll go from back to front. Botterhaus, one of the most legendary drivers in open wheelers, starting from the rear of the field. 12th position for him after the first 2 minutes 16 of the day. Again, not an accolade you really want. Robbie Stableford will be starting from 11th position, with Augustin Tolashi starting from 10th position for Falcons. Jimmy Antunes there in 9th position, with Nikodem Wisniewski in his BS competition debut starting from 8th. Jeff Rietveld for Redline outside of the cut-off points before we get to the beautifully liveried Thibaut Casabon in that Vitality car, starting alongside his other Aston Martin, sort of not teammate, but you know what I mean. Kevin Ellis Jr. there will be starting for Virtus Pro. They'll be behind Yuri Kastorp, very tight on lap times, that grouping in the qualifying session. Jakub Maszejewski in 3rd position with Josh Rogers and Dom Blyer there at the front of the field. I did say that Tolashi was in the Falcons, but obviously he's not. He's in the Thibaut Casabon car, just the delivery. Just catch me out, don't worry. We can see them here on the grid, though. Dom Blyer on that pole position, looking for a second victory. But if he's able to do it, he has to be one of the strongest drivers in R1 competition. Of course, Joshua Rogers, who has a 100% transfer rate here from the quarterfinals. He's done 22 of them. He's transferred from 22 of them, and it'll be a tough man to say that he's not going to go through on the 23rd. But can he take victory in this one as we are racing for the fourth and final quarterfinal here at Spa? The inside line being taken, of course. Tight defense from Don Blyer. Josh Rogers just about trying to hang around the outside, but was unable to do so. Jakub Masiejewski able to hang on to third position as Kevin Ellis Jr. making a little bit of progress up to fourth as he fends off Yuri Kazdop on the run into Rouge and Rally on any side-by-side through here. Not for the race lead, but that could leave us with a big slipstream and a big drag race into Lake Com. Looking back in the middle of the field, Jeff Friedfeld just about on the cut-off point, but here comes Josh Rogers to the outside, and the Porsche of Jakub Masiejewski on the inside as well. Rogers to take over the race lead. Yuri Kazdop throwing his Maus car into the mix as well, as Don Blyer goes from first to fourth in one straight.
3 places lost for Don Blyer as Joshua Rogers shows the mark of a full season champion by going to the top. Oh, there's a big spin for the back. Now that's Robbie Stapleford, I believe, who has lost out and has dropped to the rear of the field. Disaster for the Stapler, who has now dropped to the tail end. The ERA Racing team driver now rooted in P12 with Augustin Torlashi now moving up to 11th as a result, but it's Joshua Rogers who now takes the lead. Like I said, full season champion back in 2023 and ahead of Matuszewski as well as Kevin Ellis Jr. moving up to third. Dominic Blyer, the biggest loser of all, coming up through towards Lake Com, losing 3 places and dropping down to fourth.
I think Torlashi, by the way, was involved in that incident as well, because he dropped back as well with Robbie Stapleford, and the pair of them find themselves 4 seconds off the rear end of this entire train. Already 7/10 of a margin at the front of the field from Josh Rogers. He's taken through to the race lead and is already starting to check his way out, and potentially even just already make an early booking for his placing in the semi-final a little bit later on this evening. Of course, after the quarterfinals, it'll be the first of the semi-finals. Then we get the second of the semi-finals. We'll be shocked to hear that before we get to the final of the evening. So after there's just 3 races left to go and we're done with the day. Josh Rogers 6/10 of a second of margin. Noticing this quite a lot, George, that early in the race the leader is able to make a bit of a gap going through that second sector, but that closes up as the race goes on. It's happened in all 4 of the races so far.
It certainly has, and it's maintained some really steady gaps as well. Just watching this, Thibaut Casibon trying to, a very late move here, coming in towards turn 1 from Jimmy Antonez. Just having a little look at the inside of Thibaut Casibon, wasn't able to make it work. Casibon really measured himself well up to it. Let's have a look at a replay. This is what happened at the top at Lake Com. Now we're watching Robbie Stapleford here, coming through the right hand, and that's, I think really, he kind of squeezed the BMW to the inside, got onto the curb. There is, of course, the Mercedes of the TC Esports driver of Augustin Torlashi. So that's what happened to Torlashi, but now we go back to the live action. Casibon once again being creeped up upon here by Jimmy Antonez. He's going to creep up the inside in a fight here over that P7 position. Antonez now with a favourable inside, coming through towards Malmedy, and the Mercedes AMG GT3 just creeps and peeps on through, and in behind Nikodem Wisniewski also wants a piece of this pie here right now on lap 2 of 7, but it's Antonez up to 7th place.
Yeah, they can't fight too hard though, because they've got to be staring at the rear end of the BMW M Team Redline Racing Bulls car that currently runs in that 6th position. Currently the final position in the transfer window to move through into the semi-finals. If they battle hard, they'll no longer be a part of that equation. For Jimmy Antunes there, for Thibaut Casibon, for Nikodem Wisniewski, they've got to keep themselves clean. What a chance though that Robbie Stapleford was spun around in the car that he was in. He's been in before, of course. We know that he's been in BS competition a fair amount, but obviously seeing him jump out and over into the ERA cap, which is always going to be a bit fun to see, along with his old teammate Ibrahim Khan. But yeah, spun round by a BS competition that he'd been in before, straight to the back of the field. Bit of a shame, but Nikodem Wisniewski, someone who is not afraid of getting his elbows out. So if you're Thibaut Casibon, maybe be a little bit worried about having someone of the strength of Nikodem Wisniewski behind you.
Yeah, and this is not ideal at all for Casibon, who I must say qualified reasonably well, but since seen himself drop down through the order, and obviously it hasn't been easy for Team Vitality. They've already lost Marcel Cinchik essentially after the first race. Obviously wasn't able to take part on the grid, and then aside from that, obviously we witnessed great work from the likes of Erhan Yuyovski, also Pryor, and also Yuri Toman as well, but it doesn't look like the same is going to fall into the lap of Thibaut Casibon. He's really going to have to go to work here. Fortunately enough, he is only 3/10 away from Jimmy Antunes. who's currently sat in 7th, with Jeffrey Rietveld also right on the bubble of elimination in 6th place. Doesn't want to fall any further, does the Team Redline car. And you can just see him there just behind picture with Yuri Kasdorp just in front. We're watching Kasdorp fly up through Kemmel Straight again this time, as now we see Kevin Ellis Jr. now debuting, of course, here for Virtus Pro, right on the tail here of Joshua Rogers, but he's got Jakub Matuszewski also on the tail of him, pretty much riding the rear spoiler on the Aston Martin Advantage GT3, but no concerns currently for Kevin Ellis Jr., who will remain in 2nd. But just look at that gap now, it's starting to flow out to very nearly a 2nd, with Rogers now starting to pick up the pace.
Yeah, Rogers is checking out now, and for the two teams that have been the winning force so far in the opening round of 2025, it's been Virtus Pro, obviously, in the hands of Darren McCormack, and then the 2 other race victories coming from Porsche Coanda. Looks as though those 2 teams are going to be going toe-to-toe at the top end of this session as well. 1 second, though, behind Joshua Rogers. I don't know about you, George. I think he's gone. I think he might be a little bit too quick for the rest of the field to close down on. We know how fast Rogers is generally. But, yeah, with that gap already growing and ballooning to over a 2nd, you're now not getting any real slipstream assistance. That really comes into effect around, you'll get a little bit, sure, but it's 7 tenths and below. That's where you're getting that slipstream, and with it being around a 2nd, well, guess what? You're not getting it. No,
that's absolutely right. It's, I mean, this is the beauty of R1 and how volatile it can be. It's lap 3 of 7, soon to be lap 4 of 7. We've already crossed the halfway point here in this race. Joshua Rogers still out in front and is still putting in the work to try and break that 1 second gap, and he nearly has done it. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, refusing to go down and is working hard to try and close that gap back up, but it has now jutted out to a 2nd, all but briefly. Jakub Matuszewski as well, just in behind, waiting for his opportunity. Still only 2 tenths away from Kevin Ellis Jr. as it stands, with Dom Blyer still very much in this top 4 mixer, with Yuri Kasdorp as well. There is Thibaut Casibon, who needs to get to work now. Antonez is there in front of him in P7. The opportunity to gain a place in the semi-final is still here for those cars that are in that bottom 7, bar a couple. Obviously, remember Augustine Torlashi and Robbie Stapleford now disconnected from the rest of the field. And Bono House also has actually dropped and forfeited, hemorrhaged a lot of time, is now 5.4 seconds away from race leader Joshua Rogers, and nearly a whole second away from, or in fact nearly a whole 2 seconds away from Nikodem Wisniewski. As now we see Casibon watching as Antonez has a look up the inside of Jeffrey Rietveld, and I gotta say, Rietveld might have twitched ever so slightly there, very close to meeting side by side with Antonez over that 6th place.
Yeah, very, very tight indeed. But like you say, the thing there for Rietveld is he's dropping off the rear end of Yuri Kasdorp at the moment, which might be a bit of a concern for the red line driver, as he can see the potential top 5 moving away, or realistically safety from him. He is in 6th position at the moment, so he is transferring. But the weight on his shoulders to try and keep these 3 behind is going to be, well, it's going to be pretty heavy. But for a driver who has won a few times here in R1, in fact, winning in the first ever race of R1, wasn't it? Back in, obviously, the opening quarterfinal that we ever had when we were racing back in Poland. All those, it's a couple of years ago. It's been a long time.
Feels like a lifetime ago now, Lewis Smigley.
Sticking it in a comedy booth with you, but still.
You've been with me that long, sir. Incredible. But yeah, no, massive. Absolutely exceptional. Of course, remember, it's all important to achieve a top 6 place in here, and if you want to add some extra gravitas to it, the higher you seed at the end of the knockout phase after the first 3 rounds of the championship, the better group you're in. If you're in the higher groups, then you have more of a chance of getting through to the Esports World Cup. Remember, there are definite places available for teams at the end of the dynamic group stage, but then the rest of them will have to fight it out for a place when they head to the Esports World Cup. You just see there a little bit of mouthing there from Jeffrey Rietveld, perhaps a little concerned with what's going on right now, because Antonez definitely looks like more of a threat. And in the background, you can also see Thibaut Casibon having a little look to the inside as well. There's a queue of cars looking to give Jeffrey Rietveld a major headache here, and I must say, he's looking a little stressed, Lewis.
Yeah, I think it's going to lose out here. He's got more than a second, like you say, to Yuri Kasdorp, so he's got no slipstream assistance. He's got a very strong Jimmy Antunes. He's got a very strong Thibaut Casibon, a very strong Nikodem Wisniewski as well, and he is going to lose 6th position here. It's not over yet. He'll be able to maybe work his way through, but around the outside goes Antunes in his MSI car. He's going to have to cover off Thibaut Casibon, who's coming in with a whole head of steam, and Nikodem Wisniewski as well, to the outside for the BS competition driver, as he's able to potentially work his way past the green and yellow of the team vitality. But Thibaut Casabon says not on this day, as the only switch in that group was Antunes up to 6th position past Rietveld.
And that 6th position means he will go through to the semi should it stay like this. And that's exactly what Jimmy Antunes is looking for. Obviously, they come into this now joining a new team. And with a new team comes new challenges. Antunes, though, rising to the occasion for MSI Gaming. Of course, partnered with the Mercedes AMG manufacturer as well. As we watch them come downhill in towards the middle sector. Lap 5 of 7 as they now make their way through the Fanier chicane. And then a trip down through towards Campus and Stavelo. There is Jimmy Antunes, no doubt looking to consolidate this place in P6, wants to try and sprint clear of Jeffrey Rietveld just to basically avoid him from getting a decent tow and a decent run. What is good here in this case now is that Jimmy Antunes is basically reforming almost that train that breaks into the top 6. So now he's closing up to the back of Yuri Kasdorp. Now, is this a chance for perhaps those behind to really gamble and move into that top 6 as well?
Yeah, it's kind of like how do you play your cards here if you're Jeff Rietveld? Like, do you sit behind and think, oh, actually, there might be a bit more to gain from this if I stay behind, leave Jimmy Antunes to do what he's doing? Or do you think maybe we'll have to, kind of, cycling team time trial this and switch positions constantly going up towards Lake Com to use that slipstream to gain that advantage? How do you play it? I think their chance to get a top 5 is gone, I'll be brutally honest, unless that grouping up ahead battles as much as that's quite harsh to say, because obviously you can see them right there. It is really tight. But 1.1 seconds, I just don't see that actually being closed down at this level unless there is some fair battling up ahead. But it's right there.
Yeah, I mean, this is more Jimmy Antunes, I think, perhaps defending or trying to defend against Jeffrey Rietveld. Obviously, he can use the toe of those further up to try and hold back Rietveld, but it's not working so far because Rietveld now is going side by side. And look at Thibaut Casabon, who's coming into this and has drifted dramatically to the outside. He's going to go for a double. Here this time for a battle for P6. Casabon all had it, all but briefly. And now here comes Rietveld once more in his BMW M4. He's onto the curb, very nearly in the gravel. Casabon with the inside line, dipping down now in towards Rivage, wheel to wheel again, this time with Antunes, who's going to try and fight back against Jeffrey Rietveld, and now going wheel to wheel with the Aston Martin, but it's Casabon who has managed to leverage his way through, and onto the grass goes Antunes as he now meets Rietveld, and of course Nikodem Wisniewski up the inside. It has got so fraught, so tight here, Lewis, and now contact coming through Pouhon as well.
It's not ended in tears yet for someone, but trust me, in the next lap and a half it is going to end in tears for someone if they keep driving like that. The defence from Rietveld there was too far on Nikodem Wisniewski. He pulled that one right the way down to the grass, gave absolutely no room. And I think I'll hold off on that too harshly. I'm not sure if there was an overlap or not. If there was a slight overlap, then obviously it is over the line. Nikodem Wisniewski might not have been there though. I think by my aim might have been, but we'll hold fire on any judgment. And also, but it's not my opinion doesn't matter anyway. It's race controls. But Jeff Rietveld there defending hard to keep Nikodem Wisniewski at bay. But the important bit for them is Thibaut Casabon is in 6th position. 0.3 of a second the margin between Casabon and Rietveld though. This is going to come down to this last lap between this grouping, and trust me, one of this 4, they're surely not reached the checker flag in this position.
You've got to give Thibaut Casabon full credit for the move, though, Lewis. I mean, that was a huge effort. 2 cars, 2 for the price of 1, through Malmedy down towards Rivage. I mean, it wasn't necessarily anything. He needed a lot of parts to come together there to make that happen. He profited off the back of the contact between Antunes and Rietveld and Wisniewski. At the same time, he was coming up behind, but Casabon just had the line. He was able to jump through right to the bitter end. He had the toe on the way up towards Lake Com, was able to get it done, but we're on the final lap. But now you could say that he is going to be the victim of his own success now, because it gives Jeffrey Rietveld a chance here, Lewis.
Yeah, here he goes then to the outside for Jeff Rietveld, but watch this from Nikodem Wisniewski. There comes a bit of a late move there from Thibaut Casabon to try and fend him off. He's had BMWs go one way, BMWs go the other way, and Rieveld's the one who finds himself now in position. This is going to come down to the bus stop chicane on the last lap, so a bit of an overlap there. You can see in the mirror behind, a little bit of leaning on from Jimmy Antunes onto the side of Thibaut Casabon, who fends him off down into Rivage.
Yeah, Kazibong defending very diligently, but you could say as well quite forcefully. Moves, still remains in 8th place, and Antonez now down in 9th. You remember, earlier on was in that P6 and qualifying position to move through to the semi-finals, but it's back in Rietveld's hands, and now Nikodem Wisniewski is in a position maybe where he can challenge. Now remember, there is one area where you can slipstream left here on this circuit, the run through Blanchimont. That's their last final chance of asking, heading into the bus stop chicane, Lewis.
Yes, indeed. Like you say, for all of them, that is their last opportunity. Will be their last opportunity of the evening. This is the final lap of the quarterfinals before we focus our attention on who's going to be going through into the final again. We'll have 2 semi-finals after this, and then we'll be talking through one final 7-lap race around the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps here to open out the 2025 season. Jeff Rietveld staring at the rear end of his car, staring at the mirror, of course, towards Nikodem Wisniewski. Whilst all that's going on, Josh Rogers is getting ready to come across the line as the driver who's the winningest driver in R1 is about to take yet another one. Here comes the outside move, though, coming in. The main focus there being that transfer spot. There is Rogers across the line for his 37th victory in R1, and it's all kicking off back here as Nikodem Wisniewski has worked his way past. We'll get this one on replay, don't worry. We had to see Rogers across the line because he was winning, but Nikodem Wisniewski has come through in 6th. George Morgan, we have missed some shenanigans. We could see some controversy at the end of all of this, but it's this man who has taken all the plaudits. Joshua Rogers back on top, a position he is oh so used to. Of course, this is what we've come to expect from a former champion in full season racing, and now back again after his team would go on to win the Gamers 8 Teams Championship as well back in 2023. Looking for further success, it was Redline who had the advantage. Talk us through the highlights, Lewis. Well, this is just the replay of that final bit. Rietveld was in way too deep. Rietveld was in way too deep. Pushed Nikodem Wisniewski clear off the road, and that was where that I'm not going to lie, Nikodem Wisniewski did cut off a lot of the inside of that. Race control will take a look, but Jeff Rietveld didn't give him a single option otherwise. So, in my opinion, that's fair game. I don't know what else happened in the race, whether there's some other things. I'm sure race control will take a look at quite a bit of that, but at least from that one incident, for me, yeah, Wisniewski was fine.
Did look like it carried Wisniewski a little bit too far, didn't it, with Rietveld, I think, making the manoeuvre that he did. I think at that point, at a very heavy braking zone as well at the bus stop chicane, where you're almost definitely going to go into the off-track section should you run that far. So I think you can, like you so rightly said, I think you can excuse Wisniewski a little bit for that, to be absolutely honest. So yeah, I would agree with you, Lewis. I think there's definitely cause for Wisniewski to feel comfortable with the fact that he will move through, but obviously we'll await official recognition on that. Probably one driver that's going to be very disappointed is Thibaut Kazibong, because he had it in the palm of his hands, Lewis.
Yeah, but that's just sometimes how it's going to go. You're in the thick of it, and yeah, like I say, you've got a time when you're going to overtake. But at that point, I mean, realistically, if you look at that move there, the driver that was effectively third in the camera straight is the one that ended up going through. So trying to plan all of these things when you're in a big battle group like that, if he'd have tried staying behind Rietveld there on that stretch, then he was going to be overtaken by Wisniewski anyway. It's kind of one of those ones you just got to roll with the dice, and sometimes it doesn't work out for you.
Yeah, I mean, in a contrasting display, obviously we've got to talk about Porsche Coanda. That's 3 Porsche Coanda victories in 4 races. I have to say they're looking really strong, looking no different than what we've seen, in the past, really, I have to say.
Yeah, the potential of a Porsche Coanda, all 4 drivers working their way through into the final, pretty high. I think it's pretty high. They will with that. But then there's the whole thing of, like, if you've got 4 drivers on that kind of speed, what are the chances of them tripping over each other in the final? How many times have we seen it where a team's got 4 drivers into the final and then potentially stumbles? I think Williams was one of the first to potentially do it. Apex also did it in the very first event, I think. Maybe not 4, but we'll have to wait and see how long it works out in the final. Anyway, let's talk about the results, though, from the 4th quarterfinal. Maybe provisional. I think race control have a couple of things to look at from there. But Josh Rogers victorious there. Don Bly there in 2nd position. Kevin Ellis Jr. in 3rd. Jakub Matuszewski in 4th position, with Yuri Kazdorp and Nikodem Wisniewski the 6th to potentially transfer. Jeff Rietveld just outside of that after the incident of the final chicane. Thibaut Kazibong there in 8th. Jimmy Antunes, Bonner House, Robbie Stapleford and Augustin Torlashi. Unfortunate debut there for Torlashi, but I'm sure we'll see some quality performances as the season rolls on. Let's take a look at some of the moments from the race, though, and boy, there was a few of them. This was one of the early ones. Robbie Stableford getting into contact with Nikodem Wisniewski, and you'll see Torlashi jump his way into the mix, trying to avoid it, just being clipped by the rear end of the stapler and spinning around and hitting the barrier. The two of them were able to continue on, trying to find their way back into the race. Of course, some of the battles that we were seeing here, having the red line of Jeff Rietveld battling it out and trying to get, or rather trying to fend off the MSI car there, and Dimi Antunes working his way through on that occasion. Of course, was able then to check out in the distance. This is some of the moves that we're seeing later on. Nikodem Wisniewski making it 3 wide to the inside of Thibaut Casbon, and of course Jeff Rietveld himself sending it in to Les Combes. Wasn't able to get through on Jeff Rietveld on that occasion. Was able to fend off though Thibaut Casbon as Antunes was trying to find his way back into the fight. Fantastic 4-way fight here for the final transfer spot. And then this happened on the last lap. To the outside comes Nikodem Wisniewski and pushed clean off the road. To be fair, I'll see it again. I'm not so sure, but like I say, he was pushed off the road. Jeff Rietveld also was on the limit of, was outside of the track limits as well. So potato, maybe.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there was definitely a racing incident in many ways, I would think, between those two. But if you want to make an argue or stake the claim, it was the late break, I think, from Rietveld that essentially led to that moment coming into the off track. So, naturally, where are you going to go? If you're Nikodem Wisniewski. So there we have it. It looks like he's making his way through anyway, based on the results that we have seen. So credit to him for that. Obviously, Jeffrey Rietveld is going to have to go back and analyse again, come back ahead of round 2. You'll take some learnings from that though, Lewis?
I think everyone will to some degree, and that's especially with some of those drivers that maybe haven't got so much experience. They'll take quite a lot. Even those drivers that have a lot of experience, the likes of Nikodem Wisniewski, even the likes of Josh Rogers at the front of the field. If you're not always learning, you will lose eventually, right? And that's the thing. When you stop learning, that's when you start losing. And so having someone like Josh Rogers, Darren McCormack, obviously Charlie Collins there, and Dane Moran, the winners of this evening, they will still have taken information from that race. They will still have been aware as to who's been around them, who's been doing well in the other races, and keeping their eye on everything, because that's how you stay on top. Speaking of, by the way, winners before this evening, I'm going to bring up the semi-final starting grid. Obviously, we're not seeing qualifying, but the drivers that will be taking part in it, because I do have the 12 drivers. If you didn't join us for the quarterfinals earlier on, the semi-final drivers in semi-final 1, Dane Warren, Thomas Tattler, Jamie Fluke, Kaiki Oliveira, Enzo Benito, Vasilios Belletsiotis, Darren McCormack, Erhan Yovsky, Dennis Schuniger, Luke Bennett, Jordan Caruso, and Gregor Schill. I'm going to say right now, if I'm a betting man, Darren McCormack wins this race.
Don't think many people would deny you from, well, certainly saying that would be correct. I mean, I'd be interested to see how Dane Warren responds really to all of that, because obviously he came through after winning his own race. And I must say his one-lap pace has always been exquisite, but it's going to be the case that we're going to see two juggernauts come together. Of course, Dane Warren has yet to win anything in terms of a solo campaign, in terms of an overall major, as witnessed, of course, his teammate Josh Rogers take the Drivers' Championship in the fall season a little while ago. Of course, we're talking late 2023. Darren McCormack too, he's still yet to win a solo championship himself, and arguably probably one of the best drivers never to win one, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, we'll have to wait and see whether he can maybe make this season his season, jumping into a new team. But again, we'll have to wait and see. I will say I've got some more stats for you here. This is top 6 percentages in semi-finals. So I've got the amounts they've moved through and like that stuff. I also have the percentages. Darren McCormack, 84.2%, second or third rather highest percentage of all the mainstay drivers. Yeah, 82.4%. You've got Luke Bennett, who's on 84.2%. The highest percentage driver, we'll see him out a little bit later on, is Yuri Toman, 89.5% to move through. That was obviously because they've not worked through as many semi-finals as Josh Rogers. You might say, where's Josh Rogers on that list? He'll be coming out a bit later on this evening. Josh Rogers has moved through from 17 semi-finals. That's 77.3%. I'm just chucking out numbers here, George. I'm a numbers man.
Well, I tell you what, one man who's obviously through, but probably would want something a little more added to his performance is probably this man, Luke Bennett. I would argue, Lewis. It wasn't necessarily the most straightforward run into the semi-final.
No, but semi-finals is where he goes strong. He has the highest number of race victories in the semi-finals, joint with Sebastian Job. They both have 7 victories in semi-finals. For Luke Bennett, that's from 19 races in semi-finals. So that's a pretty handy percentage, 36.8% times that he's won in a semi-final. I get the feeling that he gets a little bit stronger as the evening goes on. Luke Bennett does feel like one of those drivers who kind of finds that confidence as the evening rolls on. It gets better and better. And so to see him win this race, I think is unlikely. But a podium in this race, I think that's very likely. Moving through is almost a certainty.
Yeah, no, I'd say that's probably a fair assessment. We'll wait and see what you can deliver. Obviously, the semi-final, a very different set of affairs because, of course, we're now concentrating the driver rosters or the driver lineups to a very good quality rundown of talent that we have seen so far in the R1 Championship. Many of the returning race winners as well, and former champions now clashing once more. Obviously, RAG down a couple now as well. They've got a couple moving through. They're going to have Yuri Toman, if I'm not, no, it'll be Hanyuski, won't it, going through to the next round. I mean, he's relatively outnumbered in this one, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, when you compare yourselves to anyone like Porsche, like you're outnumbered by everyone's outnumbered. Again, I think thinking whether you're outnumbered, whether it's in the car you're in the team you're in, like whatever, I think having that mindset in this probably not a good idea. I think remove that mindset from that challenge from your mindset. And just focus on the job you have to do. You've got through from the quarterfinals into this point. You are every single one of these drivers knows they are fast enough to move through to the final. So the important bit now is to execute. That's all you, because every driver on the grid can move through. Every driver on the grid, to be perfectly honest, I could see winning this round, like winning the final. And that's the thing, is when we get into the semi-finals, genuinely everyone can do it. But it's execute.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on. No, I think you're absolutely right. I think there's also some really positive starts to the R1 campaign for a list of other drivers as well. We've got to talk about Dennis Schrödinger as one of them, obviously moving through to Maus from the Williams team. 39.3 in the first sector, though, for Dane Warren, should I say, to kick things off. 39.3 in comparison to a typical lap. That is a pretty good first sector for Dane Warren and Porsche Commander. And driving that Porsche 911 GT3R is going to look to do exactly the same coming through Sector 2, but it's got a fair bit more to take before then he can cross that sector timing line. Of course, other drivers that perform well so far as well. Got to give credit where credit's due to the likes of Vasilos Beleziotis from getting through for Williams. And not only that, Gregor Schill doing bits as well with Jordan Caruso as part of the Porsche Coanda team coming in for his first stint in R1 and looking to support the brilliance of Dane Warren as well. I'm sure we'll see 2 Porsche Coanders fighting up at the top end, certainly based on Caruso's pace that we saw in our previous qualifying session that he took part in, where he did venture himself into the top 4, as it's 59.1 in that middle sector. That's around a 10th quicker than where we would expect to see it. Not a bad lap here from Dane Warren, Lewis.
Yeah, and I've got to say, taking a look at those sector times, like you say, it's technically than what we'd expect, versus Charlie Collins' fastest lap of the evening, the 2 minute 14.419. This is tracking ever so slightly slower. And when I mean ever so slightly, I'm talking hundredths slower, not tenths. Dane Warren, though, could nail that final sector. Could this be the first 2 minute 14.3 of the evening? Someone's coming with a faster middle sector. Can't wait to see who that is. It'll be probably, it won't be McCormack. It's a 14.478 from Warren. That's pretty respectable. It's another 0.4. I don't think it'll be pole position. Look at this lap time coming in from Schrödinger.
Yeah, Schrödinger is certainly rising to the occasion. This is certainly not the same Dennis Schrödinger we saw previously. He's certainly come back with a little bit of venom under his belt, that's for sure. Now joining the Maus team and looking to register himself up at the very front. Has had his purple middle sector taken away as well, and it's gone elsewhere. It's a 2.14.4 for Dane Warren. It's a 2.14.5 for Dennis Schrödinger. Not a bad lap, respectable. I would imagine it'll be up in that top 6.
Wow, that is a quick middle sector from Thomas Tattler. First sector is 1,000th of a second faster than what we saw from Charlie Collins on his fastest lap of the evening. The middle sector is half a 10th faster. Thomas Tattler here could be slapping out one unbelievable lap here around the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps as he crosses the line and sets a 2-minute 14.4 flat. Fastest lap of the evening there.
Wonderful lap from Thomas Tattler, sending a message from Team Falcons. They are flying away with this qualifying session as it stands with just over 5 minutes or so to go. Kaiki Oliveira with a 39.4, fairly standard. 59.0 though in that middle sector is very good. And now making his way through the final corners on this track. Let's see where Oliveira goes. The Brazilian looking to dance his way to the top end. Jumps ahead of Dennis Schrodinger. Jumps ahead of Dane Warren. It's second fastest, 64 thousandths away from Tattler up at the top.
We've come through the quarterfinals where 0.4 you're looking at thinking that's front row or maybe even pole position. At the moment, 0.4, that might be good enough for the top 6. Outside of that, I mean, you've got a tall order here. Jordan Caruso setting a good middle sector there. An okay first sector as well. This is going to be another 0.4 here from Caruso in the Porsche Coanda. Let's see what he could do across the line as he comes up toward it. A 2-minute 14.446. It's another 0.4.
Faster than his teammate by mere thousandths and hundredths, I have to say. Gregor Schill looking for a mighty run here. And I got to say, these first two sectors, they may be 39.4s, they may be 59.2s, but currently that's not good enough. We've had 4 2:14.4s so far in this session with only one driver that's outside of that, and that's Dennis Schrodinger. And we thought his lap was respectable. Where is Gregor Schill going to be? He's going to cross the line and set his very own 2:14, but it's a 2:14.7. That could put him to the back.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very quick session compared to what we've seen so far. And as we expect as this evening goes on, as the fields get stronger, they're laying down the gauntlet. I guarantee if you're looking for a pole position in the final, we are looking for a 2-minute 14.3. If you're looking for pole position in this race, you need a 2-minute 14.3 to beat Thomas Tattler. It's not going to come, though, from this man here, Jamie Fluke, who'll come through the final corner, running a bit faster than Gregor Schill, but around that kind of lap time. It ends up being slightly slower with a 14.8. Next up, Enzo Benito.
Enzo Benito with a 39.4 in the first sector. Again, respectable. 59.1. A 10th off, or certainly a 10th ahead of where the standardized position would have been in the middle sector. But this is just bang average now in a field such as this. Let's see what he can do in the final sector. He needs an all-important, he needs a smart exit coming out of the final corner at bus stop. Let's see where Benito goes. Does he pop himself up into the top 5 ahead of Schrodinger? No, just behind of Schrodinger by just over 100th of a second. But McCormack has gone purple in Sector 2.
That is an unreal middle sector. Again, before we'd come into this, the fastest middle sector of the evening was something like a 59.0506. To have a 59.007, very apt, by the way, for an Aston Martin, to have a 007 there in the middle sector as he comes through the final corner. Is this going to be a 0.3 finally? No, it is not. It's a 14.4, and it's the slowest of them.
License to thrill, not this time for Dara McCormack. Remains in 5th with a 2:14.485. And now it's the turn of Luke Bennett, who has posted a 59.0 in that middle sector. It may not be the purple shade that Dara McCormack has posted, but this isn't too far away. 39.4 in the first sector is fairly standard. Would have ideally, perhaps, fancied a 10th more off that. What can Sector 3 bring for Luke Bennett? Only enough for 7th fastest. He is not going to go faster than Dara McCormack, who remains in 5th. Here comes Zujovski.
Yeah, and again, looking at these sector times, it looks all right. I mean, look, again, for the rest of this evening, this lap time would have been good enough for the top 2, top 3, maybe pole position in that kind of margin, but definitely you're talking the top couple of rows. In this session, I'm thinking this lap time might be a 0.5. It's going to be around 6th, 7th, 8th position. Let's see what he can do across the line as he sets the time. It's a 6:19. So, yeah, 9th place for Erhan Zujovski, despite it being a good lap time.
Yeah, respectable lap time, but it just goes to show that a 2:14.5 or a 6 is just not good enough. And Belet Ziotis is struggling here right now. A 60.9 puts him way off, and the 39.4 fairly standard. But that middle sector is crushing for the Williams driver as now he makes his way down through towards the final corners to conclude this lap. This is going to be far beyond where we have seen every other driver so far in this semi-final 1 qualifying session. He's going to make his way towards the line. The reaction says it all from Vasily Vasilios Beleziotis. He will be at the rear of the field. What a dramatic ending, but it's that man, Thomas Tatler. Team Falcons swooping to the front ahead of our first semi-final.
And honestly, I'm almost a little annoyed. 2 minute 14.400. I was really hoping for a 0.3. I think though, George, we're definitely getting one this evening. That is an incredible lap time from Thomas Tatler. But for the top 5 to all have 0.4s, it's just so
unbelievable. Yeah, the standard is picked up, I think, since the quarterfinal. We're on another level now, folks, as we now encroach into the semi-finals. But what a tremendous lap from Thomas Tatler. I have to say, if you're Darren McCormack, you're going to be frustrated at yourself a little bit, Lewis. Purple in the middle sector, just could not dial it in sector 3.
Yeah, I mean, I know part of that will be like where some of the cars are stronger. Some of the cars will be stronger in the middle sector. Maybe the Aston runs really strong in the middle sector. We know the Porsche kind of runs pretty strong in that first sector. But yeah, set of 59.007, very impressive, fastest middle sector of the evening. But to have lost a 10th, I mean, you're talking such a tiny mistakes that cost that kind of margin. And in this, like you say, that's the difference between pole position and then starting 5th, starting right in that danger zone. Again, the top 6 from this moves through into the final. And Darren McCormack, they're now in the danger zone, despite setting again, to repeat it once more, a lap time that would have been good enough for at least a front row start in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's unbelievable when you think of it. You also got to give credit as well to Jordan Caruso, who qualified ahead of his teammate. But let's take you through the semi-final 1 starting grid from back to front. It's Vasilios Beleziotis starting from 12th, Jamie Fluke 11th, Gregor Schill starts 10th, Erhan Yujovski in 9th for Team Vitality, Enzo Benito and Team Redline. They've got 2 cars on the same row. Luke Bennett joining him in 7th place, Dennis Schrödinger in 6th, joined with Darren McCormack, who is right on the break. You never know, he could be eliminated in this race. We've got Dane Warren in 4th, Kalaiki Oliveira in 3rd, and on the front row, Jordan Caruso. A welcome to the R1 competition for him. He qualifies ahead of his teammate Dane Warren, but it's Thomas Tatler with a stunning lap of a 14.4 that has sent him to the front. It's Porsche locking out the front row, but with 2 different teams, the Falcons rise here at Spa.
Can't believe you said McCormack might not make it through. Are you serious? 82.4%? That's the chance of moving. Come on, George. No
we way. Break odds here, Lewis McGlade. Anything can happen here in R1.
He's got the exact same percentage of moving through as Sebastian Job. Now, let's just put that out there as a little bit. Surely Darren McCormack is working his way through. It's only happened 3 times that he hasn't from a semi-final that he's worked his way into. Imagine what the heart rate was like on that lap from Thomas Tatler, though. I'm sure it was through the roof. What an incredible lap. But Tatler can do that. We know that. We've seen that time and time again. Thomas Tatler is such a strong driver. We've seen him battle time and time again. But interestingly enough, has only moved through into a final 5 times.
Has got the best poker face of all as well. Rarely shows a facial expression, kind of akin to the likes of Freddie Rasmussen that we see in the F1 sim racing world as well. 2 very similar characters, but Tatler will be looking to etch his name to the very front. Further back, Jordan Caruso in a very, very welcomed first start here in R1, beating, like I said, his teammate in qualifying, Dane Warren, who is ridiculously quick. You can just see there the Porsche Commanders running line astern pretty much, heading through towards turn 1. But as Tatler cruises up towards the line, it's pedal to the metal, and it's go. Good start for Tatler. Caruso getting a good jump as well, and towing along his teammate Dane Warren in behind as they venture through towards turn 1, 4 wide, as they now cascade out of La Source, and it looks like Dane Warren has got caught there slightly, dipped his toes into the gravel trap, and has fallen down to 7th place. It is now Darren McCormack who has fought his way from 5th to 3rd, straight away at the start of this race, as they now fly it through Rouge and rally on once again. There is Erhan Yujovski down in 8th. He'll be relegated out of this first quarter, well, should we say the first round of fair here at Spa, as now Tatler flies uphill. Caruso now meeting him as they go side by side. Caruso takes the lead, and up the inside comes McCormack with one of the best starts we've seen so far tonight from 5th place and relative obscurity. He's now into 2nd and 3 tenths away from Caruso, who leads the way.
Bit of door banging as well. Handbags at dawn between Dennis Schuddiger and Kaiki Oliveira. You did quite rightly say Dane Warren got squeezed out. I think there were 4 wide in the exit of La Source there as we work backwards. Look at this. Both Team Redline cars are down 8th and 9th position. Neither of those two will be progressing at the moment. And to be perfectly honest, the chances of the pair of them progressing from their current position exceptionally low. One of them maybe, both of them absolutely not. As you've got Luke Bennett ahead of Enzo Benito. Bennett, though, has one of the strongest percentages of top sixes in semi-finals of any driver on this grid. You don't want to be starting out the 2025 season, though, missing out on that final if you're driving the likes of Luke Bennett. I know his dad will be watching on quite closely. Hello. But of course, right now, that's not doing Luke Bennett any favours.
Yeah, and another big damning factor is that this is the same Team Redline that went on to win the Teams Championship back in the spring season in 2023, and they did it again back in 2024 on the run to the Esports World Cup. Obviously, that, of course, leading to Kevin Siggy's victorious week. But now Luke Bennett and Enzo Benito facing an early exit and not even making the final. They're 8th and 9th as it stands. And it's going to be very hard to try and beat down Erhan Yuyovski as we ride on board with the Macedonian now, who's right on the rear here of Kaiki Oliveira. And Dane Warren, I think, ran very wide coming into the bus stop chicane. Not quite sure what happened to him just on the escape, and it looks like he's forfeited 2 places as a result. He did briefly get ahead of Yuyovski. He's now behind Bennett in P8.
Remember the first ever race that Dane Warren took part in R1 back in Katowice. I think he missed the braking point coming down in T1 and took out a couple of drivers. And that one missing the braking point down to the final chicane and taking your line when we went toe-to-toe in touring cars round here, George. You were a couple of seconds slower than me. Let's go with that, shall we? But yeah, that's not good for Dane Warren. 8th position now for him whilst his teammate leads the race. Will that hold, though, as Darren McCormack's right in the rear of him? 3 wide behind that, though, as Dane Warren might be dropped outside or to the back end of the top 10.
He could well do. He's been in free fall since the start of this semi-final, and now as we watch him go wheel to wheel further back as well, this is between Gregor Schill and Enzo Benito. Redline have already suffered a bit of a dismal fate at the start of this race, and they could be set to lose yet more, because here comes Gregor Schill now with a delicious switchback coming through out of Malmedy and now dipping into towards Rivage. We'll have the Tiger line as the 2 BMWs meet. The M4's battling away, and it's Gregor Schill who moves into 9th, Benito down to 10th, with Jamie Fluke licking his lips with the opportunity here of gaining a place.
Yeah, gaining a couple of places potentially for Jamie Fluke and Vasilios Belletsiotis as well. The two Mercedes running in 11th and 12th, one for MSI, one for Williams as they work their way through Pouhon. But unfortunately, there's not going to be the opportunity there. They can't fight too hard again because they'll let the top 6 slip away from them, which they kind of are really, even at this early point of the race. If you're in that top 6, you just don't really want to battle right now. You want to hold on to those positions, maybe gain an extra couple of points later on in the race. But realistically, right now, you want to hold position because some heavy hitters are below that cut line. Luke Bennett, Dane Warren, Enzo Benito. These are all drivers that we expect. I mean, Gregor Schill taking part. I mean, he's someone who we've seen time and time again for BS competition elsewhere in sim racing. Great to see him here again in R1. But you're seeing some of these big drivers below that cut line. It's kind of shocking. Will McCormack hold firm at the front, though? Yeah,
I've got to say, what a start for McCormack. One of the best starts we've seen so far here tonight. Wheel to wheel again, this time between Schill and Benito again. They're determined to dice this one out here at the end of their lap 2, now beginning lap 3, and they'll stay wheel to wheel now on the run down through towards turn 1, and Gregor Schill will still have the better line coming through towards the first corner. He's got near enough half a car in front of Benito and will indeed retain P9, and all of this allowing Dane Warren to put a gap in between himself and the 4 cars that are trying to tussle away for greater positions. And Schill now, as it stands, 1.4 seconds away from Dane Warren, which will lose him really crucial slipstream and offer an opportunity to the likes of Benito and maybe Jamie Fluke, who we're now riding on board with now. There is Benito. He's going to cruise on through, and Fluke, using the toe off the back of the Team Redline BMW M4, will join him as well as they round it together. Enter now Belletsiotis, who's now going to look to go up the inside. Contact between them coming through Lecom as the 2 Mercedes go wheel banging, much like as the BMWs did not too long ago. But Benito and perturbed 9th place, and Belletsiotis taking full advantage, moves up to 10th.
And Gregor Schill to the outside here, trying to work their way into it. I've said it. I always say it when we talk about these, and it's obviously going to get worse in the final, of course. when you see some of these drivers, these are the drivers that, you know, when they come into races, all of these drivers, they expect to win, to get podiums, stuff like that. That's what they always do when they're taking part, like in their SRE Sports, in Assetto Corsa Competizione, and even Porsche Tag or Esports Super Cup, or for Stadera and iRacing. All these big competitions, they expect to be battling for podiums, right? And then they're battling for 12th place, which not only in this is 12th, which is outside the top 10 is bad enough. That's last in this field, and that's so brutal for some of these drivers' egos. Honestly, if there's one thing about this championship that I think has taught a lot of things to a lot of drivers, it's sometimes you need to put ego to one side, because this championship will be humbling at one point.
Well, it's like I say, you hit the crushing reality, don't you? As soon as you're humbled by a brief moment of despair here in this championship, because it can all be ripped away from you. And this could be what Luke Bennett will face should he remain in P7 as well. He's currently tucked in behind Erhaniovski. He's got every chance, though, of gaining a place, as we're currently running on board with Kaiki Oliveira. You can just see him in the bottom left of screen. And just behind him, Dennis Schrödinger in the mouse livery, a very familiar livery that we saw last season, as well as they now head down in towards turn one. Further back, you can just see there Erhaniovski also looking for an opportunity, but still on the bubble. He will go through should he stay in 6th place, but you can bet your bottom dollar with the fact that Bennett is so closely tied to the Aston Martin Vantage GT3 as they climb uphill through Eau Rouge and Radion. Just look at the pace now that Schrödinger is gaining now. He's really started to close on the back of Kaiki Oliveira, and this place could be disputed in 4th right now. Or is Schrödinger going to hold position? We'll wait and see as they now climb uphill. I'll tell you who might not want to hold position is Dane Warren himself, who's also in the midst of a fight between himself and Luke Bennett, who is currently sat in 7th place as they now jettison out of Lecom and now through towards Malmedy. Still in a tandem. This is like a velodrome cycling event as they now head downhill in towards Rivage. No changes. It is still Kaiki Oliveira at the head of this field.
Have you watched much velodrome cycling there?
I've seen my odd bit of velodrome cycling from time to time.
Any of the name of the competitions in velodrome cycling?
The Olympics?
No, I'm thinking like Kieran and team sprints. That's fine. Just testing your knowledge there on general sport there. Does
I know Chris Hoy.
Who's that? You only know him because he does some racing stuff as well. Yeah, I remember him doing some motorsport stuff. Oh, yeah,
he has, yeah. That's a lovely bit of trivia for you, everyone at home, as well. Just to say, we talk about Chris Hoy, of course, very well known to sim racing, and also a top velodrome cyclist.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's just testing knowledge every now and then. Darren McCormack, then your race leader, 6/10 clear at the moment of Jordan Caruso as he tries to set sail and take yet another victory in R1. Of course, has been victorious already this evening, looking for yet another one. Has a whole heap of victories here in the semi-finals, and one more would put him in the lead ahead of everyone else. He has 7 at the moment. Would be 8 victories in semi-finals. No one else has that. He's joint at the moment on 7 with Sebastian Job, who's not racing this evening. So yeah, Darren McCormack's looking pretty strong.
He is looking very strong indeed. Race leader, and Caruso down in 2nd place. Half a second between them, with Tatler now down in 3rd as they now come down in towards La Source. And there you can see Luke Bennett just tucked in behind Erhan Yuyovski as they now power out of turn 1 and then head very shortly uphill, leading through towards Eau Rouge and Radion. He's got Erhan Yuyovski ahead of him, has Luke Bennett, with every chance of gaining yet another place. Warren, though, will be looking at and perhaps hoping for the same thing for himself, because, of course, if he gains 2 places, he will move into that promotion zone, into the final round that we will have coming up later on this evening. But here comes Luke Bennett now to the outside, coming up through towards Lecom, and now we're going to go 3 wide now with Dane Warren, who's got the better line, I would argue, but they're going to make contact regardless now and going off track. There goes Luke Bennett onto the grass, and so does the Aston Martin of Erhan Yuyovski, and now back onto the gravel goes Bennett. A very upsetting moment as now down the inside comes Dane Warren with an opportunity to perhaps move up. No, the door slams shut, coming through Rivage. A very contentious moment, Lewis McGlade.
All getting a bit heated in this group. Yeah, 3 wide into that one was never going to work, and obviously the 2 straight lining it there, going through Lecom, trying to get, but basically all trying to be like, I'm taking the fastest route back onto the apex of Malmedy, and it all kind of didn't work. You saw a little bit of a hand being raised there for Luke Bennett, who's maybe feeling a little bit frustrated at the moment. By the way, whilst all that was going on, Jordan Caruso's retaken over the race lead from Darren McCormack, looking for his 1st victory in his 2nd ever race here in R1. Looking backwards from Dennis Schrödinger inside the cut-off point quite comfortably. but staring at that group behind, which has been anything but comfortable.
Certainly has. But again, I go back to it, the typical R1 atmosphere when you're on the brink of either getting through to the final or potentially losing absolutely everything. We're riding on board with Dennis Schrödinger, who's currently in no man's land as it stands. He's 1.7 away from Keke Oliveira, but equally Johan Jojowski is 2.5 seconds behind him. So currently he's closer to Oliveira than Jojowski is to him, although that could be dramatically be brought down towards the tail end of the session. They begin the penultimate lap, though, of this semi-final 1 race. We've got semi-final 2 coming up after this one, which will decide the final grid order ahead of the final that will cap off tonight's first round here in the R1 Championship. Remember, this is the road to the Esports World Cup to decide the fate of those teams that are hoping to progress to Saudi Arabia, as we now watch as more action happens further up. As you can see, this is the move eventually, I believe, for the race lead. Dara McCormack picking his spot past Jordan Caruso. A lovely move indeed, heading up through towards Les Combes.
Yeah, indeed. Like I said, it was a nice move there as we'll see plenty more of this battling out on the cut-off line. There comes to the inside, Dane Warren to take over 6th position. Bit of side-by-side contact there, and Dorbang and Zerhan Jojowski, the Macedonian, tries to fend him off, squeezes him off a little bit on the exit of Les Combes, side-by-side through Malmedy. Staring at all this is Luke Bennett thinking, can I get both of you in one move? Looks to the outside of Dane Warren, and Zerhan Jojowski still able to hang on to 6th position. I don't think there's going to be any switches in this group, because I don't think that Luke Bennett's going to stick it all the way around the outside. Penultimate lap of the race. There's not long left to go from where we are. It's about, what, 11 kilometres? It's going to be tough.
It is going to be tough. In total, we discussed length of this circuit. Over 1 solid lap, it's 7,004 kilometres, 4.352 miles, 19 turns in total around 1 solid lap. We saw, of course, Joshua Rogers giving us that really wonderful track guide at the start of the broadcast. We're now witnessing it in race trim here, this time in semi-final 1. And Jojowski, whilst he holds on to P6 for now, he's got one very, very fast Dane Warren in behind, who's already managed to dislodge Luke Bennett from his position. 1 step away now from adding a second Porsche Coanda through to the next session, of course, to the final session. Jordan Caruso back in front with Thomas Tatler also joining him. Dara McCormack losing out, of course, down to 3rd now, a second off the top from Jordan Caruso. Don't forget to check out the Rennsport app as well. QR codes there for you guys to interact and get hold of the live timing and a lot more as well. It's available on Google Play and the Apple App Store as well.
Yeah, really good for if you take a part in Rennsport yourself. You can find all sorts of lap times. And also, by the way, if you're following this championship, you can see all the race results on there as well. It's sick. I have used it my fair share over the years, trying to think of all the stats and statistics to throw on this and to shut Georgian Morgan up from the third. You knew it was coming. Of course,
I know you so well, McLean.
Yeah, it's true. Final lap of the race. What a cruise, by the way. 7 tenths clear. He's looking pretty good for a race victory here, by the way.
And what a time to do it on your very first full season campaign start in R1. That is absolutely massive for Jordan Caruso. As we now watch Dane Warren move to the side of one Johan Jojowski. As now in comes Luke Bennett as well. We're going to go 3 wide again. Now remember what happened the last time these 3 went 3 wide. Not this time though. They're going to go and whittle down to 2 wide as now Bennett forces his way back into P6. Here comes Johan Jojowski now, the Macedonian, just trying to trail in behind Dane Warren to try and find an opening. Dane Warren knows that time is nearly up. Final lap, and it all leads to Blanchimont. The decider will surely be at the bus stop chicane, but as it stands, Luke Bennett will take at least 1 red line car to the final.
Yeah, which it will be very helpful for the team. Obviously, the fact they were looking like 2 wouldn't go through. I did say one of them was likely to. Both of them really unlikely. But the fact that at least one of them, and the fact that between the 2 of them, if you were Andre Kunzman and those behind the scenes there at Redline, you'd kind of prefer it to be Luke Bennett rather than Enzo Benito, because Enzo Benito could go on and win, fair enough, but Luke Bennett is so good when it comes to those finals. He'd be your heavy-hitting man, but they're all having to bow to the pressure of Porsche Coanda. The 3 other drivers of Porsche Coanda have won this evening. Jordan Caruso's the only one yet to. Well, I think yet to is about to come. All 4 of them have just won this evening.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't been Luke Bennett's most graceful R1 appearance. He'll probably admit that himself first and foremost, but Jordan Caruso, quite the opposite What a star in the making this man could be. Has taken Porsche Commander to the top once more. At least one of them will make it through, with Dane Warren currently sat in 7th. Thomas Tattler with another blistering performance after qualifying, met with Dara McCormack, but it's Jordan Caruso. The victor is now uttered down towards P6. The battle for P6, and Dane Warren has pushed his car across the line and has withheld P6 at the very last time of asking. What a moment. Catch your breath. Dane Warren is through here in this R1 Championship to the final, and I think Jordan Caruso is probably more happy with that.
What a difference, by the way. I don't know if you saw the webcam. I mean, look, just look at those two. What a difference between the pair of these two drivers. They're both going through to the final, at least from the provisional results.
Goodness me.
One of them winning that race, celebrating, unbelievably happy. The breath of relief, hands to the face from Dane Warren across the line. That was a tough day halfway through the day, really, for Dane Warren. But wow, I mean, great race. I think race control have a little bit of work to do before we see them officially confirm who's going through from quarterfinal 1.
That is extraordinary. I mean, what an effort from Dane Warren, can I just say, Lewis? I mean, honestly, he looked like he was down and out earlier on. Of course, Luke Bennett, you would have fancied him as the favourite, really, to go through and hold on to that P6. But like I said before, at the very end of this Spa circuit, that braking zone coming into the bus stop, if you get a nice run through Blanchimont, it leaves question marks everywhere, doesn't it?
Yeah, and like I said, we've seen a couple of attempts coming down into that final complex. Of course, we saw Thomas Tattler give it a good go on Warren earlier on in the evening, and this is the kind of thing I say about always learning, right? Do you reckon maybe Warren had been like, right, I fended that off earlier on, but if I were on the other side, how would I do it? How would I go through in that scenario? And maybe has learned from that, gave it a good go there, and it's potentially come out very, very nicely for him to get 6th position. Such a tight margin there for the top 6. But I think the big important bit there, really, yes, of course, the positives for Porsche Commander, but no Team Redline moving through from semi-final 1. Of course, we've still got Jeff Rietveld and Kevin Siggy to deal with from semi-final 2, but that's a big hit for them.
Yeah, it's quite a thrilling fight as well. 3 of the teams that actually managed to take teams championships as well this season. They're the only 3 that have taken teams championships in R1 as a whole. These are the highlights from the race as well, and what a blistering start it was for Jordan Caruso. Dara McCormack, though, I would say was probably one of the best. What a flying start he had, starting from the same row of 5th place, moving up into 3rd place, eventually 2nd, and eventually the race lead. A phenomenal performance by Dara McCormack, who said himself that the Aston Martin suits him more than the Mercedes that he had been using in R1 in prior seasons. So a welcome introduction to the Aston Martin as far as Dara McCormack's concerned. We watched more wheel-to-wheel action as we saw, of course, Dane Warren fighting it out with Luke Bennett and, of course, Erhan Yuyovsky. This was a continuous theme, of course, through most of the race where they made severe contact. Erhan Yuyovsky running wide. More of that was to come later on as well. Tippy-toeing through Rivage as well, nose to tail between Yuyovsky and, of course, the Porsche Commander as well of Dane Warren, as once again we saw them climb uphill up at the very front. In the background, of course, just see the Team Falcons of Thomas Tattler, who put in that blistering lap to go fastest in the session. Of course, he dropped down to 3rd afterwards, but this was the big moment, meeting wheel to wheel. As I said, the run down through towards Blanchimont, they met again, and somehow Dane Warren found momentum. Despite being tucked into the inside on the entrance into the bus stop chicane, they ran nose to side by side, but it would be the Porsche Commander, the Porsche 911 GT3R, that would just about tippy-toe its way into P6. Here are the full race results. Jordan Caruso with a race win here under his belt to move himself into the final ahead of Thomas Tattler, who finishes in 2nd. Dara McCormack in 3rd for Virtus Pro, with Kaiki Oliveira in 4th. Yet another blistering performance from Oliveira. Dennis Schrodinger into a final as well for Mouse. That is massive for the team. Dane Warren just creeping into the top 6 means 2 Porsche Commanders go through. Luke Bennett out. So is Enzo Benito, his teammate. In between them, Team Vitality's Erhan Yuyovsky. We lose Vasilios Belatziotis as well from Williams. Jamie Fluke and also Gregor Schill are out as well here in the semi-final. But what a final we have in prospect. Still one more semi-final to bring you folks at home, but I hope you're all enjoying this. It certainly has been a vibrant fight, but what a performance from Jordan Caruso.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's be honest. 3 teams there that we're very happy with their new signings for 2025. Well, obviously, relatively speaking, at least here at R1. Portugal, very happy, I'm sure, with Jordan Caruso. Virtus Pro, very happy with Darren McCormack. Mouse, very happy with Dennis Schoeniger. So that's very, very solid. We still have semi-finals to deal with, as you were saying. And I'll talk you through the 12 drivers that will be taking part. And we'll discuss who maybe our favourites are to move through from it, because this ain't going to be easy. Charlie Collins, Kevin Siggy, Tobias Pfeffer, Ferris Stanley, Yuri Toman, Nicholas Matteo, Joshua Rogers, Don Bly, Kevin Ellis Jr., Jakub Matuszewski, Yuri Kasdorp, Jeff Rietveld. My goodness. To pick 6 from that, no thanks. Do you remember how we did that game? Was it last year? No, it was 2023.
The prediction game.
When they were on different days. Yeah. Looking at that, I wouldn't know where I'd begin with that group.
No, it's a frightening group. I have to say, if you're part of it, I mean, the people throw out the terminology, even in whether it be football or even in motorsport in itself, they call it the group of death, don't they, really? Extraordinary. We're going to be witnessing something really special, though. Joshua Rogers returning after a winning return as well in the quarterfinal phase. We're hoping for the same in the semis. There'll be a lot of confidence, though, in the Porsche Commander camp, watching Dane Morin do what he did, but also with Caruso as well. Already 2 Porsche Commanders making their way into the final. And we haven't even seen Joshua Rogers yet, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, there's a lot to talk about in this one. And also the interest as to whether Josh Rogers could potentially stick on a 14.3. Potentially this is the session.
Possibly. This could be the session.
Come on. We've got, if not, do you know what? I'd take not having a 14.3 in this if 14.3 is the lap time that sets pole position. Surely it's going to be. Come on.
Out of this group, you'd expect it, right?
Yeah. I mean, maybe then obviously that's kind of doing a disservice to the previous group. It's just because you're having like Josh Rogers, who again is, and I hate the word because it's an Americanism, but it's fine, the winningest driver in R1. He doesn't have the highest percentage of victories. That's
most successful.
But does have the most wins is probably the easiest way of putting it. But winningest just irritates me, so I'll say it. I'll say it until I get used to it, you know?
Well, hey, listen, no one can dispute Joshua Rogers' brilliance. I mean, especially after what we saw in the full season championship for Porsche Commander. Of course, it wasn't necessarily replicated that much, though, heading through to the following season where we met in 2024, where Kevin Siggy would go on to take the title. Of course, Team Redline and Coanda, who have such a, as we said before, storied history and very much have been at the forefront of the battles through the course of the R1 championship in the past. Vitality, the only other team to actually take a team's title historically. Hence, when we were looking at the battle between the Vitality, the Porsche Commander, and the Redline car over that 6th place in that last round, I uttered that all 3 of them are the only teams who actually won teams titles in the past in R1 in itself. So phenomenal stat there. But tough day at the office for Vitality, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, look, at least they've won the most important competition so far. Best delivery on the grid, obviously, like straight up. But one thing they do have, they're saving grace. That in this race, obviously, they've got Yuri Toman, and Yuri Toman does have the highest of the drivers that have taken part in long competition. There are actually a couple of 100% on this, but they've not done like competition over a long period. For our full-time drivers, Yuri Toman has the highest percentage of transfers from semi-finals into finals. So that's a good stat for them. We know his consistency is really, really high. It's very unlikely, realistically, for him to not be in that. I think it's like 90%. So that's at least something for them. Whether that's more pressure on Yuri's shoulders, I don't know.
But he's a safe pair of hands, isn't he, behind the wheel, as we have seen in prior seasons. But I think they're essentially what they're doing is they're putting all their eggs in one basket here in this semi-final, because he is the only driver left for them to really give themselves a chance in the final. Of course, they lost Chinchik in a truly bizarre fashion. Obviously, we hope to see him back at his very best when we go to Monza in our next round. But aside from that, I mean, when you look at the field that he's got to try and contend with, it doesn't make it any easier, does it? I mean, when you factor in a phenomenal string of Porsche Commander drivers, of course, we mentioned Joshua Rogers, but also you've got others that you've got to cope with. I mean, when you've got the likes of Charlie Collins in your team, for example, someone who has already shown how fast he truly is in a qualifying lap. I mean, to be on the brink as well of maybe even posting a time like Thomas Tatler did of a 3 at the very end. I mean, that would have been game changing, and we could yet see it here this time. It definitely seems that very little has changed in the Porsche Commander camp. Again, you've got to look at Williams Esports, Don Blyer, Daniel Pajtor. You know, two names that again are going to lead the team. You know, Williams has still got a lot of talent there too.
They really do. Look, I think Don Blyer is an outside chance potentially going for the victory here, right? Genuinely. He's got the speed, he's got the consistency. Was one-upped by Josh Rogers, of course, in the opening part of the day. However, still has enough time to gain that one back, still has enough time to bring that one in, and that's fine. It can take a couple of races, a couple of qualifying sessions, because I'm pretty sure he'll be very confident of working his way through into the finals. Here's a driver though that will be pretty confident after an excellent performance in the quarterfinals. Ferris Stanley on board with the BS competition, and he'll be rolling his way up to the first sector. Yeah,
Ferris Stanley now in the BMW M4 GT3, 39.4 in the first sector, fairly standard from what we've seen so far in qualifying. And purple because he is the first driver in this session to hit that sector stripe just now, as he now dips into Rivage, keeping it tight to the inside and then feathering that throttle and then putting his foot straight back down again to race through Jackie X corner. This next left-hander, once again, feathering that throttle. Be careful not to dip too far into that gravel trap. It's not your best friend, I can tell you that much, and you can ask several drivers across this grid order. The purple sector time has gone from Ferris Stanley, so someone else has managed to pick that up, maybe Kevin Siggy, who's going to be coming up later on as well. And as we now watch Stanley make his way down towards the Lafanier chicane, just hitting those curbs, not deterred from it, with his big beast of a BMW M4 GT3. Of course, the typical car that you'd expect to see for the BS Plus competition, the Zebra, that now makes its way down through towards the Campus and Stavolo section. Plenty of big players here in this session. 59.2 in the middle sector isn't really that blockbustery, certainly not on the realms of a, should we say, of a 2.14.3, but he's right in the mixer. We'll wait and see what this delivers, Lewis.
It's going to be like a 0.6, something like that. I mean, you were saying about the gravel traps there. I was genuinely just, it was on the tip of my tongue. You're an expert at gravel traps around here, George, aren't you? Anyway, I've now done one on that.
I've been in enough of them, Lewis.
That is true. I saw in that touring car. As we'll see Ferris Stanley out through and towards the line. I think it might actually be a 0.7 or a 0.8 from Ferris Stanley. It's certainly not going to be pole position in this session. It is indeed a 0.7, and you can see he's always a little bit disappointed with that, as Kevin Siggy, the reigning champion, will be the next one to come up to the line.
Yeah, did indeed steal that middle purple sector time as well. That is a very nice 59.0 in the middle sector. First sector as well, near enough matching what Ferris Stanley was able to bring to the table. He's not purple though, so it's all on sector 3. And after watching two of his teammates crash out in the last session, given the fact that they're not going to be making their way to the final, it's all on Kevin Siggy, the reigning drivers' champion. Purple in that final sector with a 36 flat, and it's a 2.14.4, the first of this semi-final 2.
Yeah, and they're going to come thick and fast. Maybe not from Yuri Kasdorp, but drivers that I expect to be setting those times. Don Blyer, Yuri Toman, Kevin Ellis Jr., Josh Rogers, Charlie Collins, Tobias Pfeffer. I expect all those drivers to be around the 14.4s. Into the final sector comes Yuri Kasdorp. Middle sector's pretty good. First sector's lacking, though. It's going to be a 0.7 or a 0.6, maybe even a 0.8, but probably more likely a 0.7. Indeed, it is 7.43 across the line for Yuri Kasdorp.
Just outside of Ferris Stanley's time by 21 thousandths of a second. Don Blyer with a 39.4 in the first, a 59.0 in the middle. This is going to be faster than Yuri Kasdorp. Should he hook up that final sector, this is going to be challenging Ferris Stanley, I think, at this point. So whether he can pop into that P2, will it be as fast as Kevin Siggy? He'll need a blistering third sector to pull it off as he now stretches down through towards the start-finish line. Let's wait and see what this delivers. It's second fastest, no, first fastest for Dominic Blyer at 2.14.3, 4.34, and that final third sector was the all-important one to push the Williams to the top.
Yeah, he said he needed a good final sector. He had a good final sector. Superb stuff there from Don Blyer. Yuri Toman needs a fantastic final sector as well to rescue him from obscurity, because the middle sector is very mediocre, unfortunately. It's going to be third position for him behind Kevin Siggy, but he should be ahead of Ferris Stanley across the line for Yuri Toman. That's exactly where he goes with a 6.10.
Yeah, Kevin Ellis Jr., someone who is proven to be a real staunch challenger. First sector isn't blistering, it's about standard, but that middle sector, 59.6, is certainly not where you want to be. He is vastly down on where he needs to be in order to perform at the very top here in this second semi-final stage, as now he makes his way out of the bus stop. A tricky moment for Big Kev, who now makes his way up towards the line. Let's see where he goes. Surely this is going to be at the rear end of the field. The first 2:15, and it's a 2:15.5 here that puts him 6th fastest.
That's such a big shame for Kev Ellis Jr. That, like I say, that'll be the final row of the grid. I'm almost certain of it, which is a big shame. Someone who's not challenging for pole position, Jakub Matuszewski, middle sector, a little bit too far away from the band. This is going to be a 16 or so, 16 or 14.6 rather, maybe a 0.7, but probably a high 6 as he crosses the line. Oh, so low 6, fair enough. It's a 6.33, but not great for Matuszewski.
Yeah, decent first sector here for Charlie Collins, and a very good sector 2 as well. It's not purple at the moment, but this is consistent enough to certainly send him to the top to challenge Dominic Blyer. Let's see what this final sector can deliver. 39.3 in sector 1, remember, 59 flat. That's exactly where you need to be, maybe even a little bit more. Let's wait and see what Charlie Collins can deliver. Was blistering in the quarterfinals. Will he be blistering in the semis? Now across the line, yes, into the 3s after a wonderful third sector. The first driver to do it tonight.
And going even faster in that first sector. Josh Rogers now a little bit slower in the middle, but Josh Rogers could also be challenging that. We do have the first 14.3 though, so there is at least that. Could it be a front row lockout for the Porsche Commander team that have looked so strong this evening? They've got 2 cars moving through into the final. I think I've had that officially confirmed that Dane Warren is going to be moving through into the final from semi-final 1 as well. They're going to be looking to try and lock that out and send 4 cars into it. It's going to be a front row lockout at the moment for Porsche Commander as Josh Rogers sets his sights into second place.
Wonderful visit for Porsche Commander now, and they look in good, well, they look good value to send 4 cars into the final race later on tonight. But there is a race in between now and then to decide their fates. Nicholas Matteo, who's currently a 39.4 in the first sector, 59.3. This is certainly by no means going to be anywhere near the top end. Might be more to the midfield behind Matuszewski, to say the very least, as now Matteo crosses the line. No, even less. The final sector wasn't good at all. 9th fastest, just ahead of Kevin Ellis Jr.
2 drivers left to go then. Tobias Pfeffer, Jeff Rietveld. Tobias Pfeffer, of course, in his first ever round of racing here in R1. Jeff Rietveld racing in yet another one, having been victorious in his first ever race in R1. Tobias Pfeffer into the final sector. The middle sector's pretty decent. The first sector's okay. I think it might be a 0.4, but just ahead of Kevin Siggy. Let's see, it's not even that. It's a 0.530. So 5th place for him at the moment. 1 final time low to go, and it is Jeff Rietveld.
Not bad at all for Pfeffer to at least put himself in the top 6, giving himself a chance. Jeffrey Rietveld needs something special as well for Team Redline. He's got his teammate Kevin Siggy currently sat 4th, a 39.4, fairly standard for what we've seen, but I think really you need to be in the 2s to really challenge, and a 59.2 in the middle sector, a fair ways off the 59.0s that we have been seeing. This could be around Matuszewski territory. He's not happy about it. Rietveld up towards the line. Not even that. 9th fastest for Jeffrey Rietveld. A disaster for the young man.
Yeah, indeed. But there we go. Record-breaking lap time, at least for this event. The fastest lap of 2025 so far. Charlie Collins on top of the second semi-final, setting his sights on moving through, of course, into the final, of maybe even challenging for a victory in the final. He's certainly got the talent, just needs to piece it together. He's got his teammate close, though, for assistance. Or will they trip over each other, George?
We'll wait and see. I'd imagine they would manage it. Of course, Charlie Collins and Joshua Rogers have got some great chemistry. Of course, 2 of the fastest drivers over 1 single lap, and indeed in terms of race pace as well. I mean, I wouldn't want to tussle with them. Those 2 are very much going to control the pace at the lead of the race. So we'll wait and see, though, as to how they will manage it. Obviously, I would imagine there'll be some swapping. We saw a little bit of that at the very opening race of tonight's round in the first quarter-final, where, of course, we saw the Porsches break away at the very start. The BMW seemed to drop. Not that that necessarily is a trend, but I would imagine if you're smart and you're Porsche Commander, you're going to want to slipstream each other every single time to defend the 1-2 and obviously ensure that you've got both cars heading through to the final. I will say this, they are looking extremely good value right now, Lewis.
They are, but I will say one thing with the Porsches, or just having your teammate close, sometimes it's good, sometimes at the start of the race is actually a bad thing, because you're so desperate trying to hold a 1-2 or trying to do this or trying to orchestrate the start of the race that actually it backfires. Say, for example, if you're Josh Rogers, you're behind Charlie Collins going up into Les Combes on that first lap. You lift off to stay behind because you want to hold the 1-2. Bam! There comes one driver down the inside. Bam! There comes another one. That's where it can fall apart. Trying to orchestrate it can work out badly if you're not careful. Charlie Collins, Josh Rogers are two of the best drivers though on the field. I'm sure they'll be able to figure it out and bring home a solid result for Porsche Command. Let's talk though through the starting grid for the second semi-final. Kevin Ellis Jr. will start from the rear of the field, unfortunately, after a poor qualifying, alongside Nicholas Matteo. And before we get to the fifth row of the grid, it's Yuri Kasdorp and Jeff Rietveld. Ferris Stanley, after a fantastic performance in the quarterfinals, will start this one from 8th place, with Jakub Matuszewski starting from 7th. Yuri Toman, the highest percentage driver when it comes to his percentage for moving through into the finals. Can he keep that record up? 6th place, he'll be starting with Tobias Pfeffer joining directly behind his teammate. Kevin Siggy will start from 4th position with Dom Blyer, the leader really of that Williams team, but he might be challenged on that one by Tobias Pfeffer this afternoon. Before we get to the all-important Porsche Commander front row lockout, Josh Rogers, the driver with the most wins in R1 competition, directly behind Charlie Collins with the fastest lap of the evening so far. Who wins this race, George?
Big question marks. Obviously, you'd imagine, just given the pace, that Charlie Collins is a firm favourite, but anything can change. Obviously, quali pace is one thing, race pace is a whole other matter. But one thing's for sure, if you're Porsche Commander, you're going to be absolutely thrilled that you've got two of your drivers at the very front of the order. I can't call this one, Lewis, but I'm sure you might be able to.
37 victories. 38 sounds slightly better, doesn't it? I think Josh Rogers might be able to come out victorious. He's got 37. He's number one on the all-time winning list and could well be moving himself forward. Let's see, though, if he is able to do so, or whether it'll be his teammate on top, or maybe one of those Williams will come through. Maybe the red line of Siggy, the defending champ. We'll have to wait and see. They're all ready to go on the starting grid as we're racing down into the first corner. Charlie Collins with a decent reaction, obviously, to the race start. Fair enough. Josh Rogers straight to the outside of him. It's going to be a 1-2 for Porsche Commander. You've got the Williams there of Dom Blyer trying to work his way through, getting squeezed off with Ferris Stanley, who might drop towards the back end of this field as he's got the likes of Nicholas Matteo and such down his inside. It is a 1-2 for Porsche thus far. Kevin Siggy still in 4th position with Dom Blyer in 3rd. We work our way through Eau Rouge and Radion. Very much an anticlimactic start thus far. That's all about to change, I'm sure. A bit of 3 wide there in the background, and here comes the challenge from those behind. Charlie Collins and Josh Rogers going side by side. Dom Blyer in directly behind Charlie Collins, and looking at the inside comes Kevin Siggy. He's not waiting for his opportunity as he works his way down the inside and into 2nd position. Charlie Collins then for 1st. Josh Rogers dropped all the way down to 4th.
He certainly did. 4th place, and has lost down to Dominic Blyer, who had a good start, as well as Kevin Siggy, who's now in 2nd. And from one Kevin to another, Kevin Ellis Jr. was last of the cars at the very start of the race as well, coming out of turn 1, but has now since dropped Ferris Stanley and Jakub Matuszewski, who is now routed to the edge of the field. And it looks like Matuszewski's had a problem because he's well and truly detached from Ferris Stanley as well. We've seen several occasions where it's been 3, 4 wide going up through towards turn 1, and it's ended in disaster again for Team Falcons, much like it did for Semislav Laminek, as now Jeffrey Rietveld goes wheel to wheel here with Tobias Pfeffer as they fight through the Lafanier chicane, and the Williams with the inside line as they try and race down through towards Campus and Stavelo. Rietveld with his nose in front, and needs to as well, because Redline need a car through to the final. So squarely getting onto the curbs, but he saves himself, and Pfeffer's down in 6.
Yeah, but the important bit is look at that gap, 4th to 5th. 1 second now already. And those top 4 will check out. They will no longer be a part of the equation. It's all about this behind as Tobias Pfeffer looks to the inside. Young and aggressive. That's what he's been in the set course of Competizione, and he's showing it now. Gives a little bit of an elbow there to Jeff Rietveld. 3 wide as Yuri Kasdorp throws himself into the mix. And they're squeezing, there's bumping, there's banging, there's bruising as they try and work their way through. Yuri Kasdorp skips over the chicane. Jeff Rieveld's gone round, and Redline's bad day comes to an end as well. Bit of a spin as well in the background as Tobias Pfeffer got caught up in all of that. And Jeff Rietveld cannot believe his eyes. Kevin Ellis Jr. has worked from the back of the field, though, into 6th place.
He could not believe his luck. Could Kevin Ellis Jr. 6th place after being rooted to the rear of the field at the very start of the race. And I have to tell you, Redline face a reality as 2-time teams champions in R1 history, with only one car belonging to Kevin Siggy going through to the final so far here tonight, but nothing is conclusive, with Siggy though challenging for the race lead on Charlie Collins as they make their way around on lap 2 of 7. We got wheel-to-wheel action as well between what looks to be Joshua Rogers trying to fight his way past Dominic Blyer as well. He's managed to do so. He's into third. Blyer back to the outside as they go wheel-to-wheel again, coming through towards Rivage. Blyer leaving nothing to chance. He is not giving Joshua Rogers any respite, but is trying to break within the top 3.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just looking at all this. Obviously, all those that were caught up in that incident. Talking of all my stats, highest percentage of person to move through into the finals. Yeah, again, you're absolutely right. Just tear it up. Throw it in the bin. It's complete rubbish. Yuri Toman is in 11th spot. He ain't moving through. That's that one done. Unfortunately for Yuri Toman and Vitality, not having a great start to 2025. Again, nor is Redline. There's some big, heavy hitters having a bad day so far. But one of the biggest heavy hitters is having a great one. Porsche Commander already having 2 drivers going through into the final, looking like they're going to have 2 drivers going through from this as well to have 4 in total in the final. But they're now aiming for big stuff. They're thinking, look, we can get a 1-2 in this race. Come on, Josh, step it up, get after Kevin Siggy, get after the champion, work your way past, and yeah, let's sell this one.
Yeah, it's definitely the case that the 1-2 is definitely not off the table, but I tell you one man who's going to try and stop that from happening is Dominic Blyer. He's right in the wheel tracks here of Joshua Rogers. Already challenged him once coming down through towards Rivage out of Malmedy on the last lap, but now as they begin the next lap, here is lap 3 incoming, and it's currently Charlie Collins at the head of the order. Kevin Siggy has been watching every move that he makes. Despite being in second place, he'll have every chance of taking the race lead himself. But I would imagine if you're Kevin Siggy, you're going to play your cards right, play the percentage game, because he knows he's Redline's only chance of a victory heading through to the final. Yeah,
I mean, look, this is to be fair though, in the final, I'm actually looking at this, but it's fascinating. I would not be shocked if we got a 1, 2, 3, 4 for Porsche Commander at the moment. They are that.
It's so possible, Lewis. Honestly, with the form that they're in, I would say the only pairing that could have had a moment was Dane Warren and obviously Caruso, but they proved us wrong. In comes now Dominic Blyer through to third place, drops Joshua Rogers, but this is going to be a theme, I think, that's consistent. Rogers should get him back.
Well, like I said, this is our 6th race of the season so far. The only person who's not a Porsche Commander to have won was McCormack, of course, in the Aston Martin Virtus Pro. It's a scary thing, but we've seen this time and time again where teams, whether it's been obviously RHG or Vitality in the past, whether it's been Redline, whether it's been Williams, where they've looked so strong. I think it was Williams at Daytona, wasn't it? They had all 4 in the final and then just looked pretty mid in the final. Let's take a look, though, what happened into the bus stop chicane. As we're seeing these side-by-side, 3 wide into it. There was Yuri Kazdal, which actually was a pretty solid move to work his way through. But my goodness me, on board with Kevin Ellis Jr. there, who's currently in 6th position. I get it, it was all happening ahead of him, but he did kind of keep his foot in a little bit.
Yes, I think it was almost a case that he was trying to bulldoze his way through the middle, I think, more than anything else. I'm not sure whether the term bulldoze is probably the smartest term to use, but you know, that's kind of what it looked like, if you ask me. But nevertheless, there was very little room, I think, for him to go, or anywhere for him to go, really being stuck in the middle of the pack coming into the bus stop chicane. So it depends on how the stewards look at that, to be quite honest. I think really the domino effect happened, I think, way before Kevin entered the fray. I think.
It's a really tough one. Like you say, I remember I was taking part in the championship. It was 10 years ago. That's how long I've been in sim racing. I was taking part in the championship. I was involved in the 7-car battle. I went into a corner last of the group and I came out first of the group because they all crashed. I got a penalty for that, even though I was nothing really to do with the crash. But they were like, basically, it was like, well, yeah, but you were last going in and then you were first coming out, so you must have had something to do with it. And I was like, that's fine.
They just didn't believe in your talent, Lewis Wigley.
I will say I was slightly vocal about it, and I got banned, which is fine. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. But my point is that's kind of in that range of like you were last going in, first coming out. But it's not as simple as that. So I'm sure this race result will take a little while to become official. If you want to check out when that's going to happen, of course, the Rennsport app, they scan the QR code on screen. You've got all of your races, of course, if you're taking part in Rennsport. If you want to have a little go yourself, that's the best way to look at what races are coming up. And, of course, if you look under the events, you can find the race results of this spring season, of course, here in 2025. But you can click the past events button and go through all of the history of the R1 competition and see exactly who's been winning, who's had pole position, positions, who's top this, who's top that. The stats are all there. No, that's not what I'm using. I'm using a spreadsheet that's super nerdy, but there's simpler ways.
Absolutely right. And you'll be able to get hold of all those results via that app indeed. But currently, the result is favouring Porsche Commando, with Charlie Collins continuing his rampant rise after a blistering lap set in qualifying, the first of the 14 threes that we have seen here at Spa. As we now watch as Yuri Kasdorp, who looks set to move into the finalist phase as well. Kevin Ellis Jr. has managed to move into 5th after all of this as well. He hasn't ceased his run at all in the Aston Martin. He's got a fair ways to go before he can catch Joshua Rogers, 4.2 to be precise, but he's putting the work in and trying to break away from Yuri Kasdorp here.
He might be expecting a time penalty. I don't know if he is, but maybe he's expecting a time penalty. I don't know what that penalty will be. The race drivers will be a bit more aware as to what the general precedent is from race control of penalties. If, say, for example, it's a 5-second time penalty, Kevin Jr. has been in sim racing for long enough. He will understand as to whether he's going to get one or not, or whether he thinks he'll get one or not. And right now, his goal then will be make the gap big enough to the top 6 to avoid that penalty, right? Sounds easy. Obviously, it's very, very difficult. But I think that's what we'll be looking at. Whatever the gap he thinks it might be, whatever penalty he thinks it might be, whether it is 3 seconds, 5 seconds, whatever, that's the gap that he's watching at between him and Ferris Stanley. He's got 3 laps to potentially build that margin. That is whether, of course, he gets a penalty or not. We don't know. We're not race control. That will all come from them. We'll update you with it as such. But semi-final 1 was dramatic. Semi-final 2 just as dramatic, apparently, George.
Oh, absolutely right. And Kevin Ellis Jr., I think is treating the rest of this race like a hot lap session. Currently sat in 5th place with Yuri Kasdorp still behind him, who's getting a delightful tow off the back of all this. Jeffrey Rietfeld, who was one of the victims in that massive moment that happened around the bus stop chicane, and unfortunately it's pretty much set the tone for the entirety of what's happened really to Team Redline. They have got, though, a driver up at the front, though. Kevin Siggy has taken the lead away from Charlie Collins up at the head of the order, so a great display from the Sixter. Mustachio back to work again, pretty much keeping up from where he left off at the end of the last Esports World Cup that we witnessed at the end of, the last one in 2024 last year, and continuing his rampant form now in front of Charlie Collins. The only red line car currently making its way into the final, should the results stay the way they are. Charlie Collins now in 2nd with Joshua Rogers, his teammate, in 3rd, and he is 0.3 clear of Dominic Bly, who I must say has had a brilliant race as well so far.
Yeah, he really has. I mean, Blyer has been good. He's been keeping up with the top 3, and the top 2 are 2 of the strongest drivers in R1. So it's pretty handy to keep up with those 2. And Charlie Collins obviously has the fastest lap round here as well this evening. I will say for Kevin Siggy, if he is able to take this victory, it will move him clear in 4th on the all-time winners list at 19 victories. 18 victories Luke Bennett and Darren McCormack also have as well. This is a move for the race lead. Nice and easy on the slipstream, working his way past, and yeah, that one's not being fought really that hard at all. Fast forward to lap 7, we'll be talking a little bit more fisticuffs in that kind of battle, but right now there's no need to fight it. Josh Rogers and Charlie Collins and Dominic Blyer and Kevin Siggy, they all know how to win races.
They certainly do. They've done it many times already in the past. There's Kevin Siggy in the left-hand side, just underneath our classification or our timing board, as you can see on the left-hand side. Kevin Siggy exiting out of La Source. And now next up, a trip towards Eau Rouge and Radillon. And Charlie Collins is going to try and elevate himself. The question is, will he do it now on the penultimate lap of the race? I would imagine he'll want to stay behind and potentially open the door on the final lap. This depends, though, on how confident he's feeling as he now stretches uphill. Will he stay behind the BMW M4 GT3? It's looking that way as Kevin Siggy defends the outside line. Now heading up through towards Lake Comet. Look, a little tap in the rear of Kevin Siggy as well. I'm not sure whether that was intentional content or whether perhaps he was, or contact I should say, or whether it was just a case that perhaps he went a little bit overzealous, but it definitely looked like Siggy was out of shape on the run up through towards Lake Comet.
Yeah, indeed. Look, this is going to get feisty on the final lap. Obviously, we're here on the penultimate one, but this is going to step its way up. This is going to get close. This is going to get a little bit door-bangery. And trust me, the top 4, they've all got a great chance of winning this race. Those 2 behind, they're in a little battle behind with each other. Kevin Ellis Jr., Yuri Kasdorp are mostly focused on that gap to keep Jakub Maszewski, Ferris Stanley, and the likes at bay. This is going to be a tough end to the race, though, for Kevin Siggy, because we've seen time and time again, if you're second, if you're third in the group on that final lap of the race, you can come through to take victory.
Certainly can. To now come out of the chicane section at the Fanier, now down in towards Campus and Stavelo again for the penultimate time here in semi-final 2. Next time around will be the last time, and it'll either be Collins or Siggy, or it could be even Joshua Rogers making his way through. Maybe Dominic Blyer for an outside bet as well. He's only 1.2 away from Kevin Siggy at the top of the tree. It's so tight between all 4 of these drivers at the head of the order. Yuri Kazdorp doing a great job as well of staying within the wheel tracks of Kevin Ellis Jr. Matuszewski has now dropped back away from Kevin Ellis Jr. It's 3.2 seconds between them. If there is a 3-second time penalty given to Kevin Ellis Jr., then he will still retain a top 6 place come the end of this race. As now Kevin Siggy sprints down through towards turn 1. There in behind is Charlie Collins as we begin the final lap as we head in towards the source, Lewis.
Yeah, this is going to be a big run, very important. Could it be a 1-2 here for Porsche Coanda? Will Team Redline deny it? What can Kevin Siggy do at the moment? There's not really much he can do, and you can see the Porsches pulling over to the left-hand side, not taking the slipstream because they want to give themselves enough of a gap to work into once they've crossed the top of the hill. So once they get up through the camel curve, you'll see them really stick to the rear end of Kevin Siggy, and that's exactly what's happened. We're on the camel straight now. Kevin Siggy trying to take the defensive line and push over Charlie Collins, who's just taken over the race lead here. He's already cleaning through. A little bit of contact there between Josh Rogers and Kevin Siggy as Josh Rogers trying to fend his way through. Can the Porsche Coanda man do it? Can one of the drivers who's been the absolute best in R1 work his way through? The driver with the most victories works his way through in a second spot as a 1-2 for Porsche Coanda now, but Kevin Siggy's not done. He looks to the outside as Don Bryan might try and find his way through and work it into a podium. Excellent from Porsche Coanda there. They are running first and second.
In the Porsche Coanda Team Redline battle, Coanda have excelled every single time. Collins leads the way. Joshua Rogers creeping through as he swept through to take the race lead, with Rogers making it a 1-2 for now as car number 93 and 92 dispute the very front of the order here on the final lap of the race, with Kevin Siggy dropped into P3. Dominic Blyer on the tail of it all in 4th, with a small break then to Kevin Ellis Jr., who is putting in the work to try and extend as best he can ahead of the likes of Yuri Kazdorp and Jakub Matuszewski. But what a drive from Charlie Collins. From pole he started. He will finish, hopefully in his mind, a winner again. And what an extraordinary performance to give himself a chance to excel and exceed, not only to take the final, but also potentially win the final race that's coming up later on tonight, Lewis.
Yeah, 2024 looked like it was the year of Team Redline. 2025 at the moment, though, looks like it's going to be the year of Porsche Coanda. Jordan Caruso, Tatler, McCormack, Oliveira, Schoeniger and Warren have all moved through into the final already, and they're about to be joined by this group as Charlie Collins wins again here this evening. Collins across the line is 2 from 2 from him in 2025. Joshua Rogers, second position. Porsche Coanda, all 4 through. That's the big talking point from the semi-finals. They are looking very, very strong, George.
Sheer brilliance or genius, whatever you want to call it. Joshua Rogers and this man, Charlie Collins, have brought it to the forefront for the Porsche Coanda team. What a blistering display. The very first 2:14.3 we witnessed here this evening to take pole position, to convert it to the gold standard victory that will pivot him into the final later on. And not only that, join 3 of his teammates, including also semi-final winner Jordan Caruso. The story has been, it's been Porsche Coanda, Lewis, hasn't it?
It really has been. Yeah, they've been so good this evening, but that doesn't mean they're going to win. Like I said before, I remember, again, it was Daytona ages ago, of course, when Don Blyer made his debut. I think all Williams moved their way through into the final, and I'm pretty sure the highest they finished in the final, despite all 4 cars, despite the victories going into it, I'm pretty sure it was like 7th. Yeah, they didn't have a good run that day, and that could happen to Porsche Coanda. It's very unlikely to. They look very, very, very strong. But it could happen. That's the important bit. Obviously, the top 4 were great. There was that talking point of all the incidents and stuff that were happening behind. Kevin Ellis Jr. obviously coming through and all of that to finish in 5th position. And then, of course, Yuri Kazdorp in 6th. Do you think there is a penalty coming for Kevin Ellis Jr.?
It's a tough one to call. I personally felt that he was kind of in a non-starter position anyway. I felt personally from where he was sat, there was far too much going on around him. He didn't really have anywhere else to go apart from an off-track, but even then, getting to that point is not easy. Already, Rietveld was the wrong way round. even before he had reached Kevin Ellis Jr. in my eyes. I think a penalty to Big Kev, I think, would be a bit harsh, I think, at this point. So we'll see where it goes. I mean, if it does, then obviously stewards would have a very good reason to give it, I would imagine. So we'll see. We'll have to wait and see what the final result brings. From what I've seen, I don't think it really was anything to do with him, to be quite honest. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, looking back at Porsche Carrera, what's that now? 5 wins in 6 races?
Certainly is. They're the dominant force. I think you're absolutely right, by the way. I think Kevin Ellis Jr. is in the middle of everything. Sure, there's maybe one of those things where it's like there's stuff you could have done, but it's kind of not at the point where this is a penalty. But again, that is race control's decision. They will look over that instant and we'll have to wait and see what they end up deciding and all that one. But everyone scared probably won't be the right way of putting it, but intimidated potentially by Porsche Commander's pace and consistency here this afternoon. All 4 through. Dane Warren had to really work for it. It kind of seemed, though, the other 3, though, really didn't. Jordan Caruso was at the front, and as much as they had to work a little bit for the 1-2, the chances of those Porsche Commanders going through here between Collins and Rogers, it seemed like it was a done deal even from the very start of the race with the 1-2 in qualifying. This is the point, is that it looked, in relative terms, kind of easy.
Yeah, which is bizarre when we factor in Spa as one of the circuits that carries the most variation in terms of cornering, and also with it being a long circuit as well. You know, the threshold of right and wrong is quite thin, even at the best of times. So the fact that they've just been so consistent just goes to show what a great job Porsche Carrera have done over the break period that we have had since the last R1 final that we had in Saudi Arabia to this very point where we kickstart the brand new season campaign. Credit where credit's due. They've obviously worked masterfully to pull it out of the bag, and obviously nothing has really changed. They've still got the same car as before. Take us through the highlights, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. And there were quite a few already kicking off right from the start of the race as Jakub Masiejewski went round. You alluded to the fact, George, as him being dropped off the rear end of the train right on the first lap. That was the reason why, getting spun round into Les Combes. This is the big talking point, though, from the race. All the battle for about 5th and 6th position. A lot of elbows out. Yuri Kasdorp was on the outside, and as they would work their way through here, Kasdorp would go out wide. You saw Kevin Ellis Jr. there in the white and orange car for Virtus Pro, kind of in the middle of everything as it was all kicking off. A bit of a spin there for Tobias Pfeffer being sent to the rear end, and Jeff Rietveld. This is on board with the Virtus Pro driver, seeing all of it unfold, was able to pick his way past the Vitality driver as he was working his way onto the brakes here into the bus stop. There's already 3 wide, basically 2 rows deep here. Yuri Toman kind of squeezes him onto the curb, and it's all spinning around him. As we're seeing the instant, Yuri Kasdorp was able to check his way through it. That was the really big talking point. Whether there's going to be any penalties from that, I'm not so sure. I think it was all just a calamity, but we'll have to wait and see. Switches up for the race leaders. Kevin Siggy was able to take it off of Charlie Collins. Quite an easy move, but that would allow the Porsche Carrera duo to close their way up as Josh Rogers was able to close his way in on his teammate. Last lap of the race, and Charlie Collins was able to sweep his way through into the race lead. Side by side into Les Combes between Kevin Siggy and Joshua Rogers, 2 of the very best at this level, and it was Josh Rogers to come through to make it a 1-2 for Porsche Coanda. These provisional race results, of course, Collins, then Rogers, then Siggy as well in 3rd position, and Dom Bly, the top 4, really the class of the field and all that. Kevin Ellis Jr. in 5th position with Yuri Kasdorp inside that top 6. Could potentially make it 2 mouse drivers into the finals as well, and I don't think Yuri Kasdorp did anything wrong in that at all. So I'm pretty sure that one will be going through. Jakub Masiejewski was able to work his way through up to 7th despite spinning on the first lap. Terry Stanley there at 8th. Disappointment for Redline as they're in 9th position. Just Kevin Siggy from the Redline camp working his way through into the final with Nicholas Matteo. And then we've got Yuri Toman and Tobias Pfeffer. Big disappointment for Tobias Pfeffer as his evening started out in such high form. And there you go, 12th position for him in this race. He's got so much potential, though. Really keep an eye on him through the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's got more to show. I think for sure, Lewis. So I think there might only be one discrepancy I think I see from Kevin Ellis Jr. from that moment, that incident. I think the touch on the Williams, I think, might be looked at probably more than anything else, because that was a direct, I think, implication into how the Williams spun. I think from my point of view, we obviously saw it from the onboard. Obviously we'll let the stewards decide as to where that goes, but aside from that, I don't think Kevin Ellis Jr. could really do anything else really at that point. But yeah, no, dominating display from Porsche Coanda. Dismay for Team Redline, who now only have 1 car going through, but if you've got 1 car going through, then it's not bad if it's Kevin Siggy, really, is it, Lewis?
Well, I mean, this is the thing. This is why we were kind of saying a little bit earlier on, like with Luke Bennett and Enzo Benito, how between the two of them, you'd rather like Luke Bennett go through. I'd say it's kind of the same here with Kevin Siggy and Jeff Rieveld. Jeff Rieveld going through would be amazing, but I'd say between the two of them, and again, Jeff Rieveld, Enzo Benito, they are two drivers that can win this final.
Yeah, no, they are, absolutely.
And the other two are more likely to, right?
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, at the end of the day, they've got one of their stronger drivers, I would say, for sure, if we're looking at previous form. Kevin Siggy, obviously being one of those. But what we have got is a very succulent final. I want to give credit where credit's due as well to Yuri Kansdorp, who, I have to tell you, seemed like he'd been living under a dark cloud over the last couple of years whenever we've ran into R1 competition. But here this time, just getting into that final can really change the game of someone's championship or indeed even their entire career here at this point. And Kansdorp, who is a very intelligent, high IQ performer, really likes to delve into the high sciences of sim racing. Once again, coming back and showing what he is truly capable of. You know, he could really cause a shock, maybe a surprise here tonight.
And he dropped in chat, interesting race, which is a really nice way of putting it. It certainly was.
He's not wrong.
Someone who I've known in sim racing for a long time. In fact, drove into the back of me at one point in sim racing. I've not forgotten.
You've held it against him ever since.
It was Winton. It was 2016. It's fine. I still remember. Of course, race drivers have long memories. But of course, quality driver, like you say, has had very big ups and downs in R1 over the years. I think this one will be counted as being up there. And like I say, if there's one driver in all of that, kind of like what we saw a bit earlier on in the day, there were 3 wide going into it and he's furthest left and then gets squeezed off. There's nothing he can do about that. No. And so from him straight lining the chicane and then getting on with it, for me, in my mind, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, he's been put into that position and then has carried on. So if there's anyone from that grouping that's definitely going to be avoiding a penalty, for me and my money, is like Yuri Kansdorp has done nothing wrong. He's definitely going through into the final. It's just Kevin Lewis Jr. as to whether race control see anything about that. That's the delay that we're waiting for, just to double check everything from it. I do have the confirmed race results from the semi-final one, so at least we know who's going through from that one, just to double check. Jordan Caruso, Thomas Tattler, Darren McCormack, Koki Oliveira, Dennis Shinigan and Dane Warren as the race results as that finished. That is the drivers that are going through.
And that was obviously the tie-up between Dane Warren as well, coming through the final corner, where we weren't sure where that was going to go. Obviously, where he knocked out the other red line driver, we weren't sure whether he was going to hold that position right at the end of the race, but he certainly did, and that's essentially what's led to Porsche Commander essentially having 4 drivers move through to the final. I don't think there's going to be any argument with that, because of course they were right at the head of the order. It was a very, very smooth, no issue race for the Porsche Commanders in semi-final 2, so they will definitely be moving through with 4 drivers for the final, which is going to be truly exciting. Yeah, I mean, if you're Williams as well, obviously gutted about Tobias Pfeiffer. I mean, a driver who probably, again, worthy of a spot in the final after what we've seen today. Would you say a great debut appearance for Williams in R1, Lewis?
I think so, genuinely. It's so tough out there, and to jump in, yeah, this is a tough one for him. But to kind of jump in with a little, with a lack of experience in Rennsport compared to obviously Don Blyer, who obviously himself debuted whilst the championship was going on and had to kind of learn the same way. Has debuted really, really strongly. I think we're going to see him do really well. Genuinely, at some point in the season, we're definitely going to see Tobias Pfeiffer winning races. That is, honestly, that is going to happen at some point this season. Can't wait for that. Like I say, I think head held high for Pfeiffer this evening to get through into the semi-finals, to look strong in it, and to be kind of pushed back out of no fault of his own, was just in the middle of all of it. One thing I do want to talk about, though, George, we've talked about positives when it comes to sim racing liveries. Let's talk about negatives, because one of the first things that we heard from a driver this evening was obviously from the hot lap of Josh Rogers, saying how a beautiful new livery on Porsche Commander. Really? Like, come on. Absolutely.
Are you scrutinising everyone's liveries now? Is this what's going to happen for the rest of the season?
Yeah, back in 2023. The liveries, they're questionable. The Porsche Commander, I'm just going to say it now. No, it's not a vibe for me.
Well, listen, Yeah. I mean, we can take a look at the liveries actually in greater detail and really go through them, because I think we need to. Right, we'll kickstart off with MSI. I actually like this one. There's subtle hints of Mercedes in this, regardless. Obviously, we know the colorway, the light greenish blue tinge with the white and the nice grayscale as well. I'm a fan of this one, Lewis.
Bland. Okay, fine. 6 out of 10. The colours, the driver highlights, they help, but 6 out of 10.
You are ruthless, Liam.
It's
McLean.
Fine. It's fine. No, honestly, I kind of like it, but it's fine. Also, the MSI gets a bit lost on the side. I'm sorry. I used to do some livery design in sim racing.
Maybe some contrast then on the MSI logo, perhaps.
6 out of 10. I think that's fair. Do you not agree?
Now, what about this one?
ERA.
ERA.
Asymmetrical.
Now, you can't be mean to a new team in their first season.
I will not be. Two major things here. Number one, again, asymmetrical. Great, like that. Do like an asymmetrical livery. Number two as well, getting blue and red to work on a livery sucks.
That's tough. That's tough. Yeah.
I think they've made it work. I quite like it. 7.5 out of 10. 7.5.
Yeah, it's very true to their colours, though, because if you look at their logo, they are blue, red, and of course white. They do embrace a very almost United States style or theme, really, in terms of their livery. Of course, I think it's a valiant effort for a first appearance. What would you rate it out of 10?
Yeah, 7.5.
7.5.
Here comes the meat of it, though. What has happened? Okay, red line. I'm going to be real with you. This livery, genuinely, in my opinion, was like a 9 out of 10. Solidly 9 out of 10, maybe 9.5 out of 10. I absolutely love this livery. I think this livery looks so good. The addition of white, and obviously that's from the Racing Bull, so I think I get it. And honestly, I'm void of sponsor. I don't care about the whether we did this to make sponsors, blah 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 blah. I don't care. I just care whether it looks good or not. It don't. That's the be all and end all. 4 out of 10. Set 5.
What did you say? 5 then at the very end?
Yeah, no, it's much better than 4. It's 5. I'm sorry. It's just I don't think it looks good.
Are you scared of Andre?
I'm scared of Kevin Siggy. I'm scared of Luke Crane. I'm scared of other people from that team. But no, yeah, 5.
Goodness me.
Send me and it'll be up to a 6. All right.
Hey, listen, I'll be honest. I think you've gone a bit harsh on that. I think I'm willing to go for it. I'm willing to park a 6.5 on that. Personally speaking, I think that's 6.5 worthy. Personally. Well, no. I mean, I can understand the route they're going. I think if I was the one making the decisions, I would have put a white gradient towards the rear end of the car.
I would have done not that
and toned the blue in with it.
It just doesn't work for me. No, I think that what you're saying that might have worked a bit better. I don't know, but I'm just saying that it's fitting in with that the triangle pattern and stuff that's all over it. I'm just not about it. Virtus Pro. Okay, this livery, I would like more orange. One note, but I actually really like the cartoony, because I've seen this on Instagram and stuff, on some cars where they're doing that comic with the lines and stuff. I quite like that. I think it does quite work on this livery. Like I said, I'd like a bit more color rather than just being plain white, but that's maybe just a me thing. I think I've not seen a livery like this in sim racing that's doing this kind of thing and that's keeping it tidy. This is 7 out of 10. I like it.
I like the design on the front. Just adds to that aggression of the Aston Martin, really, up at the very front end of the car, which I think's lovely. It gives the car a little bit of personality, a little bit of anger. I think Virtus Pro have come into this, I think, no nonsense, in the sense that they've started at the very bottom, the very base layer in the championship. They had a tough debut campaign. They've come in, they've taken 2 very, very good drivers and ingratiated them into their team, and they've come out with a stonking livery with some real nice comic effects on the car. It's a very comic book style, I would say. So I'm willing to give that a 7.5 out of 10.
All right, we'll come back to this next week. We'll come back.
Take us through the championship, Lewis.
Yeah, of course, after the opening rounds. No one's going to be shocked. Of course, the points being added up, of course, from the semi-finals and the quarterfinals. No one is shocked. 163 points. Porsche Commander Esports lead by more than double the next team. Not shocked by that at all. BMW M Team Redline Racing Bulls, 79 points for them. Like I say, a way off, and that's because they've had a white delivery. That's fine. No, obviously not. They're 3 points clear, though, of Virtus Pro, who could be looking strong coming into the final with Darren McCall, but we'll have to wait and see. Atlassian Williams, Sim Racing, all these groups, these teams are quite close, from BMW M Team Redline down to BS Competition as well. Team Falcons, BS Competition 5th and 6th position. Then we've got Mouse, Team Vitality, the two Mercedes AMG teams, first MSI, and then the Thibaut Courtois car there in 10th position. ERA there in 11th and Guild there in 12th. Obviously, those you can see on the right-hand side, that's the projected groups they're going to be in. That is relevant for round 4 onwards this season for their seedings, for who they're taking on in effect of the group stage.
Yeah, and obviously if you're in that Group A and you're at the very top of the order, if you're Porsche Commander and BMW Team Redline, you will be confirming your place through to the final. Also, if you're Williams as well, being sat at the top of Group B, you've got a great chance of going through directly into the finals at the Esports World Cup post round 8. So we'll watch that fluctuate through the course of the season. It's going to happen a lot. We've got a long way to go before the dynamic group stage, so a lot more races to come. Remember, round 2 and 3 are basically the knockout phase. That will then decide the seedings, obviously those groups on the right-hand side. And then we'll get into the meat and onions of the dynamic group phase to decide who will be directly going through to the World Cup finals, and then decide who goes through to the knockout to decide the rest of the teams that go through to that final phase. And the rest of the teams or cars will be out.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Really excited. Always love this, road to Riyadh, the road to the Esports World Cup. The Esports World Cup was so fun last season. It was good. I had all my little commentators around me as well. I was like, oh, this is sick. But
it was quite the squad.
It was quite the squad. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I sorted you out a little bit there. It's fine. Let's talk about the final though, because it's coming up. We've got 12 drivers. Got them all sorted. Got them all set. And there's no changes, by the way, to the semi-final. Progressing through from semi-final 2. So it's Jordan Caruso, Thomas Tattler, Darren McCormack, Kaiki Oliveira, Dennis Schiniger, Dane Warren. Those are the ones from semi-final 1. Then the 1-2 for Porsche Commander, Charlie Collins, Josh Rogers, Kevin Siggy, Don Blyer, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Yuri Kasdorp. The 12 drivers to take to the final for the first one in 2025. Who's winning, George? Who's winning?
It's hard to look past Porsche Commander at the moment. And if I'm honest, I'm going to stick with Charlie Collins. I think in terms of mere lap consistency, I think in terms of race trim, race pace, I think he's got it all. He's a young driver with a lot of promise. I think we've got a budding Joshua Rogers of the future here in the mind's eye of Charlie Collins. For me, they're cut from the same cloth, Lewis. I don't know about you.
No, I absolutely agree. You're just saying that because you went to the same school as him, though, right?
Yes, I am. I'm not biased at all.
That's fine, don't worry. No, honestly, superb performances thus far. 2 from 2 for Charlie Collins. Could it be 3 from 3? Very, very high on the likelihood. Fair enough. I'm with him for the semi-finals. I'm going to stick to that. I'm not going to Porsche Commander because that's boring, isn't it? I'm going to go McCormack again. Okay. I'm seeing some really good speed from the Virtus Pro driver. I'm thinking McCormack, piece it together. The main thing from what happened in, basically what dropped him down the order in his semi-final in qualifying was the final sector didn't piece that one together, but had the fastest middle sector that we've set all the way through this event thus far. Piece together a lap like that, and we know he can do. Then I think it might be pole position. Maybe go for a race victory. One thing I do know though, George,
what's that, Lewis?
We're getting a 0.3 for pole position. We're getting a 0.3 for pole position. Come on. It's got to be. If we don't, honestly, we're not even commentating the race. We're going to go to the pub.
Might as well take the night off. But no, seriously. I mean, what I'm really impressed with Darren McCormack is his ability to move teams, obviously from a stable environment that he has been a part of for so long. Williams was his very first professional team when he got into sim racing at a professional level. Prior to that, he of course was involved with Munster Esports as a sim racer over in Ireland, where he performed at the highest level, eventually got a chance with Williams. And now with Virtus Pro, a very different ideology, very different team, very different style of working in comparison to where he was at Williams, where I would say it was probably more personable. I would say, certainly given the fact that they do have the big esports lounge at Grove, which I've had the pleasure of visiting as well. But to move to a team like Virtus Pro, obviously vastly different ideology with different drivers. Of course, he does have Kevin Ellis Jr. in his back pocket alongside him as well. I mean, that really, for me, is an underrated combination as well in many ways, having Kevin Ellis Jr. and Dara McCormack in your corner. I just like, though, how Dara has kind of affinitied himself with the new team, but also with the Aston Martin. He said it himself, he finds it a lot easier to drive than the Mercedes that he had before.
Yeah, but this is the interesting bit, right? Where when you could look at the Virtus Pro lineup, like you say, it is a different environment, and those that are above, I'm sure team manager side of things, that's all very, very different, and how that all works. The teammates, though, this is one thing that I was interested in. Teammates, obviously, like I say, Kevin Ellis Jr. someone that he's kind of worked with and battled with quite a lot over the last couple of years here, but both driving the same car over the last year and the second half of 2023 as well. So they've kind of got along well. There is Kevin Ellis Jr., of course. So the two of those, great, cool. Wojciech Fiala, ex-Williams driver. Mikhail Statsenko, like a driver that
that's true. Yeah, very true.
The setup of the team in this, they're all drivers that they're all very familiar with each other. They all get along well with each other. They're all like pretty comfortable with each other. And I think that's kind of one of the important things to note, that as much as it is a different environment from a team manager, and from that perspective, the drivers he's actually with, they're all people that he's comfortable with. And I think that's important.
Feels criminal, doesn't it, that we kind of don't talk about Williams more, because they are essentially responsible for the majority of the drivers that are on this grid, which is absolutely phenomenal, really, when you consider the fact that, all these drivers that are part of Virtus Pro, once Williams esports drivers. You've got others as well that are now coming into the furore. You look at your Don Blythe, your Daniel Paghtors, you look at Dennis Schrödinger, who is, I must say, out of nowhere. It's not very often where we commentate Dennis Schrödinger in the final of a round in R1 as a championship.
Yeah, no, honestly, very, very impressive. Basically, what we're saying here is Williams are the Sauber of sim racing.
It's true.
Starting all those drivers, and then they all move off to better teams, and then they're just kind of being like, wait, what's happened? Obviously, no, that's not the case. Williams are.
Raikkonen, Leclerc, we go on.
Yeah. There's a lot that have started that route and moved their way on. But no, obviously, Williams are a very strong team in their own right. They've got a really strong group of drivers this season. Very excited to see how they all get on. But like you said, it is cool to see some of their drivers that have left the team and then gone on and done strong things. And now we're going to see that, like I say, with a new crop of drivers that are doing that. I think you're absolutely right. Dennis Schrödinger is one of those ones that I'd look at and be like, wow, he's done really, really well compared to respectfully, where maybe we would have expected him to be. He has moved into the final on one occasion. Has done before, so this is only his second final
with a brand new team as well in Maus, and lined up with Yuri Kasdorp. So despite losing Max Benneker, Schrödinger has really brought himself to the front and filled the gaps that they may have not necessarily filled in the past. So credit to Schrödinger for that, and also credit to Yuri Kasdorp. But we're riding now with Kevin Ellis Jr. to open up the final qualifying session of the night with 8 minutes to go. And we're going to decide the grid for this upcoming race to close off this evening's festivities here at Spa. It's a 39.4 in the first sector for Big Kev. Of course, that's generally where we have usually seen it. If you can get into the 39.3s, that's all the better. But not a bad start for Kevin Ellis Jr., who came off the back of a scary moment in that last race, getting caught up in that big mess coming through the bus stop chicane.
Indeed. I mean, look, he survived his way through. I'm sure there's every single driver in that group is sat there thinking, I should be in that car, and I should be in that position. I should be in the final. Blah 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 blah. Well, tough. Big Kev is here. So Kevin Ellis Jr. He is the one that is in the prime position at the moment. That first sector is not great. It's not terrible, but we're going to see faster. This is not going to be a pole position lap time from Kevin Ellis Jr. It's not going to be challenging that 0.3 that we saw. Only 1.3 on the day, and that one was Charlie Collins, who set a lap time in the first sector, about a tenth faster. Middle sector, though, Well, Charlie Collins on his fastest lap of the evening, 59.067. That's a 0.68.
Yeah, very smart indeed from Big Kev, and puts the pressure on the rest of the field as well, Lewis, with that 59.068. That is a brilliant middle sector for Kevin Ellis Jr. Now needs to really dial in Sector 3 to kind of make up for Sector 1 in a way, as we now breeze across and have a look at the Team Falcons car as it makes its way around the track. But all eyes on Kevin Ellis Jr. on the escape of bus stop now up towards the line. Let's see what Sector 3 can bring. The Aston Martin, 36.0 in that final sector isn't bad at all. That's a 2:14.5. but some ways off the 2:14.3.
Yeah, we're going to need a much fast lap. Next one through will be Thomas Tattler, one driver who's been very close to setting a 0.3 this evening. Very, very close. 0.400 rather. He has set this evening. Could he go slightly better on this lap? Middle sector's not great. First sector is pretty solid though. I think this might be a 0.4, but I think it's going to be a high 0.4 for Thomas Tattler as he works his way across the line. Oh my goodness, these are a horrible one in the final sector.
Yeah, horrible final sector indeed. Currently sat beyond 3 seconds off the pace of Kevin Ellis Jr. Joshua Rogers up next, 39.3 in Sector 1 at 59.0 in Sector 2. This is a better run here for Joshua Rogers in comparison to what we've seen already from Kevin Ellis Jr. and Thomas Tattler coming through the final corner. Let's see where Rogers goes. The man from down under looking to now set himself at the very top of the order. He will, but it's only a 2:14.5 after a 36 flat in that final sector, and Kevin Siggy's gone purple in Sector 2.
Yeah, indeed. Really fast middle sector there from Kevin Siggy. Of course, the fastest middle sector we've seen all evening was that of Darren McCormack, where he set 59.007 in that middle sector. Can Kevin Siggy go slightly faster? About a tenth down on the first sector on where we'd expect the Porsches to be. The BMW is slightly slower, and that was fair enough. In that first sector, is it a good final sector? It's definitely going to be pole position at the moment. 0.462. Will that hang on, though, for pole position? Wow! Look at that middle sector from McCormack.
A 58.9. Very rarely do we see anything quite like that. A 39.4 in the first sector, though, isn't all that great. Would have ideally wanted a 39.3, but that middle sector could change the game here at this point. He needs a big Sector 3, though, to cap this one off with a big chance to drop Kevin Siggy from top spot. Here he comes up towards the line. Darren McCormack in the Aston Martin. Mere hair's breadth, but he successfully gets P1. It's a 2:14.436. 36 thousandths away from the 400.
Well, look at all these drivers coming across the line. They can all set 0.4s. You've got some big heavy hitters, some that can set the 0.3s. All three of those Porsche commanders can do it. Caruso, Warren and Collins can do it. Don Blyer, I reckon he can chuck one in the mix. And hey, who knows? Kai Guevara, Yuri Kazdorf, Dennis Schillinger, you just never really know. Caruso out through the final corner as he comes up towards the line. I don't think this is going to be the 0.3, though. It's a 0.489. That's the fastest final sector of the event so far. Great lap coming in here, though, from Dane Warren.
Yeah, Dane Warren, 39.3 as well. This isn't too far apart from what we saw from Kevin Siggy earlier on, 59.0 in that middle sector. He basically had the first sector that Darren McCormack wished he had, I think, at this point now as they head down through towards the final corners. Now coming up out of the final chicane, up towards the line. Where's the Porsche Commander going to go? It's going to be somewhere near the top here. Oh. Maybe not. Yes, third fastest, 2:14.477. A string of 4 14.4s.
His first and second sector there were actually slightly faster than Charlie Collins's 14.393. He lost a tenth in that final sector, so slightly poor there, unfortunately, for Dane Warren. I was calling that as being pole position. Either way, here comes Yuri Kazdorp, who's looking pretty hot on the heels of that, but I think this is going to be a 0.5 from him, maybe slightly ahead of Joshua Rogers. He comes across the line, might be slightly behind it, but let's see. It's a 0.624, is even behind it, and Kevin Ellis Jr., I'm afraid. Here comes Collins.
Yep, Charlie Collins, purple in the first sector with a 39.354. Middle sector is good as well. Very nearly breaking into the 58s that we saw not too long ago from Darren McCormack. Let's see what Collins can bring to the table. Dennis Schrodinger also registering a 39.4 in sector 1, but all eyes on Collins now this time to topple the Irishman from the top of the tree and now go top for a second time running. He does! A 2:14.415 and ahead by a mere 21 thousandths of Darren McCormack.
This is not going to be pole position from Dennis Schillinger, I'm afraid, but what a performance it has been to get his way into it. He's only been in one final before. He finished in 6th place. That was in the first round of 2024's season online. So Look, it's a positive run for Dennis Schoeniger. Let's see what he can do, whether he can move his way in amongst Josh Rogers, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Yuri Kaz's going to be behind all that with a 0.748. 2 drivers to go, Kai Guillavera and Dom Blyer.
The hooves are stamping for BS Plus competition, but not enough in that first sector. Unfortunately, that is near enough a 10th down on where he would like to be at the very least in Sector 1. And the middle sector is not good at all. 60.7 for Kaiki. One of the happiest guys on the grid, always carries a smile, but in this case, I don't think the smile is going to, maybe a writhe grin at best as he now crosses the line, but it's going to be at the very base of the order here. In fact, just above Thomas Tatler, who did, of course, have that worst time, but Dom Blyer in that middle sector here, Lewis.
I said we're going to need a 0.3 for pole position. Could Dom Blyer be able to do it? The fastest lap of the evening so far, 2-minute 14.393. First sector about a 10th slower than the Porsche Commanders, kind of we expect. Those Porsche Commanders really fast in that first sector, but that second sector is absolutely phenomenal. Can he go slightly better than Darren McCormack? Can he go slightly better than Charlie Collins across the line? It is a 3. It's a 0.393. It's the tied fastest lap of the evening so far. Dom Blyer absolutely sensational there. It was a 3.93 from Charlie Collins in semi-final 2 to have pole position. I said we needed a 0.3, George. My goodness.
Blyer blurring the lines between 4s and 3s. He sets the fastest lap we have ever seen here. Well, certainly here at Spa here tonight, that's for sure. Phenomenal work by the Williams driver. An utterly sensational lap time to go fastest here in the final qualifying session of this evening to topple the likes of Darren McCormack and also Charlie Collins as well. It's going to be a Mercedes on pole ahead of tonight's final race, sending a clear message. We spoke about Blyer being a threat. We spoke about Williams producing great drivers. They've just produced another here, Lewis. He starts on pole ahead of the final race of the evening.
Yeah, I've known Dom Blyer for a few years. That's one of the best I've ever seen from him. That is so good, and right at a time where he needed it most. That middle sector was absolutely phenomenal. Dom Blyer will start this race from pole position, but like I say, he'll be starting alongside Charlie Collins. He'll be aggressive down into T1. He'll be starting directly ahead of one of his mates as well, and of course the driver who left the seat that he's basically in, that lead seat in the Williams team, which he's taken on very, very well for sure. But setting the tone.
The tone. You know, with McCormack going, it doesn't matter. Williams still come knocking for a pole lap. What a phenomenal run from Dominic Blyer. He's got a great chance to take all 35 points here tonight. The final. Remember, the point system slightly adjusted ahead of the final race in a knockout event. So yeah, we get more points in the final for a race win. Also sequentially down right through the order to 0 or P12. There you can see the starting grid from back to front. Thomas Tatler starting 12th for Team Falcons. Kaiki Oliveira along with him as well. Both had really difficult laps. Dennis Schrödinger in 10th for Maus. Met with his teammate Yuri Kasdorp in 9th. Kevin Ellis Jr. in 8th with Joshua Rogers in 7th. Jordan Caruso for Porsche Coanda with Dane Warren as well. That's 3 Porsche Coandas we've gone through now, with Kevin Siggy on the second row, joined by Darren McCormack in 3rd place. Charlie Collins, it looked like he grabbed pole with a 0.4. Enter Dom Blyer with a 0.3. Williams with pole, heading into the final race here this evening at Spa-Francorchamps, with every chance of taking all the spoils ahead of this final race, and certainly getting off this championship to the perfect start here. Blyer taking that team leader role very seriously. He's adapted well ahead of Darren McCormack's departure, and now ready to take centre stage ahead of the Mercs trip down through towards turn 1. But can this man stop it from happening? Charlie Collins, who's relentlessly quick, he's been class all evening. Can he go one better from P2 and take victory, Lewis?
I will say, look at the top 4 here. We've got a Mercedes, a Porsche, an Aston Martin and a BMW. All 4 cars representing the top 2 rows. This is going to be a fun one. My choice is still Darren McCormack, but honestly, George, take us away. This is going to be a fantastic end to the first evening of racing here in R1 in 2025.
Well, hold on to your hats. There's a pole on pole here tonight. Dominic Blyer met with Charlie Collins up through towards the start-finish line to get us underway in this final race. 7 laps of magic to take us through to the final race of the first round as we put pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. Great start for Dominic Blyer, but equally I would say a good start for Charlie Collins as they now round turn 1 this time. 4 wide on the escape further back as well. You can just see in the distance Kevin Ellis Jr. back into the gravel. He's joined by Jordan Caruso just in front of him. And also, Dennis Schrödinger gaining a mammoth number of places. Blyer still leads. There is Collins in behind. Dara McCormack as well. Inside as now they cascade over the hill here with Dennis Schrödinger in P6. Took a lot of the off track there, did Schrödinger. But now Blyer's got company because here comes Charlie Collins. Also met with Kevin Siggy looking to join this fight. They're 2 by 2, very nearly 3 wide behind as well, with Dane Warren coming in thick and fast. It's a Porsche Coanda sandwich for Dominic Blyer as Collins takes the lead of the race, and a massive crash as it looks like the Porsche Coanda belonging to Joshua Rogers has spilled off circuit into the gravel trap. Here comes Blyer up the inside of Kevin Siggy in the battle for P2, and the Williams has the better line and will surely hold position in the runners-up spot as they come through Jackie X corner.
They're letting Collins go. Collins is checking out as he departs for a potential 3 from 3 victories. The clean sweep on the opening night of the season. A bit of a squeeze there coming in from Kevin Siggy, fending off Darren McCormack as Jordan Caruso looks to the inside into P1 as well. 1.1 seconds. I think this is basically done, George. I mean, looking at how Collins has been so far this evening. Look at when he's got a lead by 1 second, he doesn't look back. He is such a fantastic talent. I mean, it's going to be tough, but the top 2 have set the 0.3, so maybe if anyone's going to close down that gap, it is Blyer.
Well, the one man for the United Kingdom who spent a lot of his formative years in South Wales now goes north up the timing tower into first place, and currently holding on to a gap of 1 solitary second, which is keeping Dominic Blyer at bay for now. But the one thing that Dominic Blyer does have in his locker is the fact that now he is free from all the chaos and carnage that certainly took place at the very start of the race. There's Dara McCormack, who is now stuck behind Kevin Siggy. No love lost between these two, who have come together over many occasions in fighting for big race victories, as well as Jordan Caruso now joining the fold as well. It's not all smiles at Porsche Coanda though, Lewis, because Joshua Rogers suffering a really dismal fate at the very start of the race.
But I will say, for the most important thing for this part of the competition, we've said it before, and we've shown you the point standings. It's the team's points that matter, right? It doesn't matter about the individual. So Josh Rogers will be sat there being like, oh, that's really disappointing, blah, 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 blah. Jordan Caruso's in 5th place. Dane Warren, yeah, sure, he's back down there in 10th, fair enough. But Charlie Collins is leading. If Charlie Collins wins, that's great. They're leading by twice the amount of points to the next team. Porsche Coanda, they're looking very comfortable at the moment as Darren McCormack tries to throw his way back to the inside. It's 3 wide down into Lake Om.
Yeah, 3 wide coming in towards this next chicane. This time, Dara McCormack with his nose in front of Kevin Siggy, who's looking to try and fight back now on the run through towards Mel Meddy. In behind as well, Dominic Blyer looking to also profit from this venture as they now dip downhill through towards Rivage. And Blyer's got the better line, or has he? Because enter now down the inside Jordan Caruso. That's brave, and he backed out of it. Very smart in my mind now as Blyer looks to tickle his way through to P2 and holds position ahead now of Kevin Siggy at the very least, but will remain in 3rd place though. Dara McCormack taking that P2 place away from him earlier on in the lap, and now the Aston Martin will cruise onwards in a pursuit of Charlie Collins, but has got 1.5 seconds to find on him right now. It's not easy.
It's not whether it's not easy or not, it's impossible. I'll tell you this now, at this level, right, McCormack is incredibly fast. He's a quality operator. The only way he's closing that gap down now is if Collins makes mistakes. This is the first lap, and this is what happened to Thomas Tyler. This was my whoa in the background because, yeah, a bit of a shame there and a sad end to the evening for Tatler.
Yeah, very sad indeed, and also getting a tap in the rear. This was the moment that sent Joshua Rogers spinning and spiralling off, coming out of Eau Rouge and Radion. That's never a nice place to be. And then we saw more action coming up through towards Lake Com, and this was the Porsche Coanda sandwich we were mentioning, and another one spinning right at the very depths of it all. In fact, that might have been Joshua Rogers up there. In fact, I'm not quite sure. Might have been the one before. We'll have to double check that. But
it was Rose. The one at Radion, that was Josh Rogers, and it was Dane Warren at Lake.
Dane Warren. Yeah, well, either way, but I mean, both cars losing vital places. The one saving grace they do have, though, in this format, Lewis, is that in the final, the points differ in a sense that P12 does score 5 points, not 0.
Exactly, yeah, this is the thing, is, you know, obviously you've moved through to this point, so you are still scoring a decent amount for just getting this far, but at the moment top points are being scored by Charlie Collins to take the clean sweep here at the opening round of the season at Spa. Don Blyer, Darren McCormack, old teammates, still friends, but Don Blyer will not be, he's not going to race him like a teammate, let's go with that. He's going to still want to try and find his way past that Virtus Pro Aston Martin, but for right now they're seeing a bit of a decent gap back to Kevin Siggy, and if there's battles battling between Dennis Schoeniger, Jordan Caruso and Kevin Siggy. It will help them kind of break away from the rest of the pack and at least confirm a solid result at the top. I've seen that though. Jordan Caruso and Dennis Schoeniger have had a bit of side-by-side because they've now dropped 1 second off the rear end of Kevin Siggy.
Yeah, and in the process invited Kevin Ellis Jr. as well into this fight. You just see him on the outside there of Kaiki Oliveira as well. So they've all come together in this battle over 5th place. So Kevin Siggy's been given a reprieve. He can just focus on Dominic Blyer, at least for now, as they now cascade downhill through Pouon and a venture through towards the Lafanier chicane. As Charlie Collins still takes him around 1.6 now. The gap's only increasing. It was a 10th less before. Now it's another 10th applied onto. He's touching the 1.7s now on top of the second there was only a lap or a couple of laps ago. So Charlie Collins really starting to muster his very best here. And this would be an extraordinary result. Jordan Caruso licking up some of the gravel, probably too much of it, has cost himself a little bit of delta on Dennis Schrödinger, who currently is working so hard to bring that gap of 3.7 between himself and Charlie Collins down a bit to at least try and get himself to within a second of Kevin Siggy in 4th place.
One final race for Dennis Schrödinger in his career thus far in R1. And like I said before, it was 6th place for him, so it's going slightly better than that. And what a way to start out a season for a brand new team as well. We'll keep our fingers crossed for Schrödinger, but let's be honest, his day is not done yet because Jordan Caruso, Kaiki Oliveira, Kevin Ellis Jr., his teammate Yuri Kasdorp and Dane Warren are all in tow. Speaking of days not done, Darren McCormack, he's got a lot of pressure on from Don Blyer, and not only that, Kevin Siggy as well. Now, whilst Don Blyer might be a little bit more patient and more friendly with him, they are mates after all. Like I said, he's still going to race him a little bit elbows out later on in the race. Kevin Siggy, no time for patience. Absolutely. I have seen patient people in sim racing. Kevin Siggy ain't one of them.
No, and that's what makes him a truly tenacious talent. Big driver, also a champion. Here comes Don Blyer, though, on the rear now of Darren McCormack. 2 friends, 2 former teammates, wheel to wheel once again. And it's the former team of Darren McCormack that sees a car coast on through. Jordan Caruso losing out to Kaiki Oliveira, who goes off track after a little bit of contact between the two. And Caruso back through up the inside, coming through Malmedy. But Kaiki Oliveira getting onto the curb, very nearly losing the car and nearly taking out Jordan Caruso in the process as well.
Yeah, all getting a little bit messy back here. Again, it's handbags at dawn, and we're definitely seeing quite a lot of that being thrown around between this grouping. Like you say, Jordan Caruso up now in the 5th position, Kaiki Oliveira 6th, Dennis Schrödinger there in 7th now after all that switching. I mean, Jordan Caruso has been so fast this evening. He's really, if there's any one of the debutants this season that you want, well, at least this round, that you want to be talking about the most, Jordan Caruso, by far the most settled and comfortable. It looks like he's been racing in ESL in R1 since we very started back in Katowice.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. And what must have led to that moment as well, Dennis Schrödinger was at the head of this little battle that we had here in 5th place. Must have lost it going up Kemmel into Les Combes, which has eventually teed up the battle between Caruso and Oliveira, both obviously getting through, and Schrödinger now languishing in 7th place, which is one below his best finish in R1 competition, as we now watch them coast around Blanchimont. Once again, Caruso, though, is going to be the victim on this occasion. Oliveira right in his wheel tracks and hugging that rear spoiler on the back of the Porsche 911 GT3R. In fact, he ran very deep, did Caruso, on the run out of the bus stop, which has opened up the door now once more, this time for Dennis Schrödinger to come back, this time at Kaiki Oliveira. He's jumped Oliveira. The question is, does he try to jump Caruso? Not quite. He's going to leave it, I think, until the Kemmel Straight, and a little bump in the rear from Kevin Ellis Jr. to Kaiki Oliveira has opened the door for Yuri Kasdorp here, Lewis.
Kaiki Oliveira is having a quality race, 11th place all the way up to 7th, absolutely flying. Really is running well as one of the drivers who has a really good top 6 percentage actually overall in R1 competition. I say on board with Kevin Ellis Jr., who obviously had to really fight his way through to get into this final. One of the people that he was fighting with was this driver here, Yuri Kasdorp. Was able to work his way through in the semi-finals, might be able to work his way through here in the final, but Kasdorp with the outside run as they work their way into Les Combes. He'll have the outside run through Malmedy.
Dane Warren.
Hold that one, and Dane Warren, like you say, straight through, and all that really poor run, and he might lose out even more here to Timus Tatler.
Yeah, very, very tough sector there for Kevin Ellis Jr. He first of all lost out for a split second after a bit of contact with Kaiki Oliveira, with Yuri Kasdorp bearing down upon him. And then Dane Warren, who has really recovered after that initial moment at the very start of the race to come back and now in 9th place and challenging Yuri Karsdorp. This is not over for Dane Warren, and his one lap pace can be tenacious as well. In race trim, he's just as formidable, doesn't mind going for the big moves either, and he's got a string of cars here leading all the way through to Dennis Schrödinger and Jordan Caruso, where he could gain some huge points for Porsche Coanda.
Yeah, indeed. But I mean, look, all the big points are already being sorted for Porsche Coanda, mate. That's the important bit. Charlie Collins, driver of the evening, no doubt. Absolutely,
yeah, 100%.
No doubt. Been absolutely incredible this evening, taking 2 victories in the quarterfinals and then in the semi-finals. Looking to go for the 3-peat, which hasn't been done that often. I think the first ever one that we had was done by Luke Bennett. But Charlie Collins, yeah, he's flying.
But at a Spa circuit, and I've mentioned this before about the variation on offer, the difference in corners, the length of the track as well at 7.004 is that we see Dane Warren. As I said, he likes to get physical, and I have to tell you, had to really work to find the gap there against Yuri Karsdorp. Dane Warren now up into 8, and now Kevin Ellis Jr. looking to follow him through as they now race down through, and it's 3 wide with Thomas Tatler as well looking to come in and join the fight. Gets onto the grass, so Tatler has his way pretty much shut by the 2 cars in front of him. One BMW M4 meets the Aston Martin Vantage GT3, and now a flash of the lights here from Kevin Ellis Jr. Whether that's a warning sign to Dane Warren or something else, I'm not quite sure, as they now fly uphill, and it looks like Karsdorp has managed to retain against Tatler as they come over the crest. But Karsdorp is not yet done. He's going to have a run now, leading up through towards Les Combes with a chance here for the M4. Speaking of M4s, we got Caruso and Schrödinger doing battle now over that 5th place, and Schrödinger has moved up to 5th. Here comes down Kevin Ellis Jr. Now met with Yuri Karsdorp again as they race through Les Combes. Kevin Ellis Jr. retains that P9 as they tie up coming through Malmedy as well. Yeah, lovely stuff as well for Dennis Schrödinger. We saw that move then up into 5th position for him. Just want to correct one thing I said about Luke Bennett was the first one to do taking victory in the quarters, the semis, and then the finals. That's not true. Obviously, Josh Rogers did it in round 2. That was the 2nd day that we were racing in Katowice. The 2nd time that I had to comment. Another Porsche Coanda.
And yeah, it was Porsche Coanda Stana, yeah, exactly. But I was more disappointed about Show Stage Review. I'm pretty sure that was the one where Luke Crane had an interesting saying when we came back from live at one point. I'm pretty sure that was that day. But we'll not talk about that. We're on the penultimate lap of this race, and it is dominant from Collins. But like I say, we're not short of action through the midfield.
No, not at all. There's been plenty of it. Dennis Schrödinger has been at the heart of it. I've got to say, this has been one of my for me, the most impressive Dennis Schrödinger performances I think we have ever seen in R1 competition. Credit to him for that, with a big move to Maus. A lot of pressure on his shoulders against, the tenacious Max Benneker, who's obviously, made himself into a phenomenon in sim racing, much like Joshua Rogers. And Schrödinger effectively having to pick up the ball that was dropped not necessarily by Benneker, just due to the sheer mammoth of the job for Benneker it was to try and move up the order in order to qualify for the next round. Obviously, it was unceremonious to see him get bowed out that early on, but Dennis Schrödinger bringing his best, pulling his socks up and saying, well, listen, I'm going to try and fill this void, and he has done so brilliantly, and he's ahead of Yuri Karsdorp. He's the best scoring Maus driver here tonight, and currently sat in 5th place. There's still a lengthy gap, though, to Kevin Siggy as we begin the final lap here of Asking, and he's got Jordan Caruso for company here, Lewis. Yeah, you say he's in 5th position. I wonder how long that one's going to last as we head our way up through Les Combes, through the top of the hill, rally on, and then through Kemmel. This one's going to be dropped down to 6th position for Dennis Schrödinger, because look at the speed. The Porsche Coanda, they're so fast in this first sector of the Porsches, and it could be an easy move here. He's got to send it around the outside, and Dennis Schrödinger was unable to do it. But trust me, Dennis will go on the attack later on in the lap, and so the chance of moving through into 5th place could be on. Again, his best finish in a final, he's only been into a final once, was 6th place. That's where he's running, so it'll be matching his all-time best. I reckon he can go one better. Well, it's not over for Schrödinger, because one thing we do know about Spa is there is an option. Blanchimont can offer opportunity, Lewis. Yeah, I mean, look, it's less so much Blanchimont, it's more about that bus stop. We've seen it a couple of times with some big racing. The problem is he has to absolutely nail this sector. Now, running wide there into No Name or X or Speakers, whatever you want to call it, running 2 wheels of the gravel there, you can see that gap's already grown. It's already half a second. And genuinely, I think that's the opportunity gone. Unless Jordan Caruso makes a mistake, I think that is the opportunity gone into the bus stop. We'll have to wait and see. Keep our fingers crossed for him. But at the moment, 6th place might be as good as it's going to get for the Maus driver. But just, again, a superb performance from him. Yeah, stunning performance on his return to R1, and this time all dressed in red instead of blue. But as far as Charlie Collins is concerned, all he cares about is the race victory. And that's exactly what he's brought himself. Victory in the first quarter-final earlier on this evening. Then following that, it was the semi-final to follow. And now as he ventures through the bus stop chicane, the young man who grew up in South Wales returns here this time to Spa and R1, the first finalist winner here in this championship. And setting the trend for Porsche Coanda, they are bouncing back. It's 3 in a row for Charlie Collins for race victories here tonight. What a stupendous performance from the young man on his return to the championship for a full season campaign. He replaced the great big Mac Backham, and now he's become a storied member of the Porsche Coanda team. The question is, where will this take us? Monza up next. Can he do it again, Lewis McGlade?
Potentially. I mean, look, what a way to start the season, to get the 3 race victories back to back. Absolutely stunning performance from him. It didn't really look that much in doubt throughout the entire evening. There was a 1-2 for Porsche Coanda in there as well in the semi-finals. Porsche Coanda, they're the team to beat at the moment. That is very clear from the opening round of racing. But Collins, yeah, he's done it, and he looked like the real deal tonight as well. There was no faults.
That was a world-class performance from a young man who has certainly spent a great deal of time in sim racing, really rising to the occasion. Entered the championship last year for the very first time. Big pressure on his shoulders, even for someone as talented as he is at his very tender age. He's still got a lot of growing to do as a young man. I can't imagine what his career holds in store. If we look at the trajectory of former champions Joshua Rogers and Max Benneker, the opportunities are surely endless for Charlie Collins.
Oh yeah, when you like I say, when you look at the champions, when you look at the list of champions, like I say, Josh Rogers, you've got Marcel Chinchik in there, obviously you've got Max Benneker, you've got Kevin Siggy. Looking at those previous champions, the chance of someone like a Charlie Collins to join that, I genuinely think very, very likely. Obviously that's something to deal with another time, but the fact that he's been this good, yeah, it's terrifying. You shouldn't be allowed to be that good at that age, but yeah, it's fine. You can still beat him at darts, it's fine.
Yeah, absolutely right. We'll take a look at some of the moments from the race. Dismay for Thomas Sattler at the very start as well. Team Falcons have had a pretty rough ride so far in this campaign. It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows for Porsche Coanda either. Of course, we saw Joshua Rogers spinning and curtailing out of Eau Rouge and Radion, hitting the barrier with some impact. And the same can be said for Dane Warren, who you've got to give credit to, mind you. Of course, fought his way back to the tail end of the field, scoring some big points for Porsche Coanda as well as a team. And therefore gave his team the best opportunity and, essentially the best position possible in this championship too. But we saw more fighting further back. Kevin Ellis Jr. was in plenty of it earlier on, fighting it out with Kaiki Oliveira in the mid to bottom end of the table as they were looking to fight for more points as well, coming through towards Jackie Hicks. But Kaiki with another brilliant day at the office here in this final stage here in the very opening round. Once again, they tied up as we saw the Maus driver Yuri Kasdorp in the fight of his life as well. Not to mention Dennis Schrodinger too, all of them part of this group as they ran down through towards Rivage. But an absolutely stellar performance indeed from Dane Warren to come back from essential nothingness, and also Jordan Caruso in his first race start here in R1. Of course, though, all the spoils went Charlie Collins' way, and this is how it looks. The race result: Charlie Collins, your winner here tonight in the final race at Spa in round 1. Dominic Blyer finishing in second place for Williams. A great performance from a young man taking over from Dara McCormack, who finishes third, and just behind him for his new team Virtus Pro, Kevin Siggy in fourth. Jordan Caruso making it a 1-5 for Porsche Coanda, with Dennis Schrodinger one of his best performances we have ever seen in R1. Kaiki Oliveira, another great performance from the BS Plus competition driver, in 7th. Dane Warren, what a recovery to make it up into P8. Kevin Ellis Jr. 9th. Thomas Sattler in P10 for Team Falcons, and also Joshua Rogers in 11th. Yuri Kasdorp seemingly having a rough end to his race, finishing in 12th as well. And we're going to go across for an interview with the one and only race winner and also round winner as well, Charlie Collins. Welcome back to R1. You debuted in this championship last year, taking over from the brilliant Mac Backham. But I must say, you've ascended to another level in our view. What a string of races, 3 in a row with a victory. It doesn't get much better than that, right?
Cheers, George. It's been a while since I've heard your voice. It's the last season, so happy to hear it again. Hope you're doing well.
You too, man. And you?
Yeah. Well, that was, I wouldn't say came out of nowhere, because I think as a team we worked super well all week together, all the past weeks, with balance of power, everything. So I wouldn't say it came as a surprise, but I'm just really happy to execute, because yeah, I think having 4 cars in the final, everyone's looking at you like, okay, who's gonna do it? And yeah, managed to get it done. So I'm so happy.
You were far too positive, to be honest, about hearing George Morgan's voice. It's fine.
Sorry, Lewis. Sorry.
He knows quality when he sees it. That's fine.
Obviously, so looking back in the history books, I think only 3 drivers, as far as I'm aware, have been able to do the three-peat to win in the quarterfinals, in the semi-finals, and in the finals as well. Obviously, one of them's your teammate Josh Rogers. Luke Bennett's done it. Sebastian Job's done it. It's quite a list for you to be on this early in this season. For one, how does that make you feel? Does it add any more pressure? And can you keep up? Can you go for another one?
I mean, look, let's see. It's a long season, so let's see. But yeah, no, being in those names is really good. And those names on Rennsport are just so fast. Like, I remember when I first came onto the sim, and yeah, it was a real big learning process. Like, it's just quite a different driving style, and there's lots of little things you need to master. And yeah, having like Josh by my side and Dane as well just made that so easy. And I think it's also transitioned to Jordan. So yeah, honestly, I just feel really proud of the team, and I think, yeah, just super happy to be in those names.
Yeah, it's honestly, Charlie, I can't believe I'm going to ask this. City's asked this, and but based on the performance that you managed to pull out the bag today, but obviously 3 in a row is stellar. Big result for Porsche Coanda as well in terms of the championship. But it does feel, based on the number of different teams we saw in that final, that the series, the championship, has got all the more competitive. Probably the most competitive we have seen it in its history. Is that something that you would agree with, certainly based from what we've seen tonight?
Yeah, honestly, I would agree. Some new drivers in the series, and I think, especially after EWC last year, I think a lot of teams' kind of fire was lit. Like, it was a really disappointing result for so many teams, including us. And yeah, we knew we can't let this happen again. So we've been putting a lot of work in and making sure that's not going to repeat. You need the thing to happen to EWC. And yeah, I think it showed for this round.
Last question before we let you go off and celebrate with the team, because obviously, again, great performance, but you're talking about it there, obviously having the great drivers, Josh Rogers, Dane Warren, that have been a staple of the Porsche Coanda team here in R1. To then have Jordan Caruso join the team. I mean, what are your thoughts? Are you getting a fist bump, by the way, in the background? What are your thoughts on Jordan Caruso's performance this round? How has he settled into the team? And you think he's going to make the team stronger moving forward?
Yeah. I mean, I also have to add Mitchell to that list as well. Like, I really learned a lot with Mitchell as well in so many different aspects of not just Rennsport, just in sim racing in general. And yeah, having Jordan on board is just I feel a bit outnumbered, to be honest. 3 Australians versus 1 British. It's a bit, it's quite a lot of Australians. But no. I mean, Jordan's work ethic and I think just drive is really, like, I think addictive and kind of motivates the whole team. I mean, you can see it in Pesk. The guy really knows what he's doing. I've had to race against him, and he's a great driver. And honestly, the way he's adapted so quickly, I'm so impressed.
Well, one thing we can say, Charlie, that was a stupendous performance, and I'm sure, no doubt, there'll be many more to come as well. Moves of a budding champion, in my view. We wish you all the very best. Enjoy the rest of your night. Go and celebrate.
Cheers, guys. All the best.
Thank you very much. Charlie Collins, everybody, a true professional, class act, has brought his absolute best here tonight to take the first victory here in this round. First round victory, I should say. This is how the championship looks. Porsche Coanda Esports Racing Team on 228 at the close of round 2. They are ahead of Virtus Pro by a mammoth scoreline at this moment in time, well eclipsing 100 points. 105 going Virtus Pro's way, with BMW M-Team Redline Racing Bulls on 97, with Atlassian Williams Sim Racing Team, I should say, in 86, and then Team Falcons then on 67, with BS Competition there on 64. Mao's on 63, a point behind BS Plus, then behind Team Vitality. Not the best of starts to their round. They have a lot of work to do over the next 2 rounds. 41 points to their name, with Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI Gaming in 29-point territory. Mercedes-AMG Esports Team TC Racing, that's Thibaut Courtois, lined up on 17 points. ERA Esports on 11, with Guild with plenty of work to do on 6 points. It's going to be, I'm sure, a very feisty championship ahead. Lewis, highlights for you just quickly.
I mean, for one, obviously the great drive from Charlie Collins there. It really is a superb performance. Great to see Darren McCormack winning on debut for his Virtus Pro team. That was all a lot of fun. A lot of positives, though, from some of the new teams and new drivers coming their way through. Most notably, of course, Jordan Caruso, the fastest of the debutantes this round. A lot to talk about, a lot to go through. And, of course, we still need to rate all those teams. We'll do that, though, next week because some liveries, they're going to get torn apart. I'm being real.
They absolutely are. But we want to say a massive thank you, first and foremost, to you guys for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure. Stay tuned to all the socials and all the updates ahead of the rest of the R1 campaign. We'll see you at the Temple of Speed at Monza. But from me, George Morgan, and Lewis McGlade, until next time, goodbye.